Dear listeners, this channel publishes only full and exclusive audio stories. Please subscribe and like them if you enjoy them. He came back. Finally. After all this time. After everything he had done. He stood at the door. Ready to say everything he should have said before. But it was too late. Because this time, she wasn't there. And she wasn't coming back. Chapter 1, The Return. By the time Elias Vane returned to Blackwater House, the sea had learned his name again. It spoke it in fragments against the cliffs. In the long hush between waves. In the low, patient rhythm of water folding itself over stone, then drawing back into the dark. Elias stood at the end of the narrow path that led to the house and did not move for a very long time. Rain had passed an hour before, leaving the air silver and wet. The grass along the path bent beneath the weight of droplets. Mist drifted in from the shoreline below, softening the edges of the world until the cliffs, the bare-limbed trees, and the old iron gate all seemed to belong not to evening but to memory. Blackwater House waited beyond the gate. It had always seemed too large for the hill it sat upon, a quiet, watchful shape of stone and dark windows, as though it had risen there slowly over many winters and decided never to leave. The western wall faced the sea. The eastern side looked down toward the village, where chimney smoke now lifted in pale blue threads into the deepening dusk. A single lantern burned near the front entrance. The light was faint. Not welcoming. Only there. Elias rested one hand on the cold iron latch and closed his eyes. 10 years. 10 years since he had walked this path in the pale dawn with a single leather case in his hand and anger in his chest like a live coal. 10 years since he had left with words unsaid because they had seemed easier unsaid. 10 years since he had promised himself the distance would be temporary, that pride could be folded away and opened later, that love, if it was real, would wait in the dark like an ember under ash. He opened his eyes again. The gate gave beneath his hand with a long, soft groan. He stepped through. The gravel path curved toward the front steps, bordered by hedges gone wild in his absence. Lavender had overgrown its stone borders. White roses, once carefully trained along the wall beneath the windows, had climbed where they pleased. Their blooms glimmered in the fading light like small, listening faces. He remembered planting those roses with her. Not planting, really. Trying. She had laughed at the way he held the roots, as though he feared bruising them. You handle flowers the way other men handle loaded pistols, she had told him, kneeling in the soil with her sleeves rolled up, a streak of earth across one cheek. As if they might go off in your hand. And you, he had replied, speak to roses as if they're stubborn relatives. They are stubborn relatives. She had smiled then, small and private, her hair falling forward as she leaned down to press soil around the base of the plant. Everything living is, if you keep it near enough. He had wanted to kiss her. Instead, because once he had been a man gifted in avoiding the center of his own heart, he had only watched her and smiled too late. Now the roses had outlived whatever careful order they were once given. Perhaps that was the nature of all things left alone long enough. He climbed the front steps, each worn hollow in the middle from generations of feet. The brass knocker, shaped like a crescent moon, was colder than the air. He touched it, then hesitated. He did not know who lived here now. He knew only what the letter had told him, and the letter had said very little. Come back if you still mean to understand. It had not been signed. The handwriting was familiar in a way that made his pulse uneasy, though he could not say why. The paper had carried a faint scent of dried lavender and old books. It had reached him in Vienna 3 weeks earlier, where he had been living in borrowed rooms overlooking a narrow street, translating old maritime logs for a university archive and pretending he had not built his entire life from the material of avoidance. Come back if you still mean to understand. No accusation. No plea. No explanation. And beneath those words, written smaller, almost as an afterthought. Blackwater House is not empty, but she is gone. He had left the next morning. Now he lifted the knocker and let it fall once. The sound entered the house in a deep metallic note and disappeared. For a moment there was nothing but the sea and the wind moving softly through the yew trees. Then footsteps. Slow. Measured. Approaching from within. Elias stood very still. A bolt slid back. Then another. The door opened inward only a little at first, enough for light to spill in a narrow gold line across the threshold. Then wider. The woman who stood before him had gone almost entirely to silver. Her back was still straight. Her dark dress was plain, neatly buttoned to the throat. Her hands, though thinner than he remembered, remained capable-looking, the hands of someone who knew how to tend fires, polish wood, mend linens, and carry grief without spilling it. Mrs. Alden, Elias said softly. Her eyes rested on him without surprise. I thought it would be you, she replied. The years had lowered her voice but not softened it. He could not tell whether that hurt him or relieved him. For a moment neither spoke. The house behind her was warm with lamplight. The scent that came from within was one he knew so intimately it reached through him like a hand: beeswax, cedar, old paper, tea leaves, the last fading trace of peat smoke. Home, if home could still be called that after betrayal. You took your time, Mr. Vane, Mrs. Alden said. The words were plain, but not sharp. She stepped back and opened the door wider. Come inside. The air has teeth tonight. He entered with his case in one hand and the cold still clinging to his coat. She shut the door behind him. The sound echoed through the foyer. Something in him answered it, a strange inward flinch, as if some part of his body had expected that sound for 10 years and had never stopped listening for it. The entrance hall was dimly lit by 2 lamps on the long oak console. The floor tiles, black and cream, still held the faint hairline cracks he remembered tracing with his gaze on restless nights. The staircase curved upward in a graceful sweep. Framed seascapes lined the walls, their varnished surfaces catching glints of amber light. At the far end of the hall stood the tall clock. It was ticking. He had not expected that. Of all things, he had expected silence. Mrs. Alden saw where he was looking. I keep it wound, she said. Elias nodded once. Thank you. She took his coat, though she regarded him first as though deciding whether he deserved the courtesy. At last she accepted it from him and hung it on the old brass stand beside the door. You've come alone, she said. Yes. No wife in Vienna. No children. No companion to tell you when not to say foolish things. No. That simplifies matters. He almost smiled at that, though it died before it fully formed. The house was too full of her absence. He felt it already, and it had only been a minute. Is she, he began, and stopped. The question would not shape itself. Dead? Gone. Married. Hidden. Buried in memory. Lost in some way not covered by language. Mrs. Alden saved him from choosing. She is not here, she said. His throat tightened. The letter had told him that. Still, hearing it spoken aloud made it real in a way ink never could. Where is she? Mrs. Alden looked at him for a long second, then turned toward the drawing room. You've traveled all day, she said. Sit by the fire first. There are some truths that land harder on an empty stomach. He did not want tea. He did not want warmth. He wanted the answer at once, clean and merciless. But he had learned by then that those who spend years postponing truth are rarely allowed to receive it quickly. He followed her. The drawing room had changed less than he expected. The same blue-gray walls. The same low shelves of books. The same broad hearth with its carved mantle of dark stone. A fire burned there now, steady and low. Its light moved over the room in slow breaths. Her piano still stood near the tall windows facing the sea. Closed. A bowl of white camellias rested atop it, fresh cut. Elias stopped. His gaze fixed on the flowers. He remembered those too. She loved camellias because they looked delicate while surviving cold weather with astonishing resolve. She used to tuck one bloom into a small crystal glass on the piano every winter and claim the room sounded different when flowers were listening. Sit, said Mrs. Alden. He did. The armchair nearest the fire was the one he had favored years ago, the leather softened by use, one arm faintly marked where he had once scorched it with a fallen ember and spent a week pretending the damage had not been his doing. He had forgotten the mark until this moment. Memory was cruel in its exactness. Mrs. Alden left the room and returned a few minutes later with a tray, tea, bread, a small pot of butter, thin slices of cheese, and a glass of water. She set it before him on the low table without ceremony. You look thinner, she said. I am older. We are all older. Thinner is separate. He took the glass of water first because his mouth had gone dry. Mrs. Alden remained standing for a moment, then settled in the chair opposite him. Firelight moved over the fine lines in her face. Outside, the wind shifted, and somewhere in the house a board creaked as though answering a footstep that never came. When did you arrive in the village? She asked. An hour ago. And you came straight here? Yes. You did not stop at the inn. You did not ask questions in the village. You did not delay. No. That is at least one improvement. He set down the glass. Please. She looked into the fire. For 10 years, she said, this house expected you. Not every day. Houses aren't foolish. But every autumn, when the weather turned and the sea began sounding like old sorrow, there was a kind of waiting in the walls. She heard it. I heard it. Perhaps even you heard it from wherever you were. Elias did not answer. He thought of the many cities he had drifted through. Florence in winter. Prague in spring. Marseille in rain. Rooms with cracked ceilings, with balconies over narrow streets, with unfamiliar clocks and impersonal linen. He had worked, read, walked, translated, written letters never sent, and told himself that leaving had been necessary because staying had demanded too much truth from him. But every year, when the weather changed, there had come a restlessness with no obvious source. He had blamed the season. She waited for you longer than I would have, Mrs. Alden continued. Longer than was wise. Longer than was kind to herself. His jaw tightened. Why didn't she write? Mrs. Alden turned her head slowly and looked at him with almost weary disbelief. Why didn't she write? She repeated. You left this house before sunrise. You left no proper explanation. You answered one of her letters with a page of pride and silence dressed up as reason, and after that you vanished into Europe as if the continent were large enough to hide a coward. And you ask why she didn't write? He flinched, though barely. The fire shifted. A small snap of burning wood broke the silence that followed. I deserve that, he said. Yes. He breathed in carefully. Still, he said, I'm asking. Mrs. Alden studied him. At length, her voice softened, though only by a degree. She did write, she said. Many times. He stared at her. The room seemed to grow oddly still. What? She wrote letters she never sent. I imagine some were for her sake more than yours. But she wrote them. A strange pressure rose in his chest, unfamiliar in its sharpness. Where are they? Her gaze moved toward the ceiling, toward the upper floor, toward the rooms he had not yet seen. Somewhere in this house. He leaned forward. And she's gone. Yes. Gone where? Mrs. Alden looked back to the fire. That, she said, is what you have come to understand. The clock in the entrance hall struck the quarter hour, faint through the walls. Elias sat back slowly. This was not cruelty, he realized. Not exactly. This was structure. Mrs. Alden had watched the beginning of their story. She intended, now, to force him through its bones. You sent the letter, he said at last. Yes. Why now? Because now you might be capable of reading what was in front of you all along. And before? Before, you would only have looked for what absolved you. He lowered his gaze to the untouched tea. Steam lifted in pale ribbons and vanished. The sea sounded louder now, though perhaps night had only made other things quieter. He looked around the room again. Everything carried her. Not merely her belongings. Her way of placing them. The lamp near the reading chair was shaded with cream silk because she hated harsh light in the evening. The books on the lower shelf were arranged not by size or subject but by which ones she returned to during storms. A narrow shawl, pale green and fine as breath, lay folded over the back of the sofa. Whether it was old or recently used he could not tell. Who lives here now? He asked. Mrs. Alden folded her hands in her lap. I do. Alone? Yes. And no one else has claimed the place? You speak as though houses are inheritance before they are memory. That isn't what I meant. No, she said. No one has claimed it. It remains as it was. More or less. He let that settle. Then, quietly, is she alive? Mrs. Alden met his eyes. It was the first answer that came without delay. Yes. He closed his eyes. The relief was so sudden and so fierce that it almost shamed him. His head bowed a little. For a moment he could not trust his voice. When he spoke, it came out low. Thank God. Mrs. Alden said nothing. When he opened his eyes again, he found the room unchanged, and yet altered by that one fact. Alive. Somewhere in the world she was alive. Breathing. Walking perhaps through some other house, some other garden, some other life that no longer had any space in it shaped like him. Hope, he thought, could be a cruelty too. Does she know I'm here? He asked. No. Will you tell her? That depends. On what? On whether you are here to soothe your conscience or to face the truth. The answer came more quickly than he expected. I don't know, he said. Mrs. Alden nodded once, as if that, at least, was honest. Outside, darkness settled fully over the windows. The last blue of evening disappeared, leaving only the glassy reflection of the room laid over the night beyond. In one pane he saw himself dimly, older than the man who had left, darker around the eyes, one pale scar along his right temple from an accident in Trieste years ago, shoulders still straight but carrying something heavier now than ambition. He wondered what she would see if she looked at him. Would she recognize him at once? Would she see the man she had loved, or only the one who walked away? Perhaps they were the same man. Perhaps that had always been the tragedy. Mrs. Alden rose. There is soup in the kitchen, she said. You'll eat it. He started to protest. She silenced him with a look. You may suffer later. For now, you'll eat. He almost laughed then, not from amusement but from the strange tenderness that authority can take when it is old enough to stop pretending it isn't care. All right. She left him for a few minutes. He stood and crossed slowly to the piano. His fingers hovered above the closed lid but did not touch. There was dust nowhere. The camellias were fresh. Someone still opened the curtains each morning. Someone still tended the room, the flowers, the fire, the order of things. A quiet devotion lived here. He looked down and saw, beside the piano stool, the faint mark in the wood floor where one leg had been repaired years ago after she dragged the instrument 3 inches closer to the window because she said the sea improved Schubert and ruined everyone else. The memory came to him whole. It had been late. Rain on the glass. Candles guttering in silver holders because the power had gone out. She had played in a pale house dress, barefoot, one foot tucked back under the stool when she paused to think. You disapprove, she had said without turning. Of what? The sea improving Schubert. I disapprove of theories that cannot be tested. They can be tested. Come here tomorrow at noon in clear weather and tell me whether it sounds the same. He had leaned in the doorway with a book in one hand, only half reading because the other half of him was always with her. And if it does? Then I'll admit you are right and I am a sentimental fool. And if it doesn't? She had looked over her shoulder at him then, smiling with that infuriating calm certainty she possessed when she knew she was already winning. Then you will kiss me properly instead of behaving like a man who has borrowed his own heart and must return it in good condition. He remembered going utterly still. She had turned back to the keys and played the phrase again, softer. He had crossed the room without answering. He had kissed her then, finally, with candlelight and rain and the scent of wet earth drifting in through the cracked window. She had reached up and touched the side of his face as though she had been waiting not with impatience but with knowledge. He opened his eyes. His hand had come to rest on the piano lid without him noticing. The wood was cool. From the hallway came the distant tick of the clock and the softer sounds of Mrs. Alden in the kitchen. He drew his hand back. On the mantel stood a framed photograph in silver. He had not seen it at first. He stepped nearer. It showed Blackwater House in summer, the roses in bloom, the sky high and pale. She stood on the front steps, one hand shielding her eyes from the light, laughing at whoever held the camera. Her dress moved in the wind. Her hair was pinned up loosely, with strands escaping at her temples. He stared. The photograph could not have been more than 5 or 6 years old. So she had remained here for some time after he left. Years, not months. He lifted the frame carefully. On the back, written in small neat script, were the words, "For when the house forgets how to breathe." No name. No date. He stood with the photograph in both hands until footsteps sounded behind him. Mrs. Alden entered carrying a tray with a bowl of soup, bread, and a small lamp. She set them on the low table, then noticed the photograph in his hand. She hated being photographed, Elias said. She hated being arranged, Mrs. Alden corrected. A photograph taken without warning amused her. One prepared in advance annoyed her. He set the frame down. "Who took it?" "I did." "When?" "6 years ago. August." He looked at her. "She stayed that long." Mrs. Alden adjusted the lamp wick a fraction brighter. "Yes." "Here." "Alone." She was not alone. "No," he said quietly. "You were here." "I was." He sat again. The soup smelled of leek and potato and thyme. He lifted the spoon because argument now seemed childish, and because the warmth of the bowl in his hands was strangely steadying. Mrs. Alden remained standing near the hearth. "She kept your room closed for 3 years, she said." He paused. "Why?" She said dust was easier to bear than finality. The words entered him with unnerving gentleness and then remained there, deep. He lowered the spoon. "Mrs. Alden." But there was nothing to ask that did not sound like apology arriving too late to matter. So he ate in silence. When he finished, she took the tray without comment. "You may stay in the west room tonight," she said. "My old room?" "No." He looked up. "The west room is warmer," she said. "And I am not yet sure you deserve your old one." Something in her tone suggested this was the nearest she would come to mercy. He inclined his head. "Very well." She moved toward the door, then stopped. "There is one thing you should know before you sleep in this house." He stood. "What is it?" Mrs. Alden's eyes, pale in the lamp glow, held his. "The night you left," she said, "she told me you would return." He felt his pulse beat once, hard. What exactly did she say? That depended on the hour. Mrs. Alden's face revealed nothing. "At first she said you would come back before noon because even pride has to eat. By evening she said you would come back within the week because anger burns quickly in men who are capable of love. By winter she stopped naming the day, but she never doubted the fact." Elias could not speak. Mrs. Alden's voice softened, and that softening was more painful than all her severity. "She was wrong," she said. But she was wrong slowly. With that, she turned and left the room. He remained where he was, listening to her footsteps fade. Then to the sea. Then to the fire. The house seemed to shift around him, settling deeper into night. He went at last into the hallway and up the stairs, carrying a lamp Mrs. Alden had left lit for him on the console. The staircase groaned under his weight in places where it never had when he was younger. Or perhaps he had simply learned to hear age better. Portraits watched him from the walls. A great-aunt with severe lips. A naval captain with melancholy eyes. A child in lace, dead long before anyone living had known her. The landing opened onto the upper corridor. At once the air changed. Downstairs the house had felt inhabited. Up here it felt preserved. Doors stood closed on either side. The wallpaper, patterned with climbing vines, had faded gently with time. A runner muffled his steps. At the far end of the corridor, a tall window overlooked the sea, and beyond its panes the night was a dark shifting field with no horizon. He walked past the door that had once been his. He knew it by the brass handle, slightly crooked after he had slammed it in a storm of temper one winter and spent an hour the next day trying to straighten it before she noticed. She had noticed immediately, of course, and only smiled in that maddening way she had, as though his flaws were written in a language she had long since learned to read. He did not touch the handle. The west room waited 2 doors farther on. It was smaller than his old room but elegant in the same quiet way as the rest of the house. A narrow bed. A walnut wardrobe. A washstand with a porcelain basin. Heavy curtains, half drawn. A fire already lit low in the grate. Someone, Mrs. Alden, had laid out fresh towels and placed a glass carafe of water on the bedside table. He set down his case. For a moment he only stood there, letting the silence gather. Travel fatigue pressed at him then, sudden and complete. His bones ached. His mind felt overfull and strangely sharpened at once. She is alive. The thought returned and returned. Alive, but gone. He crossed to the window and pulled the curtain aside. Below, the dark garden sloped toward the cliff path. The white roses near the front of the house were faint smudges in the night. Beyond them the sea moved in long bands of black silk, catching here and there the ghostly light of a cloud-veiled moon. He saw, just for a moment, a pale figure on the path below. He drew in breath. The figure seemed to stand very still among the hedges, turned toward the house. A woman. White dress. Hair lifted by the wind. He set one hand on the window frame and leaned closer. Then the cloud shifted. Moonlight changed. The figure became only the stone statue at the edge of the rose garden, its surface silvered with damp. He let out the breath slowly. Tiredness, he thought. Memory dressed in distance. Still, unease remained. Not fear, exactly. Something gentler and stranger. The house did not feel haunted by spirits. It felt haunted by intentions. By words once meant to be spoken. By footsteps that might easily have continued if one choice had been different. By a life interrupted not with violence, but with silence. He turned from the window and opened his case. Inside were a few shirts, a shaving kit, 2 books, a leather notebook, and the letter that had brought him back. He took the letter out and unfolded it again beneath the bedside lamp. Come back if you still mean to understand. Blackwater House is not empty, but she is gone. The handwriting tugged at him. Not hers. Not exactly. Yet something in the formation of the G, the slant of the T, the pressure of the downstrokes. He sat on the bed and looked more closely. Perhaps it was not familiarity but resemblance. As though the writer had learned penmanship from the same old tutor, or copied from letters once seen often. He turned the page over. Nothing. No seal beyond the Vienna postmark. No clue. He slipped it back into its envelope. Then, without planning to, he looked across the room toward the writing desk set beneath the opposite wall. A single drawer stood slightly ajar. He stared at it. It was such a small thing. A half-inch gap in polished wood. And yet it pulled at him. He rose, crossed the room, and touched the drawer. Inside lay only stationery, an inkwell, a small stick of sealing wax, and beneath them a folded sheet of paper, yellowed a little at the edges. He hesitated. Then lifted it. His own handwriting stared back at him. The sight was so unexpected he nearly dropped the page. It was a letter he had written years ago, one he remembered with sickening clarity and would gladly have burned from the world if memory allowed such mercies. He had written it from Florence, 6 months after leaving, in a pensione overlooking a narrow courtyard full of lemon trees. It had taken him half the night because he had begun it 20 different ways and mistrusted all of them. In the end he had sent it because pride had convinced him it was honest, when in fact it had only been cowardice organized into paragraphs. He unfolded it with unsteady fingers. The paper carried old creases, careful ones. It had been read more than once. He did not need to read the whole thing. He knew enough of it by heart, though he wished he did not. What happened between us was perhaps inevitable. We mistook intensity for permanence. The words looked uglier now than they had even then. I left because staying would have asked us both to become people we are not. That line was worse. And the worst of all. You will recover more easily than either of us imagines. He closed his eyes. For a moment the room tilted with shame. Why was this letter here? Why had Mrs. Alden placed him in this room, with this desk, with this relic waiting in the drawer like a blade under velvet? He opened his eyes and forced himself to continue reading, though his hands had gone cold. At the bottom of the page, where his signature ended, another hand had written in pencil, faint but legible. No. I did not. He stared. The pencil line trembled slightly, as though written by someone trying not to let her hand shake. He lowered himself slowly into the chair at the desk. No. I did not. Only 3 words. Yet the quiet devastation in them was unbearable. His fingers moved over the indentation in the paper. She had written it here. Or somewhere else and stored it here. No. I did not. Not I will not. Not I cannot. A simple correction to his certainty. A refusal of his neat lie. Outside the wind rose briefly and passed. In the corridor, floorboards whispered as the house settled. Elias sat a long time with the letter in his hands, feeling the first true edge of the mystery he had returned to meet. Not merely where she had gone. Not merely why the house remained full of her while she was absent. But what, precisely, had happened in the years after he left. What she had learned. What he had refused to see. What truth had grown here in silence while he was elsewhere inventing justifications and calling them fate. At last he folded the letter again and set it back into the drawer. He did not sleep immediately. He washed, undressed, banked the fire lower, and lay down in the narrow bed while the sea breathed against the cliffs below. The mattress was firm. The sheets smelled faintly of lavender dried many summers ago. The curtains moved once with a draft and then were still. He watched firelight thin itself across the ceiling. The house was quiet. And yet not quiet. Somewhere a latch clicked. Then silence. Then, far off, a sound like a door opening very gently. He lifted his head. Listened. Nothing. Perhaps only old wood shifting in night air. He lay back again. Sleep came near but did not take him. His thoughts moved in slow circles. Her face as it had been in the photograph. Her hand in the garden pressing soil around rose roots. Her bare feet at the piano. Her voice saying his name in tones memory could still reproduce with dangerous accuracy. And behind all that, the penciled words. No. I did not. Sometime after midnight, while drifting in that soft borderland between waking and sleep, he became aware of music. Not loud. Not even full melody. Only a few notes, distant and clear, as if someone downstairs had touched the piano keys with one thoughtful hand. He sat upright. The notes came again. 3. Then 2. A pause. Then a phrase he knew at once. Schubert. The same fragment she used to repeat when she was thinking, when she was sad, when rain touched the windows, when she wanted him near without saying so. He was out of bed before he fully understood the movement. The corridor beyond his room was dark save for the thin wash of moonlight from the far window. He stepped into it barefoot, one hand braced on the wall. The music had stopped. He waited. His heart beat louder than the house. Then, from below, the faintest echo of a final note. He went to the staircase and looked down. The entrance hall lay in darkness except for a low lamp left burning near the clock. No one stood there. No light came from the drawing room. He descended slowly, each step careful. At the bottom he crossed the hall and paused outside the drawing room door. It stood half open. Inside, the fire had burned low to embers. The piano gleamed dimly by the window. No one. He entered anyway. The room was cool now. The camellias on the piano were white as moonlit bones. He approached the instrument and lifted the lid. The keys were cold under his fingertips. Not recently touched, he thought, though what did he know of how long ivory kept warmth? He let the lid rest back down. Then he saw it. On the piano stool, where there had been nothing before, lay a single envelope. Cream-colored. Unsealed. His name written on the front. Elias. No surname. Only that. He did not breathe for a moment. The handwriting was hers. Not memory's invention. Not resemblance. Hers. He knew it with the certainty with which one knows the shape of a beloved voice in darkness. His hand trembled once before becoming still enough to reach for it. The paper was dry and cool. He turned it over. No seal. Inside was one folded page. He opened it beneath the pale light from the nearest lamp. There was only one line. If you have truly come back, do not ask first where I am. Ask why I left. He read it twice. Then a third time. Somewhere upstairs, a door moved softly on its hinges. The clock in the hallway began striking 1. And in the old house above the sea, with the embers low and the roses breathing their damp night fragrance against the windows, Elias Vane understood that the return he had imagined was already gone. Whatever waited for him here was not reunion. It was reckoning. And the house, patient all these years, had finally opened its doors. Chapter 2, The Empty Room. The note remained in his hand long after the clock finished striking 1. If you have truly come back, do not ask first where I am. Ask why I left. Elias stood beside the piano, unmoving, while the final vibration of the hour dissolved into the walls. The drawing room had gone so still that he could hear the thin whisper of the dying fire, the faint shifting of coal surrendering its last red light beneath ash. Outside, the sea rolled patiently against the cliffs below Blackwater House, as if nothing in the world had changed, as if men did not return years too late and find letters waiting where no hands should have placed them. He read the note again. There was no date. No signature. There did not need to be. He knew the slope of her script the way he knew the line of the coast road in darkness. The letters leaned slightly forward, elegant without ornament, as if even handwriting in her presence refused to be idle. The downstroke of the K in back always pressed harder than the rest. The Y in Y curled inward like a secret. It was hers. Yet that certainty only made the room stranger. A few minutes earlier the piano stool had been empty. He would have sworn to it. He had stood only a few feet away, staring at the white camellias, at the dark closed lid of the instrument, at his own reflection in the window beyond. There had been nothing on the stool then. And now this. His first irrational thought was that the house itself had produced it. Not because he believed in ghosts. He did not. He had spent too many years among archives and ledgers, records and dates, things that could be held and verified. But Blackwater House had always encouraged the sort of imagination that reason dismissed by day and entertained after midnight. It was the kind of place in which doors seemed to remember former hands. The kind of place where silence felt inhabited, not empty. The kind of place where one could believe, for a dangerous moment, that memory had weight enough to move objects from room to room. He set the note carefully on the piano. Then he looked around the room again, slowly this time, as if the answer might be standing plainly before him if only he had the patience to let his eyes adjust to the impossible. The drawing room was unchanged. The armchairs sat angled toward the hearth. The shawl remained folded over the sofa. The lamps burned low. The fire, nearly out, sank inward on itself with a soft sigh of settling embers. The tall windows reflected the room so fully that the darkness outside seemed sealed away behind glass. No movement. No second note. No hidden figure waiting in the corner to explain everything with apologetic calm. He crossed to the door and opened it wider. The entrance hall stretched before him under a muted wash of lamplight. The clock, solemn and upright, continued its measured ticking. The front door stood closed. No wet footprints marked the tiles. No shadow moved beneath the staircase. He listened. A house at night has its own language. Boards contract. Latches ease against their fittings. Air travels through passages and under doors with breath-like restraint. But woven through those sounds, Elias searched for the signs of a living presence, a footstep withheld, fabric brushing plaster, the almost inaudible shift of someone waiting just beyond sight. Nothing. He stepped into the hall. The lamp on the console had burned lower than before, casting the portraits into pockets of gold and darkness. He glanced toward the staircase. Above, the landing disappeared into shadow. He might have gone up then. He might have opened every door at once and demanded the house confess its secrets. But the note stopped him again. Do not ask first where I am. Ask why I left. Not where. Why? The distinction seemed deliberate enough to wound. He turned back to the drawing room, took the note again, and stood by the dead fire while he considered it. If she had written it recently, if she was in or near the house now, then someone had entered the room within the last few minutes without his seeing them. But from where? The main door had not opened. The windows were latched. There was no second door beyond the one leading to the hall. Except. His gaze shifted to the bookcases along the west wall. Not a hidden passage. The house was old enough for one, perhaps, but he knew its architecture too well. Blackwater House was never theatrical in that way. Yet there was another entrance to the room, narrow and usually locked, the old service door near the far shelves, built to allow tea trays and coal scuttles to pass discreetly from the rear corridor without using the formal hall. He had not thought of it in years. He crossed the room at once. At first glance it was nearly invisible, hidden in the paneling beside the shelves. He found the brass latch by touch and pressed down. The door gave. A small chill traveled up his arms. Beyond lay a narrow passage lined with hooks and old cupboards, the route servants once used to move between kitchen, hall, and reception rooms. The darkness there was denser than in the drawing room, and colder too. He took the nearest lamp from its table, lifted it, and held it into the passage. Dust had not gathered much. Mrs. Alden still used this way, then, at least from time to time. He stepped inside. The corridor was close, paneled, smelling faintly of soap, old linen, and a deeper scent beneath it, lavender gone dry in drawers. The floorboards were worn smooth at the center. His own shadow stretched long before him, wavering in the lamplight. At the end of the passage another door stood ajar, opening toward the back stair. He went to it, listening. The back stair descended to the service hall and rose to the upper level, where small rooms for maids and storage had once been kept. No sound came from below. Above, only darkness. He looked down first. The service hall was empty. A row of copper pans near the kitchen door caught a dull flash of light. The air from below was warmer, carrying the fading smell of banked stove heat and herbs hung to dry. So not from downstairs. Then he lifted the lamp and looked up. The back stair coiled sharply, narrower than the main staircase, with a handrail polished by many years of use. The shadows at the turn were deep enough to conceal a person, but no movement answered his gaze. He ascended a few steps, paused, and heard only the low moan of wind finding some crack in the outer stone. He climbed farther. At the top, the passage opened into the upper service corridor. Several doors lined it. Linen closet, storage room, the former nursery, two small bedrooms no longer in regular use. One window at the far end showed a slice of black sea and the ghost of moonlight. No one. And yet something about the air told him he was not alone in ignorance. It was not fear that moved through him, but expectation sharpened to discomfort. The sensation one has upon entering a room after an argument has ended and finding the furniture exactly as before, while knowing utterly that the atmosphere has been altered by what it witnessed. He lowered the lamp slightly. On the floor near the far wall lay a faint mark in the dustless wood, crescent-shaped, damp, as though the edge of a wet shoe or hem had touched and lifted. He crouched. Not fresh enough to shine, not old enough to be wholly dried into nothing. He touched the spot with 2 fingers. Cool. His pulse quickened. Someone had been here. Recently. He straightened at once and followed the corridor to the end. The mark did not repeat. No second trace appeared. The upper service rooms were all empty when he opened them one by one. Folded sheets. Trunks. Old furniture draped in holland covers. A cracked washstand. Boxes of books. The smell of cedar and thyme. Nothing else. He returned to the top of the back stair and stood listening again. Somewhere below, very softly, a door clicked. He spun and descended faster than caution advised, lamp throwing erratic shadows over the walls. At the bottom he crossed the service hall, pushed into the kitchen, and stopped. The kitchen was empty. Moonlight entered through the small mullioned windows above the sink, turning the scrubbed table pale as bone. Copper gleamed along the walls. A kettle rested near the stove. A chair had been left slightly pulled back from the table as if someone had just risen from it. He held still. There. Not a sound this time, but a feeling, a direction. He turned toward the far end of the kitchen where another door led to the stillroom and, beyond that, to the herb garden outside. The latch was not fully seated. He opened it. Cold air met him immediately, damp and briny. The stillroom beyond was shadowed, shelves lined with jars and bottles catching the lamp's glow in brief glassy blinks. Bundles of rosemary and thyme hung from the rafters. At the far end, the outer door stood closed but not bolted. Elias crossed the room, lifted the bar, and opened it. Night poured in. The small herb garden behind the house slept under a thin veil of mist. Stone paths divided square beds of winter herbs and low shrubs. Beyond the walls the cliff grass bent in the wind. He stepped out onto the flagstones barefoot and felt the cold seize his skin at once. "Hello?" he said quietly. The absurdity of the word struck him after he spoke it. "Hello." As if the night might answer politely, step forward, explain the note, and then apologize for the inconvenience. The wind moved the rosemary. Nothing else. He took the lamp higher. Near the gate at the far side of the herb garden, where the path curved toward the old glasshouse, he saw motion. A pale flutter, then stillness. He went toward it, every sense drawn taut. The gate stood half open. Just beyond it, caught on the iron latch, was a strip of white fabric no longer than his hand. He stared at it. Carefully, he detached it from the metal. It was not from any servant's apron or kitchen cloth. Finer than that. Soft, close-woven, with the edge hand-hemmed. It might have come from a sleeve lining or the torn edge of a handkerchief. It was damp with sea mist and smelled faintly, impossibly, of violets. Not fresh perfume, but the last lingering trace of one long loved. His chest tightened. She used to keep violet water in a small cut glass bottle on the dressing table. Only a touch behind her ears, never more. Years later, in rooms across Europe, he would sometimes pass a woman in the street wearing something similar and feel, with humiliating immediacy, how little distance truly erased. He folded the strip of fabric and slipped it into his pocket. Then he looked through the open gate toward the glasshouse. It stood perhaps 30 yards away, down a narrow path bordered by overgrown boxwood and winter-bare rose canes. Once the glasshouse had been full of camellias and lemon trees. She had spent rainy afternoons there with a book, claiming that the sound of rain on glass improved certain sentences the way sea air improved Schubert. He had repaired one of its panes himself badly enough that she teased him about it for weeks. Now, under the veiled moon, the structure was only a dark ribcage of iron and faintly shining glass. He should have gone back inside. He knew that. But the note in his pocket, the fabric in his hand only moments before, the click of unseen doors and the sense of being led rather than merely followed, all of it drew him onward. He moved down the path. The mist thickened among the hedges. It did not obscure the way entirely, but softened its edges until the boxwood on either side looked like crouched shapes in prayer. Gravel crunched under his bare feet. The lamp flame shivered in the wind and threatened once to gutter out before recovering. At the glasshouse door he paused. One pane was cracked. A newer crack than the old one he remembered. He opened the door carefully and went in. The air inside was different from the cold outside, damp, green, stale with soil and old leaves. The long benches remained, though most were empty now. A few pots held wintering plants under burlap wraps. In the far corner a lemon tree survived, sparse but alive. Moonlight filtered through clouded panes and lay across the flagstone floor in broken patterns. He lifted the lamp. Nothing. Then his light found the bench near the center, and on it lay an object small enough to miss at first glance, a key. He approached slowly. The key was old brass, narrow-shafted, with an oval bow and a tiny tag tied to it by fraying blue ribbon. On the tag, in the same unmistakable hand as the note, was written one word. North. He stared. The North Rooms. Or the North Tower, if one wished to be romantic and inaccurate. Blackwater House had no tower, only a northern wing that projected slightly from the rest of the structure and held the coldest rooms, the old library annex, and one chamber that looked directly over the sea. Her room. At least, the room that had become hers after his departure. He had not known that until later, from the letter in Florence she sent before his cruel reply. She had mentioned moving into the north room because it caught the first light of dawn and because his old room across the landing still expected too much of footsteps. He had read that line then and told himself it was a gentle complaint. Now he understood it as something else. He picked up the key. The brass was warmer than the air, as though it had not been lying there long. Behind him, somewhere outside the glasshouse, gravel shifted. He turned so quickly the lamp nearly slipped from his hand. The doorway stood open to the path. Mist moved beyond it. One branch of the yew hedge stirred. No figure emerged. He stepped outside at once, lamp held high. The path was empty. Yet he knew with the maddening certainty of instinct that someone had been there a second earlier. Watching, perhaps. Or merely waiting to see whether he would follow. Follow what? Her instructions? Her traces? A performance arranged by someone else in her handwriting? The thought came at last, sensible and late, perhaps this was not her doing at all. Perhaps Mrs. Alden, stern and unsentimental as she seemed, had decided on some deliberate pageant to force him into understanding. Or someone else in the village had taken an interest. Or she herself, alive but absent, had prepared these clues long ago for reasons still invisible. The possibilities should have steadied him. Instead they unsettled him more. Because each implied intention. Each implied design. Someone wanted him in motion through this house, not merely informed. They wanted him to discover, not to be told. And they knew him well enough to understand that discovery would wound more deeply. He closed the glasshouse behind him and returned to the house by the same path, the key in one hand and the lamp in the other. When he reached the kitchen, he found Mrs. Alden standing beside the stove in her dark dressing gown, one candle in her hand. Her expression did not change when she saw him. "You are barefoot in November," she said. He stopped. For a moment he felt like a boy caught trespassing in his own life. "I heard someone," he said. "Many things live in old houses at night." "That's not an answer." "No," she said. "It is experience." He stepped farther into the kitchen. The flagstones were bitterly cold beneath his feet. "Did you leave a note in the drawing room?" Her eyes went to the hand holding the folded paper. "No." "Did anyone come through the service passage?" Not by my instruction. He studied her face. She gave him nothing obvious, no deception, no amusement, no visible concern. Only her usual grave composure, deepened by the late hour. I found this at the piano, he said. I imagined you might. You knew it would be there? I knew the house would begin once you returned. That is not the same thing. He let out a slow breath of disbelief. Mrs. Alden. She set the candle down and reached for the kettle, not because she wanted tea, he suspected, but because she disliked being questioned by a man who had forfeited the right to certainty. You would do well, she said, to stop expecting straight corridors through crooked history. He put the note on the table between them. And this? She glanced at it, then away. Yes. That is her hand. I know. She meant you to read it. When was it written? That I do not know. Do you know who placed it there? Mrs. Alden poured hot water into a cup and answered without looking up. No. The answer was either true or perfectly performed. He reached into his pocket and set the strip of white fabric beside the note. Then he opened his other hand and showed her the key. At that, her gaze sharpened. Where did you get that? In the glass house. For the first time since his arrival, real surprise broke the calm of her face. It did not last long, but it was there. The glass house, she repeated. Yes. She set down the kettle. Were you followed? She asked. The question, so immediate and so unlike her earlier reserve, made the kitchen feel abruptly colder. I don't know. That means yes, or nearly. I heard someone outside. I saw no one. Mrs. Alden took the key from his hand without asking and turned it over. Her thumb brushed the tag. When she read the word written there, something passed through her expression too quickly for him to name. She kept this, Mrs. Alden murmured. So it is hers. Yes. What does it open? Mrs. Alden looked toward the ceiling, toward the upper floor. The north room. His pulse gave a hard, singular beat. Her room. Yes. Why was it in the glass house? Not all questions asked to be answered in the same hour they're raised. He gave a tired, humorless laugh. This house has become very fond of riddles. No, said Mrs. Alden quietly. This house has become very tired of being ignored. She handed the key back. Their fingers touched for only a moment. Hers were cold. Go to sleep if you can, she said. Open the north room in daylight. Why daylight? Because some griefs change shape in the dark. He held her gaze. Do you believe I'll find her there? No. Then what will I find? Mrs. Alden lifted her cup but did not drink. The question is not what you will find, she said. It is what will finally allow itself to be seen. He could tell then that no further answer would be had. He gathered the note and fabric, nodded once, and left the kitchen by the inner door. The hall felt colder than before. On the way back upstairs he stopped at the tall clock and listened to its ticking. Measured. Impersonal. Almost tender in its refusal to hurry. 10 years had passed and still it divided time with the same untroubled accuracy, indifferent to whether men used their allotted hours wisely. At the landing he hesitated before his old room again. The crooked brass handle gleamed in the dimness. He ought to pass it by. Instead, driven by something between dread and need, he touched the handle and opened the door. The room was locked no longer. He stood on the threshold. Darkness. A faint smell of cedar and closed air. He lifted the lamp and stepped inside. Nothing had changed. Or almost nothing. The bed remained where it had been, the coverlet smooth and undisturbed. The bookshelf still held the books he had not taken. The writing desk sat near the window overlooking the sea. His old coat tree, absurdly elaborate for a bachelor's room, waited in the corner. Even the pale rug before the hearth had kept its pattern of faded blues and worn ivory. Dust lay lightly over everything. Not neglect. Preservation. She had kept this room closed, Mrs. Alden had said. Dust was easier to bear than finality. He moved slowly through it. The silence here was heavier than elsewhere in the house. The sort of silence that accumulates around halted intention. He set the lamp on the desk and looked out the window. The sea was only darkness now, with one thin path of moonlight breaking and resealing itself far below. He opened the desk drawer. Inside lay old pens, sealing wax, a brass paper knife, blank paper yellowing at the edges, and beneath them, tied with black ribbon, a small stack of letters he had written before he left. Not the ones from after. Earlier ones. Notes from London, from Oxford, from brief absences of a week or two in the early years. Playful letters. Thin letters. Tender letters written by a man who thought there would always be time to become braver later. He did not untie them. He closed the drawer at once. On the mantel stood a small object half hidden behind the clock, a smooth white shell. He picked it up. She had found it on the beach below the cliffs one summer morning and insisted it resembled a human ear. So the sea can listen to itself, she had said. He had put it in his pocket to tease her and forgotten to return it. Somehow it had ended up here. Or she had placed it here later. He set it down carefully. In the wardrobe hung only one thing, the old charcoal overcoat he had not bothered taking because he thought himself done with winters on this coast. The sight of it there, sleeves empty, collar lifted slightly as if by remembered wind, was so forlorn that he shut the wardrobe immediately. On the bedside table lay a book face down, as if set aside yesterday rather than 10 years ago. He turned it over and saw her pencil marks in the margins, not his. So she had come in here after he left. Sat here. Read in the chair by his bed. Perhaps spoken aloud into the silence. Perhaps not. At last he withdrew. He closed the door behind him and returned to the west room with the key in his pocket and the note on the bedside table. Sleep, when it came, was broken and uneasy. He dreamed of doors. Not frightening doors, only endless ones. Doors lining corridors without end, each slightly different, each painted or paneled or carved, each holding behind it some room he had once lived in and abandoned. He opened them one by one. A pensione in Florence. A boarding room in Prague. A hotel in Marseille. A rented apartment in Vienna. And behind each door she stood waiting, not accusing, not smiling, only watching him with that clear, impossible steadiness of hers, as if asking the same question in every place. Was this distance enough? When he woke, dawn had only begun to loosen the dark. For several long seconds he did not know where he was. Then the sea sounded below the windows, and the room remembered him into wakefulness. The note still lay on the bedside table. The key still rested beside it. Everything from the night before returned at once. He rose, dressed, and shaved in the weak gray light. The house was quiet but not asleep. Somewhere below, a door opened and closed. Somewhere a kettle began to sing faintly. He went first to the window. Morning over Blackwater House arrived not with splendor but with restraint. The sky was a wash of pearl and ash. Mist clung low over the cliffs. The garden below looked suspended between seasons, the roses pale and stubborn, the hedges dark with wet. Far out at sea a fishing boat moved through the whitened distance like a charcoal mark dragged gently across paper. He stood there longer than necessary. He had forgotten this light. In other countries morning often arrived with color. Here it came first with texture. With breath on glass. With the smell of damp stone. With gulls crying from somewhere unseen. With a softness that was never weakness, only patience. At last he pocketed the key and went into the corridor. The house, viewed by daylight, was both less eerie and more intimate. The faded wallpaper on the upper corridor showed its age openly now. The portraits seemed less watchful, more merely tired. Light from the sea-facing window silvered the runner and picked out the grain of the banister. He passed his old room without entering. At the northern end of the corridor, beyond a slight turn he had barely registered in the dark, stood the door to the north room. Closed. The brass keyhole gleamed. He stopped several feet away. A part of him had imagined, stupidly, that the door might already stand open. That the key would prove unnecessary. That daylight would make the night's strangeness evaporate and reveal a sensible explanation beneath it. Instead the room waited with all the quiet gravity of a choice delayed too long. He went closer. On the doorframe, at the height of his shoulder, faint scratches marred the wood. Not damage exactly. More like repeated contact from rings or buttons or the metal edge of a tray. Life passing through this doorway, day after day. He touched the door. Cold. Then he took out the key. It entered the lock easily. For one moment he did not turn it. He could hear, from below, the soft clink of china in the dining room. The ordinary sounds of morning. Mrs. Alden laying breakfast perhaps. The great house going about the practical business of another day. And here at the end of the corridor, a sealed room with his name on last night's note though not in ink. Ask why I left. He turned the key. The lock yielded with a muted, inward click. He opened the door. At once he understood why Mrs. Alden had told him to wait for daylight. The room was full of sea. Not literally, of course. But sea light, sea color, sea breath. It occupied the north corner of the house and was shaped by two tall windows meeting at an angle, one facing the cliffs, the other the water beyond. Even under the clouded morning sky the room held a pale silver glow unlike any other in the house. It was cool, calm, strangely lucid. He stood at the threshold and did not enter. He had expected signs of abandonment, perhaps. A room closed in haste or sorrow. Dust, disorder, neglect, evidence of departure. Instead the room was immaculate. The bed was made. The curtains were tied back. A shawl lay folded over the chair by the fire. A vase of dried hydrangeas stood on the mantel, their heads faded to muted parchment blue. Books rested in neat stacks near the window seat. A writing desk stood open, with pens aligned, blotter clean, and a square of blotting paper weighted by a sea-polished stone. It looked as if its occupant had left only a few hours earlier. The sensation was so unnerving that he remained motionless for several breaths. Then his gaze moved farther in. There were traces of her everywhere, not dramatic, not staged, only devastatingly exact. A hairbrush with 3 dark strands still caught in its bristles. A pair of gloves laid one atop the other beside the door. A porcelain cup on the small table near the bed, faintly tea-stained at the bottom. A green ribbon trailing from beneath a book, used as a marker. On the windowsill, 3 shells and a piece of drift glass arranged in a line the way she used to arrange things absent-mindedly while thinking. This was not a memorial. It was an interrupted life. He entered at last. The air smelled faintly of linen, paper, lavender, and something that might only have been his imagination reaching too hard toward the past. He crossed to the fireplace first. Cold. The room had not been slept in recently, or if it had, the fire had long since gone out. He touched the back of the chair where the shawl lay folded and found the wool cool but not stiff with long neglect. Someone aired the room. Someone cared for it closely. He turned to the bed. The coverlet was ivory, quilted by hand, one corner turned back with the peculiar precision of someone who always left enough opening for an easy entrance into sleep. On the pillow lay a single book, closed around 1 finger width from the end. He picked it up. Poems. Not heavily sentimental ones, he noticed with a painful almost smile. She disliked poetry that begged to be admired. In the margin beside one short poem she had written only, "Too aware of itself." That was so exactly her that he had to sit down on the edge of the bed before the ache in his chest spread any farther. He looked around again more slowly. On the wall above the writing desk hung a charcoal sketch of the cliffs in winter. He knew it at once. He had drawn it badly and she had insisted on framing it because, she claimed, bad art made by earnest men is more revealing than good art made by guarded ones. Beside the desk stood a narrow shelf holding journals, 6 of them, leather-bound, dated in gold at the spine. Year after year. His eyes went to the dates. The first began the year after he left. The last ended 2 years ago. No newer volume stood beside it. He did not touch them yet. Instead he moved to the dressing table. There the intimacy of her presence deepened almost beyond endurance. A crystal bottle of violet water, half empty. A tray of hairpins. A small oval mirror with slight foxing at the edges. A drawer left open just enough to reveal folded handkerchiefs. 1 pair of pearl earrings in a dish, as if the second had been removed later and placed somewhere else. A packet of letters tied with green silk. He opened the top drawer. Inside lay gloves, ribbons, a silver-backed brush, and beneath them a photograph he had never seen. He took it out. It showed her standing in the glasshouse, one hand resting on the back of a chair, looking not at the camera but out of frame at someone nearby. Her expression was not laughter exactly, but the beginning of it. The kind of look that appears only when the person before you is known too well to require performance. On the back, in Mrs. Alden's hand, was written, "She asked me to take this on the day she decided she was done waiting." He read the line twice. Done waiting. Not broken. Not abandoned. Not resigned. Done. The difference shook him. He set the photograph back and closed the drawer. The room had begun to gather around him in layers, each object revising the story he had been telling himself for a decade. He had imagined her as fixed in loss, perhaps, because it preserved him at the center of the narrative. Even his guilt had been vanity. But this room suggested movement. Thought. Decision. A woman who had grieved, yes, but had also continued, chosen, arranged, revised, and at some point stepped beyond the boundary of waiting. He crossed to the windows. The sea below was brighter now, the mist thinning. Gulls wheeled near the cliffs. The path to the beach showed pale and narrow between the rocks. How many mornings had she stood here with tea in her hand watching that horizon? How many evenings had she sat in the window seat reading until the glass reflected her face back to itself? The window seat itself held a folded blanket and another book. On the cushion, barely visible unless one leaned close, was the faint depression where someone had sat often over a long time. He knelt. Tucked between the cushion and the wall was a sheet of paper folded into fourths. He drew it out carefully. This time it was not a note, not a letter, but a list in her hand. Not a shopping list. Not practical enough for that. A list of phrases, each followed by a date. The sea louder than anger, November 3rd. Stopped looking at the gate, January 12th. Moved his books downstairs, March 2nd. Dreamed of him without pain, June 19th. The house no longer asks, August 27th. Elias stared. Below these, written after a wide blank space, one final line. I can leave now, October 4th. No year. His hands tightened on the page. The simplicity of it undid him more thoroughly than any accusation could have. Not because it was dramatic, but because it was not. Because healing, or whatever this was, had been measured not by speeches or gestures but by ordinary private thresholds. The gate. The books. The dreams. The house itself. He sat back on his heels and read the list again. The house no longer asks. As if Blackwater House had once expected him with her, then learned at last to stop. He folded the page and slipped it into his pocket. Then at last he went to the desk. The journals stood within reach. He hesitated over them, conscious suddenly of trespass. She had not invited him to read them. Or had she? The notes, the key, the room prepared almost too perfectly for his discovery. What were they if not an invitation, though perhaps a merciless one? He touched the earliest volume. Before he could take it down, a shadow moved in the doorway. He turned sharply. Mrs. Alden stood there with a breakfast tray in her hands. She took in the open room, the disturbed stillness, Elias at the desk, and said only, "You found the key?" "Yes." She entered, set the tray on the small round table near the windows, and began, with maddening calm, to straighten what did not need straightening. One corner of the runner on the dresser. The fold of the blanket on the seat. The angle of the curtains. "You keep it exactly as she left it," he said. Mrs. Alden adjusted the vase of hydrangeas a fraction. "No," she replied. "I keep it as she asked." He looked at the journals again. "She knew I would come. She believed it for a long time." "And later?" Mrs. Alden's hand stilled on the back of the chair. "Later," she said, "she decided that whether you came or not no longer determined what her life meant." He closed his eyes briefly. The room was full of too many precise blows. "She left this room prepared," he said. "For me." "Yes." "When?" "I won't answer that yet." "Why?" "Because you still ask like a man looking for sequence instead of truth." He turned to face her. "Those are not separate things." "Sometimes they are," she said. "You want dates and movements because dates can be ordered. Truth rarely can." He exhaled and went to the window. From there he could see the narrow path leading down toward the cove. Once she had slipped there in rain and torn her palm on the rocks. He had wrapped the wound himself in the kitchen while she insisted she felt absurdly grand, like a tragic heroine with poorer shoes. The memory arrived with such clarity that for a second he almost expected to hear her laugh behind him. Instead he heard China softly touch wood as Mrs. Alden uncovered the breakfast tray. "You should eat." "I'm not hungry." That has never improved any man's judgment. He turned back. "Who else has been in this room?" She glanced up. "Recently," he added. "Besides you." Mrs. Alden's expression did not alter. "Why do you ask?" "Because last night there was someone in the house." "Was there?" "Yes." "Did you see them?" "No." "Then you do not know that." "I found a note. A key in the glass house. Fabric caught on the gate." At that, her eyes moved briefly to his pocket, where the strip of white cloth rested. "Yes," she said quietly. "I thought you might." The answer unsettled him more than denial would have. "Thought I might?" Blackwater House has never yielded itself to the unwilling. It appears you are unwilling in a more useful direction than before. He stared at her. "Do you speak plainly to anyone?" "Only to the dead," she said. "They don't interrupt." For one dangerous moment he almost laughed. Then the room silenced him again. Mrs. Alden poured tea into the waiting cup. "Sit," she said. Something in her tone, gentler now than command, persuaded him. He sat opposite her at the small round table near the windows. The tea steamed between them. Morning widened over the sea beyond the glass. "This room feels," he stopped. She waited. "Not abandoned," he said at last. "Not even mourned. It feels as though she stepped out of it with intention." She did. The words were simple. He looked up sharply. "So you do know?" "Of course I know." "Then where is she?" Mrs. Alden set down the pot. "You have learned nothing in the last 12 hours if that is still your first question." His hand tightened around the teacup. She leaned back slightly, studying him. The years had made her face finer, not softer, like weathering on stone that reveals rather than erases its lines. "Tell me what you see," she said. He glanced around the room, irritated despite himself. "You know what I see." "No. I know what is here. What you see is separate." He followed her gaze around the room again and, because resisting would only prolong the humiliation, answered. "I see." He paused. "A room maintained with care." "Yes. A room she lived in fully. Not as a temporary refuge." Mrs. Alden inclined her head. "I see evidence that she stayed here for years." "Yes. That she wrote. Read. Worked. Thought." "Yes." He looked toward the journals. "That she measured time after I left." Mrs. Alden said nothing. "She didn't remain suspended," he said more quietly. "That's what you want me to notice." "It is part of it." He looked down at the tea, then back up. "What else?" Mrs. Alden's voice changed then, softer and deeper with memory. "She loved you," she said. "That is obvious enough. But love was never the whole of her. This room is the shape of the rest." He said nothing. "She was lonely here sometimes," Mrs. Alden continued. "Very lonely. But loneliness was not the same as emptiness. Do you understand that distinction?" I think so. I don't care what you think. I care whether you understand. He met her eyes. After a moment, he nodded once. Mrs. Alden rose and crossed to the shelf of journals. She rested one hand on the earliest volume but did not remove it. When she moved into this room, she said the house sounded different from the north side. Less like waiting. More like weather. That sounds like her. Yes. She always made things sound simple when they weren't. No, said Mrs. Alden. She made them sound true. The sentence hung between them. At length he asked, "May I read those?" Mrs. Alden did not answer immediately. Instead she turned and walked to the dressing table. From beneath the packet of letters tied with green silk, she drew out another envelope and brought it to him. "This first," she said. He took it. Again, only his name. Again, her hand. He opened it more carefully than before. Inside was a single page, longer than the midnight note but not much. Elias. If you are standing in this room, then one of two things has happened. Either you have finally come back because truth has become less frightening than regret, or someone kinder than either of us has forced your hand. Do not flatter yourself by imagining this room was kept for your pain. It was not. It was my room. It held my winters, my books, my anger, my sleep, my work, my silence, my recovery. You may enter it only if you understand that. There are things here you have not earned, but you may still need. Do not begin with the journals. Begin with the blue box. See. He read it twice. The initial at the end struck him harder than her full name might have. She had always signed letters to intimate people that way when she was trying not to show feeling too openly. C, a single letter wearing composure over tenderness. He lowered the page. The blue box, he asked. Mrs. Alden nodded toward the wardrobe. He crossed the room and opened its lower compartment. Inside, beside neatly folded blankets and a stack of tissue-wrapped dresses, stood a small blue lacquered box with brass corners. He lifted it out and placed it on the bed. It was not locked. He opened it. Inside lay objects arranged with exact care. A pressed white camellia between two sheets of wax paper. A train ticket dated 10 years earlier, from Blackwater to London, never used. A broken watch chain. A postcard of Vienna with no message on the back. His letter from Florence, folded smaller than seemed kind. A ring box, empty. And beneath all of these, tied with pale ribbon, a bundle of letters addressed in his own hand but unopened. He stared at them. His breath left him slowly. They were his postmarked letters from the years after Florence. The few he had sent after long silences, awkward and insufficient letters written when loneliness or guilt had risen strong enough to overcome his pride for an hour, though never strong enough to bring him home. He had assumed she received and read them. Sometimes she had not answered, and he took the silence as final. Sometimes he did not write again for months because her silence offended his vanity. Unopened. All of them. He touched the uppermost envelope. The seal remained intact. She never read them. No, said Mrs. Alden. Why? Mrs. Alden's face did not harden. If anything, it grew sadder. Because by then she knew your letters had become a way of postponing your return. He closed his eyes. The words landed exactly where they were meant to. He remembered writing from Prague in early winter, telling himself a thoughtful 3 pages about the architecture of sorrow was nearly as honorable as boarding a train. Writing from Marseille about the sea there being bluer than on this coast, as if description were intimacy. Writing from Vienna after years, trying to sound wiser than regret and calling that maturity. And all the while she had left them unopened. Not in indifference. In clarity. His fingers moved over the edges of the envelopes. He recognized every seal, every year of his own too careful hand. 5 letters. Not many. Far fewer than a loving man would have written. More than a faithless one. Enough to nourish false self-forgiveness, not enough to sustain love. "What is the ring box?" he asked quietly. Mrs. Alden looked at it from where she stood. "Empty," she said. "I can see that." "Yes." He looked up. For the first time, something like pity entered her expression. "You were going to ask her once," she said. "Before you left." His throat tightened. He had not told anyone that. Not explicitly. But she must have guessed, or Celia had found the box long ago among his things. He remembered hiding it in the desk drawer of his old room for nearly a month, unable to choose the right evening, the right wording, the right version of courage. Then the argument had come, and pride had overtaken all the gentler possibilities. "Yes," he said. She knew. Did she? Mrs. Alden's answer was quiet. Women often know the future you nearly offered them. Sometimes more clearly than the men who mean to speak it. He looked back into the box. Beneath the unopened letters was one more item, a folded sheet thicker than the rest. He drew it out. A map. Not of a country or region, but of the grounds around Blackwater House. Sketched in pencil, annotated in her hand. The garden. The cliff path. The cove. The glass house. The summer house at the edge of the woods. The old boathouse below the eastern rocks. And near the margin, a phrase underlined once. "Places where I learned to stop waiting." He unfolded the map fully over the coverlet. Beside each marked place was a date, or a single sentence. Glasshouse, where hope became habit. Gate, where habit became humiliation. Cove, where humiliation became grief. North Room, where grief became language. Summerhouse, where language became decision. Boathouse, where decision became departure. He looked up at Mrs. Alden. "When did she make this?" "She left it with instructions that if you ever returned, you were not to be spared your own education." Despite everything, the phrase nearly drew a bitter smile from him. "That sounds like her too." "It does." He looked again at the line beneath the boathouse. Decision became departure. So she left by sea? Mrs. Alden's face closed slightly. "You are racing ahead. Because you are withholding the simplest facts." "Yes," she said. "Because facts arrive obediently. Understanding does not." He let that stand. The breakfast between them had gone mostly untouched. The tea cooled. Outside the window the mist had begun to burn away, revealing more of the cliff and the pale rough line where sea met land. The room, for all its stillness, had become crowded. With versions of her, with proofs of her interior life, with the debris of his own failures carefully preserved not as relics but as instructions. He rose and went again to the journal shelf. "This says not to begin with the journals," he said. "But later, may I?" "Yes. All of them? If you can bear them." "Can you?" Mrs. Alden was quiet a moment. "I had to," she said. He turned toward her then. Why did you send for me now? Her gaze held his. Because she asked me to wait until I believed you could read without defending yourself. The room seemed to tilt very slightly. She planned this. Yes. All of it? Enough of it. Then she expected, what? That one day I'd appear and follow a trail through the house like some penitent fool? Mrs. Alden did not bristle at his tone. No. She expected that if you ever returned, it would only be because life had finally worn a hole through your arrogance. She hoped that opening might be large enough for truth to enter. He looked away. The wind struck the windows softly and receded. At length he said, and if I had never come back? Mrs. Alden glanced around the room once, taking in the bed, the desk, the books, the sea beyond the glass. Then this would still have been a life, she said. Which is precisely what you are here to learn. Silence followed. Not hostile. Only full. Elias looked down at the map again. 5 marked places. 1 room already opened. The chapter of his return, he thought, had not ended at the front door. It had barely begun. The room around him no longer felt empty in the obvious sense. It was empty of her body, yes, of her immediate presence, of the sound of her voice moving through it. Yet it was dense with the architecture of her becoming. Empty only to the man who believed rooms existed for the sake of the person he had left behind. He understood then that the title forming in his mind since last night, The Empty Room, had been wrong in the simplest possible way. The room was not empty. He was. Or had been. And that, perhaps, was why every object here struck him with such force. Because each one stood where some inner furniture in him ought to have been all along: patience, courage, attentiveness, the willingness to stay inside another person's reality after it ceased flattering his own. He took the first unopened letter from the blue box and held it up. May I open these now? He asked. Mrs. Alden considered. You may, she said. But not all at once. Why? Because gluttony is not the same as honesty. He nodded once, accepting the rebuke. He slid a finger beneath the oldest seal. The paper crackled as it gave way. Inside was his own voice from 8 years earlier, preserved and waiting to shame him. He unfolded it slowly. Mrs. Alden moved toward the door. I'll be in the library when you've finished with the first one, she said. He looked up. You've read them? No. Why not? Because they were never mine to forgive. She left. The north room grew quiet again. He sat in the chair by the window, letter in hand, sea beyond the glass, her life around him in arranged and devastating proof. The chair still held the faint scent of lavender and wool. The cushion gave beneath his weight as if accustomed to thought. He began to read. And before he reached the second paragraph, before he reached even the first elaborate justification dressed as reflection, he knew with absolute certainty that whatever mystery had brought him back was not merely about her disappearance. It was about sequence, yes. And departure. And a house full of clues. But deeper than all that, it was about the terrible ways love could survive being misunderstood by the one who inspired it. Outside, the tide was turning. Inside the north room, morning settled fully into the windows. And Elias, surrounded by the life he had once mistaken for a pause, understood at last that her absence was not the only thing waiting for explanation. It was the space he had left inside her story. And why, after all these years, she had chosen, at last, To step beyond it. Chapter 3, The Last Time He Saw Her. The first letter he opened was dated 8 years earlier, posted from Prague in a winter that now seemed to belong to someone else's life. Elias read only the opening lines before lowering the page into his lap and staring out toward the sea. Morning had brightened while he was not looking. The cliffs were no longer silver and indistinct but sharply present, their dark faces veined with pale stone, their edges lined with grasses bent by the wind. Below, the tide had begun its patient withdrawal, exposing slick shelves of rock at the base of the cove. Gulls moved above the water in brief white arcs, vanishing and returning in the shifting light. The room remained very still. Too still, perhaps, for the words in his hand. He read them again. I thought it best to wait before writing. A man should not trust himself too soon after a parting that was necessary, however painful. Necessary. Even now the word repelled him. Not because departures could never be necessary. They could. He knew that too well. But because he had used the word then as if necessity were a law of nature instead of a choice he had made in anger and then defended until its consequences hardened around him. The letter continued in the same strained voice. Thoughtful. Controlled. Measured in exactly the way a man becomes when he is writing toward absolution rather than truth. He folded it again, not trusting himself to read farther yet. Beyond the window, the cove lay open in the pale morning like an old wound shown to light. He had once believed memory worked like a staircase, one step leading to the next in patient order, each event reachable by descending carefully. But returning to Blackwater House had undone that pleasant lie. Memory here was tidal. It came in sheets. It filled rooms. It left fragments where one did not expect them. A sentence in her hand could wake an afternoon from 11 years ago with more force than any deliberate act of recollection. The last time he saw her. He had spent years avoiding the shape of that day. He had thought of it often enough, of course, more often than he admitted even to himself, but never honestly. He had approached it from the edges, softening its cruel angles, arranging his own conduct into something more tragic and therefore more forgivable. He had remembered the weather, the argument, the bruise of morning light through clouds. He had remembered her face turned away, his own pride standing in the room between them like a third body. But he had not, until now, allowed himself to re-enter the day fully. Her note had asked him not to begin with where she was. Mrs. Alden had told him the house wanted understanding, not sequence. But sequence, he thought, was sometimes the only path into understanding. And so, with her room quiet around him and one of his unopened letters in his hand, Elias let memory pull him back. It had been late autumn then too. Not this same week, but near enough that the air now felt like an echo. Blackwater House in those years had been warmer, fuller, more obviously lived in. Lamps had been lit earlier. The kitchens busier. The drawing room cluttered, in her manner, with books left open spine down, shawls forgotten over chair backs, flowers brought in from the garden whether or not the season entirely allowed them. He had belonged to that life so completely that he mistook belonging for permanence. That was perhaps his first unforgivable error. He had come down to breakfast that morning carrying a letter. It had arrived by the early post, its seal broken in impatience before the tray was even set down. He could still feel the texture of the paper, heavy and expensive, still see the bold foreign hand of the man who had written it, Victor Hale, scholar, explorer, notorious devotee of causes impossible to manage and expeditions impossible to ensure. Hale had been in Alexandria then, preparing some grand research voyage whose details had changed with every account. There were to be monastic archives inaccessible to ordinary men. There were Ottoman records that might revise accepted histories of the Levantine trade routes. There were crumbling maps, patronage from a Viennese collector with more money than caution, and an offer, half invitation, half challenge, for Elias to join the venture as translator and archivist. He had wanted it at once. Not sensibly. Not maturely. Not after weighing consequences with care. He had wanted it in the sudden consuming way one wants a door flung open into another version of oneself. At 29, Elias had already acquired a reputation among certain academic circles as a man unusually gifted at reading the dead. He could work through difficult hands, languages layered atop one another through centuries, records neglected because no one else had patience enough to untangle them. He had published 2 essays that drew favorable notice from men whose approval he had once thought mattered more than breath. He had convinced himself this talent demanded a life equal to it. But talent rarely demands. Ambition does. And ambition, he had discovered too late, often speaks in the voice of destiny because that makes disobedience feel noble. She had been sitting at the breakfast table by the window when he came in. Celia wore a dark green morning dress, plain except for the softness of the collar. One sleeve was rolled slightly where she had absent-mindedly pushed it back while pouring tea. Her hair was pinned loosely, not yet arranged for the day, which he had always preferred though he seldom said so. The room smelled of toast and rain. Outside the windows the sky was low and pearl-colored, and the garden paths shone wet from the night storm. She looked up when he entered, and even now memory rendered her expression with merciless exactness, alert, warm, curious, and then instantly attentive to something in his face he had not yet spoken. "What has happened?" she asked. He remembered smiling. A younger smile, sharper than the ones he wore now, quicker to cover uncertainty. "An opportunity," he had said. She did not answer at once. Instead she watched him cross to the table, lay the letter beside his plate, and remain standing while he poured coffee for himself with more energy than grace. "That sounds," she said carefully, "like a word men use when they have already decided." He had laughed then, because he thought her teasing. "Perhaps I have." She glanced down at the letter, then back to him. "And what have you decided?" "That Victor Hale has finally succeeded in doing what no one believed possible. Bankrupting someone richer than himself?" He smiled properly this time. "Apparently not. He's assembling a research expedition in Alexandria. Manuscripts, maritime ledgers, Ottoman customs records, half the things I've spent years wanting access to." She leaned back slightly in her chair. "I see. You do? I see that your hands are shaking, which means you're excited. And that you've come into the room standing half an inch taller than usual, which means you're trying not to appear excited. Those together generally indicate trouble." At the time he had found her perceptiveness charming. Only later would he understand how often he used that word, charming, when confronted with truths he did not want to call inconvenient. He sat. "The offer is generous," he said, reaching for the letter again. "Expenses covered. 6 months at least, perhaps longer if the archive access proves as complicated as he expects." He had meant to say it plainly. Calmly. A professional matter. But 6 months, perhaps longer, changed the air between them at once. He saw it then, though he ignored it. Celia's fingers, resting near her teacup, went still. "When would you leave?" "In a fortnight." That silence he remembered especially. Not loud. Not dramatic. It did not ring or freeze or shatter. It merely deepened. The sort of silence in which two people understand different things all at once and both know the conversation must now become real. Outside, a drop of rain slid down the window pane and joined another at the sill. "At least you would have time to prepare," she said. Something in her voice made him look at her properly then. Her face had not changed much. She was not angry. Not yet. Only composed in a new way, more inward. As if she were gathering herself around a center he had overlooked. He set down the letter. "Yes," he said. "I thought so. And you intend to go?" He hesitated only because, even then, some instinct warned him this was the moment to choose not merely an answer but the terms of their future. Yet instinct is useless if one mistakes it for inconvenience. "Yes." She lowered her gaze to the tablecloth, smoothing one hand over an imaginary crease. "For 6 months," she said. "At least." At least. Her repetition should have taught him something. Instead he heard only resistance. "Celia. When did you decide?" "This morning." "No." She looked up again. Her eyes were not accusing. That made it worse. "This morning you received confirmation," she said. "That is not the same as deciding." He said nothing. Because she was right. Because he had been deciding in pieces for months. Through Hale's earlier letters, through his own restlessness, through every evening he spent reading maps with a pulse just a little too quick, through every moment he felt Blackwater House become less sanctuary than boundary and blamed the house rather than himself. "I don't know," he said at last. "You do." He had reached then for impatience, because impatience often arrives where guilt finds no nobler disguise. "Does it matter when the thought began?" "Yes," she said. "Why?" "Because if you decided weeks ago and only tell me now, then I have not been living beside a man considering a difficult choice. I have been living beside a man quietly withdrawing." He remembered the faint metallic taste of coffee after that. He remembered looking away first. The breakfast had gone mostly untouched. Mrs. Alden, wise enough to sense weather before it broke, had not returned to ask whether more toast was wanted. At length he said, "I wasn't withholding anything." "No?" "No." "Then what would you call it?" He had no answer that did not condemn him, so he chose one that condemned her instead. Must everything be dramatized before it's even discussed? The change in her expression was small enough another man might have missed it. Not anger. A kind of hurt attention. As if she had just heard a crack in something she previously trusted. "I'm not dramatizing," she said. "I'm listening to what you're unwilling to say plainly." He pushed back his chair and stood. That had always been one of his worst habits. Movement when stillness demanded more courage. "It is an extraordinary chance," he said. "You know that." "Yes. One any sensible man in my position would take." "Sensible men take many things," she said. "That doesn't make them harmless." He turned from the table and crossed to the window because he could not bear the measured softness of her voice. Rain still clung to the roses outside. The sea beyond the garden wall was the color of steel. When he spoke again, his words were more defensive because the truth beneath them had begun to show. "I have worked for this." "I know. You say that as if it should settle the matter." "I say it because it's true." He turned back. "Then why do I feel as though I'm being asked for permission?" She stood now too, though more quietly, and the green dress fell in still lines to the floor. "Because you know this isn't only about travel or work." I didn't say it was. No, she said, you didn't say much at all. The argument might still have been saved then. Even now, looking back from the north room with her journals near him and the sea at his shoulder, Elias could see the narrow bridge that had existed for perhaps 10 seconds between ruin and honesty. He could have crossed it. He could have admitted that yes, part of him wanted the work, and part wanted escape from the terrifying nearness of a life settling into permanence. He could have said he was frightened by how much he already belonged to her. He could have confessed that he had been carrying, hidden in the drawer of his desk upstairs, a small ring box for weeks and resenting it for exposing the tenderness he wanted and feared equally. He could have told her that Hale's letter thrilled him not only because of scholarship but because it delayed the necessity of becoming a fully knowable man. Instead he said the thing that made departure inevitable. I will not be kept from my life by sentiment. He had not known, until the moment after he said it, how unforgivable it sounded. Celia's face went utterly still. The room itself seemed to recoil. Outside, somewhere in the garden, a gate banged once in the wind. By the time the silence that followed ended, something between them had shifted beyond easy repair. Sentiment, she repeated. He opened his mouth at once. That is not what I meant. No. No. But it was what he had meant, or enough of it to do damage. What he meant was, do not make me choose in a way that reveals what I most fear about myself. What he meant was, if I call love sentiment, I can pretend ambition is the braver thing. What he meant was, I resent how much it matters. All of that was contained in the ugliness of the word. Celia moved to the sideboard and set down her untouched teacup. The carefulness of the gesture wounded him for reasons he would not understand until years later. Those who are shattered noisily leave the guilty too much room to call them irrational. Those who remain composed leave no such mercy. When you say your life, she said, facing away from him, do you imagine I am outside it? He had known then that whatever answer came next would be remembered forever. And still he chose badly. I imagine, he said, that if we are to have a life together at all, it cannot be one shaped only by domestic expectation. The moment the words were out, he hated them. Not because there was no truth in them. There was some. She knew it too. She had never asked him to become small. Never asked Blackwater House to swallow his ambitions whole. She was not a creature of narrow hopes waiting at a window with embroidery in her lap for his great masculine destiny to finish itself elsewhere. That was precisely why his words were so contemptible. He had attributed to her a pettiness she did not possess because it was easier than admitting the war was inside him. She turned then. The green of her dress darkened in the weak morning light. Her face had gone pale, but her eyes were very clear. Do you think, she asked quietly, that I wanted only a domestic life? No. Of course not. Then why speak to me as if I had asked you for one? I didn't mean. You did. Not exactly in those terms perhaps, but enough. He took a step toward her. Celia. She lifted one hand, not dramatically, just enough to stop him. The gesture stopped him more completely than any raised voice could have. Tell me the truth, she said. The sentence entered the room like a bell tone. No ornament. No escape. Tell me, she said again, whether you are leaving because the work calls to you, or because staying here with me has begun to frighten you. He remembered, even now, the exact pattern of the rug beneath his feet while she waited. Blue faded to gray. A line of worn ivory at the edge. Ridiculous, the things memory preserves when courage fails. He could not answer her. Or rather, he could have. But he feared the answer more than he feared losing her, because at 29 some men are still arrogant enough to believe loss can be corrected later. His silence was answer enough. She lowered her hand. Something in her gaze changed. Not hardening, exactly. Receding. Like a shoreline drawing back before a wave has fully understood itself. I see, she said. That isn't fair. At the memory, sitting now in her north room, Elias shut his eyes. That isn't fair. As if fairness had been the issue. As if her clarity were some violation. She gave a very small, almost amazed shake of the head. You know, she said, I think that may be what hurts most. What? That you still imagine truth arrives in the world to injure you. The line had stayed with him all these years, though he had blurred its edges to make it livable. Here, with the sea before him and her life surrounding him, it returned sharpened to original force. He had been angry then. Anger was easier than the cold beginning under it. I'm not your enemy. No, she said. You're only behaving like your own. He had laughed once, disbelieving and wounded, because men often laugh at the sentence that has found them precisely. Then she did something he did not expect. She sat down again. Not in surrender. Not in collapse. In composure. She drew the letter from Alexandria toward her, read the opening lines, and then folded it neatly. If you go, she said, then go honestly. He stared at her. What does that mean? It means do not tell me this is only about scholarship if it is also about escape. Do not leave me the insult of a partial truth. It is not escape. Then answer the question you refused. He looked away. She nodded once. Yes, she said. There. He wanted to protest again, to insist that complexity should save him from blunt judgment. And indeed it was complex. He did love her. He did want the work. He did fear becoming limited. He did fear, more secretly, becoming known in the ordinary days of marriage, known not as brilliant or promising, but as flawed and tired and small-tempered and uncertain. He feared being loved closely enough that his less admirable parts could not be kept in shadow. He feared owing permanence to a happiness that made him vulnerable. All of it was true. But complexity does not erase harm. It only explains its roots. At length he said, I need this. She sat very still, one hand resting on the folded letter. All right, she said. He had not expected surrender. The room changed again, though he did not understand how. All right, he repeated. She looked at him as though from some farther place. Yes. That's all? What would you like, she asked, still with that painful calm. A scene? Tears? Permission given more theatrically? He recoiled from the accusation because it was partly deserved. No. Then yes, she said. That is all. He should have knelt then beside her chair. He should have taken her hands and begged her to force the conversation wider. He should have told her about the ring. About the terror. About the childish resentment he felt toward any future that made him accountable to joy. He should have let himself be ridiculous and therefore salvageable. Instead he mistook her composure for coldness. That was his second unforgivable error. Perhaps it is for the best, he said stiffly. A little distance may make things clearer. Even now he could barely bear the memory of saying it. Distance. As if love were fog. as if absence were a corrective lens. She rose again. No, she said. Distance only reveals what was already true. There was a strange finality in her voice then, though not in the melodramatic sense he would later attribute to it. Not doom. Not performance. Only recognition. She had understood before he did that this morning would divide their lives. The day did not end with the breakfast argument, though sometimes in memory he wished it had. A clean wound is easier to tell than one deepened by 1,000 ordinary motions. Afterward they moved through the house like people under separate weather. He went to his study and answered Hale's letter at once with more decisiveness than he felt, as if decisiveness itself might restore dignity. Yes, he accepted. Yes, he would leave within the fortnight. Yes, the manuscripts were worth every difficulty. The words looked bold on the page. He remembered sanding the ink with ridiculous care while rage moved through him in unrelated directions. At her for seeing him, at himself for being seen, at the house for holding too many traces of the life he was not yet sure he wanted, at Hale for offering escape so seductively. When he finished, he sealed the letter and rang for a servant to take it to the village post. Only after the bell had been answered did he realize what he had done. He had made departure official before reconciliation was even attempted. The knowledge should have stopped him. Instead it hardened him further. By afternoon rain had returned in sheets. The house darkened early. Lamps were lit in the drawing room. Mrs. Alden moved quietly through the corridors with the tact of someone pretending not to hear what has already happened. Elias saw Celia only twice before dinner. Once in the library, where she stood on the small ladder reshelving a book in the upper case. He paused at the threshold, prepared at last to speak more gently. She glanced down, saw him, and said only, "You left the greenhouse window unlatched yesterday." The rain got in. Then she climbed down, past him with the scent of violets and damp wool, and left before he found any words equal to the occasion. The second time was in the upstairs corridor just after dusk. She was carrying a stack of folded linens with one of the maids, which startled him. She was not a woman who often performed tasks simply to be occupied. The maid curtsied and fled at once, sensing tension the way small animals sense weather. Celia shifted the linens in her arms. "You needn't do that," he said. "Do what?" "Carry things because you're angry." A faint almost smile touched her mouth, but it had no warmth in it. "You still think everything is about you." Then she went on without waiting for his answer. By dinner, whatever chance remained had grown thin. He remembered the table set for two at opposite ends, though it was not long enough to require the distance. Candles burned steadily in silver holders. Rain traveled down the windows. Somewhere in the wall the pipes clicked with the effort of carrying heat through old stone. She wore black that evening. Simple black silk, high-necked, no jewelry except the small pearl studs she put on when she wished to armor herself in restraint. Her hair was pinned more carefully than at breakfast. Anyone entering the room without history would have said she was serene. He knew enough by then to be afraid of serenity. They discussed practical things at first. The roof over the east wing. A book to be returned to the rector. Whether the last of the pears should be preserved or baked into tarts before they spoiled. The topics themselves now seemed almost unbearable in their civility. At length he set down his fork. "We cannot continue like this." She lifted her water glass and drank before answering. "Can we not?" "No." "Then don't." He stared at her. "What is that supposed to mean?" "It means," she said, that I have no taste for spending the evening helping you feel more justified. His temper rose at once. That is not what I'm asking. No? She set down the glass with careful precision. You accepted the post today, did you not? He felt the heat of anger at being known. Yes. Then what remains to discuss? A great deal. Such as? He leaned forward. Such as whether you intend to wait here and punish me for months. There it was. The cruelty hidden inside grievance. He saw the effect of it at once. Not dramatic pain. Not tears. Only the slightest stilling of her face, as if something deep within had ceased trying. And there we are, she said. What is that supposed to mean? That you can't bear to be accountable for the atmosphere you create, so you call it punishment when it returns to you. He stood so abruptly the chair legs scraped the floor. She did not flinch. You speak as though I've betrayed you. She rose too then, and because she did not raise her voice, the room became terrifyingly quiet. You did. 2 words. No anger. Just fact. The candle flames trembled in some unseen draft. For a moment he could not speak. Then all the worst things came at once, not because he believed them, but because wounded pride is ingenious in manufacturing weapons from its own shame. I have betrayed nothing, he said. I have chosen work. You have chosen concealment. That's absurd. No, she said. Absurd is standing in your own fear and calling it freedom. He moved around the table toward her. If you despise me so much, perhaps I should leave sooner. It was a vile thing to say. He knew it even then. Yet he said it because the look in her eyes had become unbearable, not hatred, not even disappointment exactly, but sorrow joined to understanding. There is nothing more humiliating to certain men than being understood by the person they are failing. She did not step back as he approached. You always speak of leaving, she said quietly. Even while still in the room. He stopped. The line struck him dumb because it was true in more ways than one. She looked at him for a long moment, then added, I think perhaps you've been leaving for months. After that, whatever happened outwardly was already secondary. He remembered little of the meal's end. Mrs. Alden appearing soundlessly to clear plates no one had finished. Celia excusing herself with grave courtesy, as if departing a dinner among distant relations. Her black dress disappearing through the doorway without haste. The house receiving her and closing around her absence. He did not follow at once. Instead he went to the study, poured whiskey with unsteady hands, and stood by the cold hearth while rain battered the windows. He told himself he was furious. He told himself she was unfair. He told himself she had forced everything into impossible terms. All those thoughts now seemed juvenile in their desperation. What he had actually been, standing there with whiskey in hand and his own bitterness thick on his tongue, was frightened. Frightened that she had named him correctly. Frightened that even if he stayed, something honest would now be demanded that he did not know how to offer. Frightened that love, once it ceased flattering him, might require transformation rather than mere feeling. He stayed in the study until nearly midnight. The storm eased. The house fell quiet. Once or twice he heard footsteps overhead, too soft to interpret. At last, sobered less by time than by dread, he went upstairs. The corridor lamps had been lowered. His own room stood at one end in darkness. Across the landing her room. Then not the north room but the chamber beside his, the one she used before his departure. showed a line of light beneath the door. He stood outside it a long while. He should have knocked. He knew that. He should have entered and said the words he had been postponing all day. I am afraid. I have been cruel because I am afraid. I do not know how to want both the life I imagined and the one I have found with you, but I do know I do not want to lose you. He said none of them. Instead, after standing there with his hand half raised, he returned to his room like a coward and told himself morning would be better. Morning, which so often arrives only to make permanent what night might still have softened. He did not sleep much. At dawn he dressed before the house was properly awake. The storm had passed, leaving the windows washed clean and the sky pale. There was a train at 6:30 to London, from which he would make arrangements for the voyage south. He had decided, in the cold irrational hours before light, to leave immediately rather than in a fortnight. He called it practicality. Efficiency. A desire to avoid protracted discomfort. Now, sitting in her north room years later, he named it plainly. Flight. He packed quickly. Books, shirts, papers, the shaving kit. The ring box remained in the drawer. Even then he could not quite face it. When he opened his bedroom door, the corridor lay silent. No servants yet. No sound from below but the distant beginning of kitchen work. He crossed to her door. This time he knocked. No answer. He knocked again. Still none. A strange hollowness opened in him. He tried the handle. Locked. He told himself she was asleep. He told himself she had every right not to answer. He told himself a dozen things while unease gathered. At last he wrote a note. I am leaving for London this morning. We have both said too much badly. I think time apart will help. When I can write with more calm, I will. Even in recollection the note disgusted him. He slid it beneath her door. Then he took his case and went downstairs. The entrance hall smelled of damp wool and extinguished lamp smoke. Mrs. Alden appeared from the service passage just as he reached the door. She wore a dark house dress and looked, even at that hour, completely awake. You are traveling, she said. Yes. Now. Yes. Her eyes moved to the case in his hand, then back to his face. I see. He had wanted her, absurdly, to ask him to stay. To become the voice of conscience he was refusing in himself. But older women in houses such as these know the futility of pleading with pride once it has decided to masquerade as necessity. There is coffee in the breakfast room, she said. No time. There is always time to behave less foolishly than one intends. He looked away. I've left her a note. Mrs. Alden's expression changed very slightly. Not surprise. Something darker. A note, she repeated. Yes. How impressive. He had been too raw to absorb the contempt fully. I'm not in the mood for judgment. No, she said. You are only in the mood for departure. He opened the front door. Cold air entered in a pale rush. Mist still lay over the garden. The roses along the wall were beaded with rain. The path to the gate shone dark and slick. Then, from above, a sound. A door opening on the upper floor. He turned instinctively. Mrs. Alden turned too. For one suspended second, the house seemed to hold its breath. Then footsteps crossed the landing overhead. Slow. Barely audible. He should have gone back up. Every year since, some part of him had replayed that moment as if willpower applied in retrospect might alter it. The open door. The footsteps. The thin vertical chance left to him by grace or luck or the house itself. He should have gone back up. Instead, because he was already committed to the performance of leaving and feared what interruption might reveal, he hesitated, and hesitation became decision. Mrs. Alden saw it happen. He knew she did, because later he would remember the look she gave him then, not anger, not even disgust. Something colder. The gaze one turns upon a person just as they fail a test that mattered. He stepped out into the morning. The door closed behind him. Not slammed. Not dramatic. Simply shut. The last time he saw her came 3 minutes later. He had reached the gate. Mist moved low over the gravel, thinning around the rose bushes. He was about to lift the latch when a voice behind him said his name. Elias. He turned. There she was on the front steps. No coat. No hat. Her hair half unpinned as if she had dressed in haste. She wore a pale dressing gown belted carelessly over her nightdress, one hand gripping the rail. Even at that distance he could see that she was out of breath. For one impossible instant relief flooded him. She had come after him. She would say stay. Or he would go back, or say sorry, or say anything truer than the note under her door. He took a step toward the house. Celia. She shook her head once. Not violently. Just enough to stop him. The mist moved between them. A gull cried somewhere below the cliff. He could not remember afterward which of them spoke first, only that their voices in the morning air sounded unlike any voices previously used in that garden. Stripped of interior shelter. Exposed. You were leaving without seeing me, she said. I thought. Yes, she said. You thought. He almost laughed from pain. I left you a note. I know. She lifted one hand. In it he saw the folded paper, crushed already in her grip. The sight of that note in her hand was more shameful than any theatrical discovery might have been. I was coming to speak to you, he said. No, she replied. You were coming to spare yourself. He looked toward the house, then back to her. The morning felt raw and unreal. Mist on the garden. Rain scent in the gravel. Her hair loosening in dark strands around her face. I didn't know how to do this well, he said. It was, perhaps, the first fully honest sentence he had spoken in 2 days. Something changed in her expression at that. Not softening. Recognition. No, she said quietly. I know you didn't. He went farther up the path. Then let me try now. She drew in breath slowly, as if steadying herself against more than cold. Will you stay? The question was so direct he nearly answered yes from reflex alone. But reflex, when not backed by courage, is worthless. He hesitated. There. There was the whole story. Not the shouting. Not the note. Not the voyage. Not the years after. The hesitation. Her eyes closed briefly. When she opened them, whatever had brought her to the steps in haste was gone. Burned away in the one pause he offered where love had asked for presence. She came down the steps then, slowly, until she stood at the bottom of them facing him across the wet path. I won't ask twice, she said. He could not speak. A part of him wanted to say, yes, I'll stay, but only if staying can be made safe from the parts of myself I fear. A part wanted to say, no, I must go, but I love you, and I don't know how to carry both truths without breaking something. A part wanted to throw down the case, cross the gravel, and hold her until the morning rearranged itself. Instead, he did what cowards often do when faced with a moment requiring the whole soul. He reached for abstraction. This isn't the right way to decide the rest of our lives. Celia went very still. Then, with a steadiness more terrible than tears, she nodded. No, she said. It isn't. He opened his mouth again, but she lifted her hand. I understand now. Celia. I do. The paper note in her hand trembled once in the wind. Then she said the words he had spent 10 years refusing to hear in full. You are not leaving because you must go. You are leaving because you cannot bear to be chosen by a life that would know you too well. The garden seemed to tilt. Rainwater dripped from the roses. He could not deny it. And because he could not deny it, anger returned as the shield of the exposed. That's not fair. At this memory, sitting in her room, Elias pressed thumb and forefinger hard against his eyes. Not fair, again. Always the language of the accused when accusation has hit bone. She looked at him then with such profound exhaustion that even now it hollowed him. You keep saying that, she murmured. As if fairness mattered more to you than truth. He took another step forward. I do love you. The sentence came too late and in the wrong shape. She heard that too. Yes, she said. In the way you know how. The cruelty of the line was only that it was accurate. He remembered then saying something desperate, fragmented, unlike the measured speech of the day before. All right. I'll come back. This doesn't have to mean. She gave a small shake of the head. Do not promise from the edge of departure what you would not say in the room. The wind lifted the untidy strands of her hair. Her face had gone very pale, but her voice did not waver. I loved you, she said. I think part of me always will. But I will not spend my life translating your silences into hope. The case handle bit into his palm. The moment had narrowed to almost nothing. One word could still have changed it. Stay. I'm sorry. I'm afraid. Anything true enough to kneel before. But pride, once enthroned, protects its kingdom even as the roof collapses. So he said the sentence that killed the morning. Then perhaps this is best. He had never admitted that aloud to anyone. Not even to himself in full. Now, hearing it again inside memory, he felt physically ill. On the steps behind her, the front door opened. Mrs. Alden stood in shadow, silent witness to the final collapse. Celia looked at him for a long time after he said it. Not as if she hated him. That would have been easier. As if she were watching the last door close in a house she had hoped might remain open. Then she unfolded the note he had written, tore it once cleanly down the middle, and let the pieces fall onto the wet gravel. No drama. No flourish. Just refusal. The last thing I'll ask you for, she said, is honesty. So I'll offer some in return. He waited, numb. When you come back, she said, if you come back, do not do it because loneliness has made you sentimental. Come back only if you are capable of seeing what your leaving was. The sentence entered him then only partially. Now it sounded like prophecy. She stepped back toward the house. He did nothing. He watched her retreat, watched her climb the wet stone steps, watched her pause once at the threshold and look not at him but out toward the sea beyond the garden. Then she went inside. Mrs. Alden closed the door. The house stood before him, silent and complete. He remained at the gate another minute, perhaps two, unable to feel the rain beginning again on his face. Then he left. That was the last time he saw her. Not because she died. Not because the world intervened in some spectacular way. Only because he let the most important moment of his life pass while still imagining time would offer substitutions. In the years that followed, he carried the memory badly. At first he told it to himself in self-protective fragments. They argued. She was proud too. It was impossible then. The work mattered. Youth makes casualties of us all. Then, later, when remorse ripened enough to become articulate, he told it another way. I loved her. I was frightened. I thought I would return before harm became permanent. I did not understand. All of that was true. And still incomplete. Because the central fact remained simpler and uglier. She had asked for presents, and he answered with postponement. Now, in the north room, the consequence of that exchange surrounded him in evidence so intimate it bordered on unbearable. He rose from the chair and went to the mantel. There, in a small frame turned partly away from the room, was another photograph he had not noticed before. He lifted it carefully. It had been taken on the cliff path in spring. Celia stood with her back half-turned, looking over one shoulder toward the camera. The sea behind her was bright and wind-struck. She was smiling, not at the lens, but at the person holding it. At him. He knew it instantly, though he remembered no such photograph being taken. Perhaps he had snapped it carelessly one afternoon and forgotten, while she had kept it because she preserved what others overlooked. On the back, again in Mrs. Alden's hand, was written. 3 days before he left. He set the frame down. The room seemed to close in slightly, not with menace, but with density. Too much feeling in too little air. He crossed to the window and unlatched it. Cold wind entered at once, smelling of salt and wet earth. It moved the curtains and cooled his face. Below, the path to the cove showed clearer now. Beyond the headland, the sea darkened where clouds gathered farther out. He rested one hand on the sill and let the wind steady him. The last time he saw her. He had imagined that phrase so often over the years in theatrical terms. A farewell at a station. A turning away in tears. A lingering final kiss denied or granted. But the truth was more devastating because it was plainer. Wet gravel. Torn paper. Morning mist. A woman asking once and not again. He understood now why she had arranged the room as she had. Why he had been sent to this place before the journals, before the larger explanations. Because the foundation of every later mystery lay there, in that one morning. Until he saw it clearly, every question afterward would remain distorted by self-pity. He turned back toward the bed where the blue box remained open. The unopened letters sat in their bundle, accusing by mere existence. The empty ring box beside them seemed almost absurd in its modesty. How small the objects are, he thought, upon which whole futures hinge. A note. A box. A lock. A word one does or does not say. He took up the ring box and opened it again. Inside, beneath the velvet lining, something white glimmered. He frowned. Carefully he pressed at the lining edge. It lifted. Concealed underneath was a folded scrap of paper. His breath caught. He unfolded it. Not her handwriting this time. His own. Only 2 lines, written long ago in the cramped, uncertain script of a man rehearsing courage privately. If she smiles first, ask her. If she looks afraid, ask her anyway. He sat down hard on the bed. For a moment he could only stare. He had forgotten writing it. Forgotten entirely. Yet there it was. Proof that once, before pride and fear completed their work, he had known exactly what should be done. Not under ideal conditions. Not when certainty arrived. Anyway. The note trembled in his fingers. He had been preparing to ask her before Hale's invitation ever came. Preparing not abstractly, but concretely, with a ring, with a private instruction, with the knowledge that fear was not reason to postpone. How had he crossed from that man to the one at the gate? Slowly, he thought. That was the horror. No single corruption. Only 1,000 small permissions granted to cowardice because each one seemed temporary. The wind moved the curtains again. Somewhere in the corridor outside, floorboards creaked. He looked up sharply. "Mrs. Alden," he called. No answer. He rose and went to the door. The corridor beyond lay empty in the pale daylight, the runner undisturbed, the portraits along the wall caught in thin strips of brightness from the window. Yet at the far end, near the turn toward the main stairs, something white vanished from sight. Not a full figure. Only the impression of pale fabric retreating. He stepped into the hall at once. Who's there? Silence. He went quickly to the turn. No one. Only the quiet staircase descending toward the lower floor, and below it the distant sound of a door opening somewhere near the library. He stood listening. Had he imagined it? The house had begun to train him into uncertainty. Or perhaps it was doing the opposite, forcing him to admit how often certainty depends less on evidence than on comfort. When he returned to the room, he found one of the journals no longer on the shelf. It lay on the desk. He froze. He knew, it had not been there when he left the room to step into the corridor. He had not touched the shelf since rising from the chair. Yet now the second volume, dated the year after he left, rested squarely atop the blotter as if placed there by a hand more patient than his own. For several seconds he could do nothing but stare. The room was empty. The window still open to the sea. The curtain breathing inward and out. No hiding place large enough for a person except the wardrobe, and that stood slightly ajar, plainly vacant. Enough, he said aloud, though whether to the house, to memory, or to himself he could not have said. He crossed to the desk and touched the journal. Cool leather. No trick. Beneath it lay a single small card. This time the handwriting was hers. Not the first year. Begin where waiting became knowledge. He looked at the spine of the journal. Not the first year. So this was not the earliest account. It was the second. He opened to the first marked page. A pressed violet fell out onto the desk. His hands shook once, then steadied. The entry began in winter. December 14th. Today I understood that silence can harden into structure if you live inside it long enough. Mrs. Alden says the sea is louder this year. I think she is being kind and means only that the house has lost one voice and notices it at night. He stopped. Not because he wished to, but because the sentence had already reached too deep. He closed the journal softly and laid his palm over its cover. Not yet. He could not yet. Or rather, he could, but he knew instinctively that reading her journal in the wake of that remembered morning would split something open beyond easy management. Perhaps that was necessary. Probably it was. Still, necessity did not erase the body's urge to postpone. He laughed once then, bitterly enough to startle himself. Postpone. Always that. The room received the sound and made nothing of it. Outside, gulls wheeled over the cliffs. He returned the hidden note to the ring box, but kept it in his pocket. Then he gathered the torn remains of himself as best he could, the Prague letter, her instruction, the page from the ring box, and the unease left by the moving journal. Before leaving the room, he looked back once from the doorway. The north room stood in sea light, calm and lucid and full of her absence. Yet after what he had remembered, it no longer seemed empty in the way he first imagined. Nor did it seem merely like a preserved shrine. It was a chamber of decisions. A place where waiting had been lived through so thoroughly that it transformed into something else. Not forgiveness. Not yet. Something colder at first. Clearer. He locked the door behind him, though he did not know why. To preserve it? To obey the logic of keys? To keep the strangeness from spilling farther into the corridor? At the stair landing he paused. From below came the faint scent of tea and toast, and the rustle of newspaper from the breakfast room where Mrs. Alden likely sat, as if houses did not move objects and dead mornings did not return embodied in memory. He began to descend. Halfway down, his eye caught on something tucked into the banister newel at the bottom of the stairs, a scrap of paper folded twice and held in place as neatly as a calling card. He stopped. The paper had not been there when he climbed up. That, he knew with certainty. Slowly he went down the remaining steps and took it out. Only 4 words, written in her unmistakable hand. You forgot the station. The station. His hand tightened around the note. Of course. There had been one more time, perhaps not a true seeing, but close enough to matter. Not the garden gate. Later that same day. London. Paddington? No. King's Cross for the North route? No. He shut his eyes, forcing the memory open. A platform. Steam. Her coat dark with travel mist. Had she come after him? Had he seen her then, or only almost? The note in his hand seemed to pulse with implication. You forgot the station. Not accusation. Correction. His heart began to beat harder. There was more. The last time he saw her had not ended entirely at Blackwater House. Or perhaps the house intended to teach him that one goodbye can contain several failures nested inside each other, each one missed by a man too busy defending the earlier one. He looked toward the breakfast room, then toward the front door. Outside the sky had darkened again slightly over the sea. Inside the old house, the clock continued its patient measure. And Elias, with the note in his hand and the past reopening beneath his feet, understood that memory had not yet shown him its deepest cruelty. Not because it lied. Because it had more truth left to give. Chapter 4, What He Lost. The note remained between his fingers long after he reached the breakfast room. You forgot the station. It was not accusation. It was worse than that. It was precision. Mrs. Alden sat at the small table by the window, a newspaper folded beside her teacup. Morning had settled fully now, though the sky carried a dim, uncertain light as if the day had not yet decided what it meant to become. The sea beyond the garden was darker than before, a low wind beginning to gather its surface into long, restless folds. She did not look up immediately when he entered. "You found the room," she said. "Yes." "And you opened it?" "Yes." She lifted her cup, drank, then set it down with quiet deliberation. "Sit." He did. The table between them held the ordinary proofs of morning: tea, bread, a dish of butter, a jar of marmalade. Such simple things. Such indifferent continuity. It struck him, not for the first time, how absurd it was that life continued with such calm persistence even while entire histories shifted beneath it. He placed the note on the table. Mrs. Alden glanced at it once. Her eyes sharpened. "So," she said. "It has begun." "What does that mean?" "It means," she replied, folding her hands, "that you are no longer only remembering. You are being reminded." He did not like the distinction. "What is the difference?" "Memory belongs to you," she said. "Reminding does not." He looked at the note again. "You forgot the station." The words seemed to grow heavier the longer he regarded them. "I didn't forget," he said. Mrs. Alden raised one brow slightly. "No?" He stopped. Because already the edges of that memory felt uncertain. Not gone. Not erased. But, displaced. As if it existed behind a pane of glass he had never thought to clean. "I didn't forget," he said again, quieter now. "I just didn't think it mattered." Mrs. Alden's gaze held him steadily. "That," she said, "is often how forgetting begins." Silence settled between them. Outside, a gust of wind pressed briefly against the windows and moved on. Elias reached for the teacup, though he had no real desire for it. His hand was not entirely steady. "She came after me," he said. Mrs. Alden did not answer. "At the station." Still nothing. "She must have." "You tell me," Mrs. Alden said. "You were there." He leaned back slightly, pressing the cup to his lips though he barely tasted the tea. The memory resisted him at first. Not entirely, never entirely, but enough to remind him how carefully he had lived around it all these years. He had allowed himself to recall the garden, the mist, the torn note. That had been enough to construct a version of the past in which everything essential was contained within that one scene. It had not been. He set the cup down. "There was a train," he said slowly. "Early." The platform was crowded. It was raining again. "Yes. You know this." "I know what I was told." "By her." Mrs. Alden inclined her head. "And what did she tell you?" "That you were very good at leaving," she said. The words landed without drama. They did not need any. He looked away. The window glass showed a faint reflection of his face, older, harder, less certain than the man who had stood at that platform believing himself justified. "I didn't see her," he said. "Did you look?" "Yes." "Did you look carefully?" He did not answer. Because that was the question. That was always the question. Mrs. Alden let the silence stretch until it became unavoidable. Then she said, quietly, "Tell it properly." Elias closed his eyes. And this time, when memory came, it did not come gently. The station had been louder than he remembered. That was the first thing. Noise layered upon noise. Steam hissing, iron wheels grinding, voices calling across distances that made no allowances for clarity. The air smelled of coal smoke and wet wool. Rain fell in a fine persistent sheet that blurred edges and dampened everything into the same indistinct gray. He had arrived too early. Or perhaps he had simply been unwilling to arrive at the correct time. His case had felt heavier then, though it contained little more than it did now. Weight, he understood, was rarely about objects. He had purchased his ticket, handed over his bag, and stepped onto the platform with a sense of completion that was not quite relief. Around him, people moved with purpose. A mother adjusting a child's scarf. A man arguing with a porter. A young couple standing too close together, their hands brushing as if each contact were an experiment. Ordinary lives, in motion. He had felt, at the time, removed from them. As if he were stepping into something larger. Something that required departure. That illusion, more than anything, now seemed grotesque. He had stood near the third carriage. Rain gathered on the brim of his hat and ran down the back of his coat. He remembered shifting his weight once, twice, glancing toward the station entrance without quite acknowledging what he hoped to see. Nothing. Or no one he recognized. He told himself she would not come. He told himself she had already said what needed to be said. He told himself he did not want her to come. All three thoughts lived side by side. Only one was true. The platform filled. A bell rang somewhere overhead. A conductor moved down the line calling for passengers to prepare. He had taken a step toward the carriage door. Then paused. Just for a moment. That pause had lived inside him for years without explanation. Now, with the note on the table and the house pressing him toward honesty, he understood it. He had been waiting. Not consciously. Not with courage. But waiting nonetheless. Waiting for interruption. Waiting for absolution. Waiting for someone else to decide. He had taken another step. Placed one foot on the iron stair. Gripped the rail. And then. A voice. Not loud. Not dramatic. But unmistakable. Elias. He had turned. And there she was. At the far end of the platform. Not near enough to touch. Not near enough even to speak without effort. But there. Celia. Her coat unbuttoned, hair damp from rain, breath visible in the cold air. She had come in haste. That much was obvious. One glove was missing. The hem of her dress showed beneath the coat, darkened by water. She stood still, as if afraid that moving too quickly might break something fragile between them. For one suspended instant, the entire station seemed to fall away. No noise. No motion. Only distance. He had not gone to her. That was the truth. Even now, remembering it fully, he felt something twist hard in his chest. He had not gone to her. He had remained where he was, one foot on the carriage step, hand on the rail. Waiting. Always waiting. As if she must come the rest of the way. As if love required demonstration only from one side. She had taken a step forward. Then another. Not running. Never running. Even then, she moved with that quiet deliberation he had once admired and later misunderstood as distance. "Don't leave like this," she said. The words had reached him across the space between them, thin but clear. He had wanted to answer. He had wanted to step down, cross the platform, take her hands, undo everything. But the weight of his own decision had already begun to harden. Pride is a terrible architect. It builds structures that trap the very man it claims to protect. There's nothing to fix, he called back. Even now, sitting in her house years later, he felt the shame of that sentence burn through him. Nothing to fix. As if nothing had been broken. As if the fracture between them were a minor inconvenience rather than a fundamental collapse. She had stopped then. Not because she accepted his words. Because she understood them. There is a difference. Rain moved between them in fine, slanted lines. People passed, glancing curiously, sensing tension without knowing its shape. Come back, she said. 2 words. No ornament. No argument. Just the simplest request. He had looked at her. Truly looked. And what he saw then, what he had refused to see fully until now, was not desperation. It was clarity. She was not asking him to choose her over everything. She was asking him to choose honestly. To step off the stair. To refuse the version of himself that believed departure could be undone later without cost. He had hesitated. Again. That was the moment. Not the argument. Not the note. Not the garden. This. The second chance given in public, without pride to shield it. He had hesitated. The conductor called again. Boarding. A hand brushed his shoulder as another passenger moved past him. The train hissed. The world resumed its noise. And in that noise, his hesitation became decision. I can't, he said. Not loudly. Not with conviction. But enough. She stood very still. For a moment he thought she might come closer anyway. Might refuse his refusal. Might cross the remaining distance and take his hand and force the matter into something irreversible. But she did not. Because she was not that kind of person. Because love, to her, was not conquest. It was recognition. And in that instant, she recognized that he had already chosen. She nodded once. Very small. Almost imperceptible. Then she said the last words he heard from her in that moment. Then go. No anger. No bitterness. Only release. He stepped into the carriage. The door closed. The train began to move. And through the rain-streaked glass, he saw her standing on the platform, not waving, not turning away, simply watching until distance took him from her sight. Elias opened his eyes. The breakfast room returned around him slowly. The table. The tea. Mrs. Alden, watching him with a gaze that held neither sympathy nor cruelty, only expectation. You remembered, she said. Yes. Properly? Yes. He exhaled. The air felt different now. Heavier. Truer. She came, he said. And I still left. Yes. I told myself she didn't try. Yes. I told myself it was already over. Yes. I told myself, he stopped. Mrs. Alden finished the thought for him. You told yourself whatever allowed you to live with it. He gave a short, humorless breath. I was very good at that. Yes. Silence settled again. But it was not the same silence as before. Something had shifted. Not resolved. Not forgiven. But named. What did she do after? He asked. Mrs. Alden considered him for a moment. after the station? Yes. She came home. And then? She went to her room. And then? Mrs. Alden's gaze moved briefly toward the window. The next day, she said, she began rearranging the house. He frowned. What does that mean? It means, Mrs. Alden replied, that she stopped waiting for you. The word struck him more deeply than anything else she had said. Just like that? No, she said. Not just like that. But that was the beginning. He leaned back in his chair. The note still lay on the table between them. You forgot the station. He understood now why it had been written. Not to accuse. To correct the narrative he had lived inside. He had not been abandoned. He had been offered a final chance. And refused it. What did I lose? He asked, more to himself than to her. Mrs. Alden heard him anyway. Everything you were not brave enough to keep, she said. He looked up. That's vague. No, she said. It's precise. You want a list because lists can be managed. Loss cannot. He let out a slow breath. The house felt closer now. Not physically. Something else. As if each room had drawn slightly nearer, closing the distance he had once created. He rose from the table. I need to go back upstairs. Mrs. Alden did not stop him. Take your time, she said. But not too much. He paused. What does that mean? It means, she said, lifting her cup again, that the house has waited long enough. He left the breakfast room without answering. The staircase rose before him, familiar and altered at once. As he climbed, he felt the weight of what had been revealed settle more fully into him. Not as shock. Not as drama. As understanding. He reached the landing. The corridor stretched ahead. The door to the north room stood exactly where he had left it. Closed. Locked. He took the key from his pocket. For a moment he did not move. Then, slowly, he stepped forward. Because now, more than before, he knew that what he had lost was not a single moment. Not a single choice. But a life that had once been possible. And that knowledge, more than anything else, was beginning to change the shape of him. Chapter 5, The Truth He Ignored. By the time Elias reached the landing again, the light in the house had altered. It was still morning, but no longer the pale, uncertain morning that had greeted him when he first unlocked the north room. Clouds had moved in from the sea and thickened over the cliffs. What had been silver was now pearl dark, then slate, then a deeper weathered blue that turned the windows into old mirrors. In such light Blackwater House became more itself. Softer in outline, sharper in feeling. The edges of objects disappeared while their presences deepened. He stood in the corridor with the brass key in his hand and listened. Below him, the house went on with its quiet life. A door opened faintly, then shut. Somewhere in the kitchen a pan met the stove with a muted ring. The tall clock in the entrance hall measured its grave intervals. Wind pressed against the north side of the house and found some narrow seam in the stones, making a low, almost musical sound that rose and fell like breath through a sleeping throat. No footsteps. No visible movement. And yet the sense of being watched had returned. Not with menace. With intent. As if the house, or memory, or the unseen design still unfolding beneath both, had turned another page and was waiting to see whether he would finally read. He unlocked the north room and entered. The room had not changed. At least not visibly. The sea light remained dim and lucid across the floorboards. The bed was smooth. The journals stood aligned on the shelf, except for the volume that had appeared on the desk while he was in the corridor. The curtain near the opened window lifted now and then in the draft. The blue box still rested where he had left it on the coverlet. The violet that had fallen from the journal lay beside the blotter like a bruise made delicate. Elias closed the door behind him and stood still. What he lost. That was what the last chapter of memory had revealed to him, though it had done so without declaring itself. Not in broad dramatic terms, but through the cruel arithmetic of ordinary failure. A gate. A platform. A hesitation. The second chance misused because the first had already wounded pride too deeply for tenderness to move freely. What he lost. Not merely her. A life with her, yes. A future whose details he could now almost feel by absence. The shape of shared winters, the chair opposite his by the fire, the sound of another cup set down in the morning, the practiced intimacy by which two people move around one another in rooms no longer remarkable except for the fact of being inhabited together. But also something else. Something prior. The self he might have become had he stayed. Perhaps that was the greater loss. He went to the desk and touched the journal again. Not the first year. Begin where waiting became knowledge. He sat, drew the volume toward him, and opened it once more. The handwriting inside was calm. That struck him first. Not neatness, though it was neat. Not grace, though it had that too. Calm. Even where the words trembled with feeling beneath their surfaces, the hand that set them down did not wander wildly or collapse into blotting confusion. She had always written that way, as if clarity were a form of courage independent of comfort. The entry he had glimpsed before continued beneath the first lines. December 14th. Today I understood that silence can harden into structure if you live inside it long enough. Mrs. Alden says the sea is louder this year. I think she is being kind and means only that the house has lost one voice and notices it at night. I notice it too, though less in the rooms than in myself. There is a peculiar humiliation in discovering that the body expects what the mind already knows not to expect. Footsteps in the hall. A latch. A voice calling from downstairs. The absurd hope does not survive the instant, but it still arrives. I am trying not to be angry with myself for that. He stopped there. The wind touched the curtains. His fingers rested against the lower edge of the page. He read the passage again, and this time the words rearranged themselves inside him, not as literary beauty, not as admirable restraint, but as evidence. She had not simply waited like a static figure in an oil painting of grief. She had been studying the architecture of waiting while living inside it. Naming it. Measuring its humiliations with enough exactness to survive them. He read on. This morning I moved the small reading lamp from the drawing room to the library because I realized I had left it by the sofa only because he used to complain that the other lamp made him feel interrogated. How strange that a person may leave and still go on rearranging one's gestures from inside absence. I have no wish to become a haunted domestic creature tidying around a ghost. So I moved the lamp myself. It is a ridiculous beginning, but it is one. He let out a slow breath. A ridiculous beginning, but it is one. That was how it had happened then. Not some grand renunciation. Not one night of weeping followed by rebirth. A lamp moved from one room to another because she no longer wished to preserve a preference belonging to a man who had not preserved her. The truth he ignored, he thought, was beginning to show itself not as singular revelation but as accumulation. He turned the page. December 21st. I burned the note he pushed beneath my door. I thought I might feel theatrical and therefore ashamed, but in fact I only felt warm for the first time in days. Perhaps this is what anger is for when used properly. Not to keep love alive by injury, but to keep injury from disguising itself as devotion. Mrs. Alden says little, which is wise, though she watches me as if expecting collapse. I am not going to collapse. That would make everything too symmetrical. I loved him. I may love him still. But I begin to suspect that love, if unattended by bravery, rots into labor for the one who remains. Elias closed his eyes. His hand came up to his mouth and stayed there. I begin to suspect that love, if unattended by bravery, rots into labor for the one who remains. That sentence had more force in it than accusation. It contained diagnosis. It explained, in one movement, what he had never allowed himself to understand. He had been willing to feel deeply. He had not been willing to do the braver, plainer thing, remain in the room where feelings stopped flattering him and began requiring responsibility. He looked up toward the windows. The sea beyond them was darkening. Cloud shadows traveled over the cove in long slow passages like thought moving across a face. He returned to the journal. January 2nd. The new year arrived with rain and a cracked pane in the glasshouse. I repaired neither. There are things in a house one should mend at once and things one ought to leave damaged for a while, to see what truth enters through them. I walked to the gate this afternoon and realized I still look up the road before I open it. Not from expectation exactly. More from residue. The body has habits of hope that survive hope itself by several weeks, perhaps months. If scholars were honest, they would spend less time cataloging empires and more time studying the stubborn afterlives of private foolishness. It is possible I am becoming unkind. No. Not unkind. Exact. He almost smiled at that through the ache. It was her voice entirely. The dry wit, the refusal of false gentleness, the ability to turn inward observation into something so precise it seemed almost merciful compared to vagueness. He read more slowly. January 12th. Stopped looking at the gate. Wrote it down because these tiny cruelties deserve witnesses, even if the witness is only the self that survives them. He recognized the line then from the list he had found tucked in the window seat cushion. The list had been the summary. The journal was the weather itself. He read on. January 19th. Dreamed of him last night in the breakfast room, apologizing with the seriousness of a man who has finally understood his own face. Even in sleep I knew better. When I woke, I was relieved and wounded both. One should not have to continue teaching someone in dreams who refused the lesson in daylight. February 3rd. Mrs. Alden asked whether I intend to answer if he writes. I said no. She said nothing after that, but later I found the best paper removed from my desk and hidden in the library cupboard, so I suppose she does not entirely trust my answer. She is right not to. He set the journal down and rubbed a hand over his eyes. She had expected him to write. Or feared it. And Mrs. Alden, fierce old guardian that she was, had hidden the good stationery to make answer less easy. The image pierced him strangely. Not because it was grand, but because it was intimate in the way ordinary love and ordinary protection are intimate. A housekeeper quietly removing temptation from a grieving woman's desk. A private domestic intervention invisible to history and yet more humane than most recorded acts of state. The truth he ignored. Not only that he hurt her, that she had a whole world of pain and recovery, witnessed by others, structured by daily acts, into which his letters would have arrived not as tragic tokens from a lost beloved but as disturbances threatening the difficult labor of repair. He turned pages. February 17th. There are moments when I resent him less than I resent the version of myself who would still run to the window at any carriage. This is progress, perhaps, though ugly in texture. I have moved 3 of his books downstairs. Only the maritime histories and that awful volume of Italian verse he pretended to admire remain in the room next to mine. The house looks relieved by the change. So do I. March 2nd. Moved his books downstairs. I expected this to feel ceremonial. It did not. It felt like carrying wood. Weight from one place to another. Necessary because the room was no longer truthful as it stood. Perhaps grief becomes survivable only when stripped of its false grandeur and reduced to tasks. He read that passage twice. Necessary because the room was no longer truthful as it stood. His own old room, preserved now in dust, had once been altered because its arrangement lied. His books in her sightline, his traces preserved not by meaningful memory but by inertia. She had corrected the lie. How many such corrections had she made that he never imagined? The moved lamp. The hidden stationery. The relocated books. The burned note. He was beginning to understand how he had deceived himself all these years. He had pictured suffering in theatrical silhouettes because theatrical suffering keeps the absent beloved at the center. But real hurt had edges and chores and practical revisions. It involved deciding whether to mend the glasshouse pane. Whether to keep his books upstairs. Whether to write down the day one stopped looking at the gate so that private progress would not vanish into blur. He turned another page and found a pressed rosemary sprig flattened between entries from early spring. April 11th. The village has begun saying his name less often, which is a relief. People always believe themselves discreet when discussing a man who leaves a woman. They are never discreet. They are merely quiet enough to preserve the illusion of decency while feeding on story. Mrs. Vale at the grocer's asked whether I had heard from abroad, which is apparently the local phrase for humiliation packaged as curiosity. I said only that the weather has been damp and the apples poor. This was satisfactory. He felt a low, helpless shame. She had borne that too. Not merely private loss, but the social echo of it. The eyes in the village. The polite curiosity. The local appetite for narratives in which women were meant to either forgive nobly or crumble beautifully. And she, in reply, gave them the weather and poor apples. That sounded exactly right. He smiled despite himself. The smile vanished a line later. April 29th. I found the ring box. There it was. He went still. The entry continued. It had fallen behind the back panel of his desk drawer, so perhaps even he did not know where it had gone. Or perhaps he knew, and that is worse. It was empty. I sat on the floor holding it far longer than I care to admit. Not because I thought it changed anything. Only because one cannot help mourning the unlived life when some object of its intention turns up under dust. Mrs. Alden found me there eventually and did not ask what I held. Bless her for that. Later I laughed, which felt very near madness. There is no dignity in discovering that the man who left you may once have meant to ask you to stay forever and then, for reasons too small and too large to speak at once, chose instead to leave before offering the question. I should burn the box. I won't. Not yet. Elias drew in breath so sharply it hurt. He looked toward the bed where the blue box still sat with the empty ring case inside it, now no longer merely his hidden object but hers too, found behind a panel, held while sitting on the floor, then preserved not from sentiment but because knowledge, even ugly knowledge, mattered to her more than the relief of destruction. He stood and went to the window because he could not remain seated under the force of it. Rain had begun. Fine at first. Then steadier. It traveled down the panes in close slanting lines. The sea darkened under it until water and sky became nearly one texture divided only by movement. He rested his forehead briefly against the cool glass. The truth he ignored was not singular. It branched. He ignored that she had offered him honesty plainly. He ignored that she came to the station. He ignored that she found the evidence of his almost proposal and had to endure the knowledge that he had once intended permanence and then chosen absence. He ignored that her recovery took labor, wit, anger, domestic revisions, humiliations survived in public and in private. He ignored that his letters, had she opened them, would have entered a landscape far more complex than the one he imagined from abroad. He turned back and returned to the desk. He had not yet reached summer. June 19th. Dreamed of him without pain. This deserves recording. Not because I am free, what a ridiculous, overlit word, but because the dream was ordinary. He was in the library looking for a book and complaining that someone had reorganized the shelves irrationally. I told him he was welcome to go elsewhere and hunt among his own mind, which seemed to satisfy him. Then I woke and laughed. If laughter comes first, perhaps healing has begun to outpace vanity. June 30th. I wore the blue dress today for the first time since he left and discovered with annoyance that no lightning struck, no violin sounded, no hidden ache rendered the fabric uninhabitable. It was only a dress. Beautiful, yes, but still cloth. How insulting to grief that the world so often refuses symbolism. July 6th. The white roses have overreached their frame again. Better. He laughed softly then, helplessly, and the laugh broke against grief before it could fully become amusement. She had known him that well. The absurdity of his need for order in living things. The ridiculous seriousness with which he once discussed rose canes as if geometry conferred virtue. She had left them wild, and the simple sentence better held an entire philosophy he had failed to share in time. Then came August. The writing changed there. Not in hand. In temperature. August 4th. Mrs. Alden says I have begun looking outward again because yesterday I spent half an hour arguing with the vicar about maps instead of sorrow. This is apparently progress. He believes fidelity to place is a sign of moral steadiness. I told him that depends entirely on what one does while staying put. He did not like this. I did. August 19th. I have started using the north room. At last. The entry beneath it ran longer. The room is colder, which feels more honest. The window over the sea keeps me from mistaking the house for an inland refuge. Weather is useful. One cannot sentimentalize horizon and wind forever. Eventually they force one to admit the world is larger than a single private injury. I moved only the necessary things today: the writing desk, the shawl, the blue vase, 3 shelves of books, the green ribbon box, the lamp, the mirror, the hairbrush, the quilt Aunt Lenora made, the pearl studs, the violet water. It is astonishing how much of a life can be packed into so few objects when one is determined not to drag the dead arrangement of another room behind oneself. The sentence held him. When one is determined not to drag the dead arrangement of another room behind oneself. There it was again. Her refusal to let his absence set the permanent architecture of her existence. He kept reading. I stood in the doorway of the room next to mine before closing it and understood suddenly that space can become false in the same way words can. It had not yet become a mausoleum, but it was preparing to. So I shut the door and told the dust it might begin its work. Mrs. Alden cried when she thought I did not see. I pretended not to. He pressed one hand flat against the page. The dust it might begin its work. Not a dramatic phrase. A domestic sentence. And yet it broke something inside him with almost more force than the station had. Because it translated his leaving into the language of household management, where real human consequences often live, closing a door, allowing dust, deciding which room remains truthful. He read through the entries from autumn and into winter. There were days of sadness still. Of course there were. September 9th. Walked to the cove and hated him for exactly 9 minutes. Improvement. September 20th. Received a letter from abroad. Did not open it. Held it over the fire. Put it away instead. This was not mercy. Merely curiosity deferred. October 4th. I can leave now. Only that. The same line he had found on the folded list. No elaboration. Its simplicity frightened him more than pages of sorrow. He turned on. November 13th. I took the train to York and spent 2 nights there alone without catastrophe. Ordered my own dinner. Read in public. Spoke to no one I did not wish to. Walked beside the river and felt a quiet so complete it frightened me at first because I thought perhaps I had become empty. Not empty. Spacious. This may be the first freedom that is not merely the absence of him. The entry ended there. Elias sat back slowly. Not empty. Spacious. He repeated it in his mind. What had he imagined all these years? That she lingered in suspended pain until some benevolent mystery removed her? That her life, after him, was a monochrome corridor of longing interrupted only by his occasional letter? Every page disproved him. Not by denying grief, but by denying its tyranny. She had suffered. She had studied the suffering. Then she had begun, with terrifying intelligence, to organize a self beyond it. He turned farther into the journal. Winter again. Another year beginning. January 8th. A second letter. Unopened. Mrs. Alden suggested I return them all to sender and be done. I said no. She asked why. I told her because one day I may need evidence that my younger self was not merely gullible, but warned. This answer satisfied neither of us. He looked toward the blue box again. Evidence. That was what it was. Not relics of romance. Not pathetic keepsakes. Evidence. Evidence of a truth she had to construct and revisit because memory without objects can sometimes become merciful too soon. He read until he reached an entry marked in the margin with a faint blue line. March 18th. I saw a man in the village today from behind and for one absurd second thought it was him. The body remembers silhouettes long after the mind dismisses possibility. But what struck me was not the mistake. It was that when the man turned and was not him, I felt relief first. If he returns before understanding, I could not bear it. The room around Elias seemed to narrow. If he returns before understanding, I could not bear it. She had feared his return. Not universally. Conditionally. Before understanding. That, then, was why Mrs. Alden had waited. Why the letter had been sent only now. Why every note, every object, every correction in the house seemed designed not to guide him toward reunion but toward comprehension severe enough to deserve even the knowledge of her whereabouts. He turned the page more carefully now. April 2nd. I have begun writing him letters I will never send. This may be vanity, or treatment, or both. There should be a science for the conversations one continues in private with those who forfeited the right to hear them. April 9th. Draft number 3 begins, "You were a coward, but not a simple one," which is perhaps too generous. He let out a startled breath that might have been a laugh. April 21st. Draft number 7 is better. It says less about him and more about the weather, the house, and the humiliating fact that healing is repetitive. No one tells you this. They speak of mending as if one wakes one morning transformed. In reality one becomes free in installments and then misplaces the receipt. There were more entries like that, some brief, some pages long. By noon the room had grown dimmer with rain, and Elias had read enough to feel as though the ground beneath his previous life had been removed and replaced with some more accurate material, colder and stronger and impossible to walk upon carelessly. He stood to light the lamp on the desk. When the flame steadied beneath the cream shade, the room drew inward around its circle of warmth. Rain whispered on the windows. The sea beyond had nearly vanished into gray. He looked again at the journals still unread on the shelf. 6 volumes. And beside them, perhaps, letters never sent. Notes. Further instructions. How far had she planned this? Or had planning too grand a word, when perhaps what she left behind was only the careful structure of a mind unwilling to let harm remain undefined? A soft knock came at the door. He started. Then, "Mr. Vane?" "Mrs. Alden." "Come in." She entered carrying a tray with soup, bread, and a fresh pot of tea. Her glance moved once around the room, taking in the lamp, the open journal, Elias's face, and perhaps the exact stage of inward dismantling he had reached. "You haven't eaten," she said. "I lost track of time." "Yes." She set the tray on the round table by the windows. Rain rattled lightly at the glass behind her. The room took on a temporary domestic softness under the smell of broth and fresh bread, and that softness made the ache sharper. "How much did you read?" she asked. "The second journal." "Parts of it." "Only parts." "Enough." She gave him a look suggesting that enough was rarely a useful quantity where truth was concerned. He sat at the table because resisting the tray seemed childish. Mrs. Alden poured tea. "You look worse," she said. "I feel worse." "Good." He almost smiled. "You are remarkably consistent." "I have had years of practice disapproving of you," she replied. Then, after a beat, "Though I admit you are bearing it better than I expected." That surprised him enough to make him look up. "What did you expect?" "That you would defend yourself for longer." "I'm too tired." "No," she said. "Not tired." Cracked. He stared at the surface of the tea. Rain tapped on the window in irregular bursts. After a while he asked, "Did she really write unsent letters?" "Yes." "Where are they?" Mrs. Alden buttered a slice of bread for herself before answering. "Not yet." "Why not yet?" "Because you still want them as a sentence passed on you." What else would they be? Her gaze rose to him, cool and unwavering. Her life, she said. Spoken in a form that did not require your answer. The room grew quiet. He ate a little soup because something warm and ordinary was necessary if he was to go on reading. Mrs. Alden sat across from him, not speaking for a while. In her silence he sensed not withdrawal but supervision. She was letting him absorb as much as he could without theatrics. At last he said, "There's something else in the journal." "Yes?" She wrote that if I returned before understanding, she could not bear it. Mrs. Alden's face altered very slightly. "Yes. You knew." "Yes. And you still sent for me." "I did." "Why?" "Because now," she said, she believed there was a chance you might understand. He put down the spoon. She believed. Mrs. Alden did not answer immediately. Instead she folded her napkin with exasperating care and placed it beside the tray. When she left, she said, she did not leave behind only objects. She left instructions. "For you." "Yes." "Specific ones." "Very." His pulse quickened. "What instructions?" Mrs. Alden looked toward the journals. "That if you ever returned, you were to be shown enough truth to prevent sentiment from masquerading as repentance." The sentence settled heavily between them. "And if I failed?" "Then I was not to tell you where she was." He held her gaze. "Do you intend to tell me now?" Mrs. Alden's expression did not change. "I haven't decided." A flare of frustrated anger rose in him, then died almost at once from lack of moral leverage. He leaned back. "This is all very carefully staged." "Yes." "It feels almost," he searched for the word. "Cruel." Mrs. Alden nodded once. "Of course." That answer stopped him. She continued, "Truth often feels cruel to people who have spent years arranging the furniture around it." The rain deepened. The north room listened. He looked down at the bowl, then away. After a moment, "Did she hate me?" Mrs. Alden's reply came without hesitation. "Sometimes." He almost laughed, because the baldness of it was a form of mercy. "Only sometimes?" "Don't be vain," said Mrs. Alden. "You were not the center of every season." He accepted that. Then, more quietly, "Did she stop loving me?" Mrs. Alden's gaze softened by so little it might have been imagined. "That depends what you think love is after it has been forced to grow up," she said. He said nothing. The answer troubled him more than certainty would have. When the tray was cleared and the tea refreshed, Mrs. Alden rose. "There is more in the room than the journals," she said. "I know." The wardrobe drawer beneath the blankets. He looked up quickly. "What's in it?" "You'll see." She moved toward the door, then paused. "One thing more," she said without turning. "The truth you ignored was not only about her. It was about you too." The door closed softly behind her. He remained still for a few moments after she left, hearing again the phrase from the journal. "I loved him. I may love him still. But I begin to suspect that love, if unattended by bravery, rots into labor for the one who remains." Then he stood and crossed to the wardrobe. Inside, beneath the folded blankets and tissue-wrapped dresses, was a shallow drawer he had not opened before. He slid it out. Within lay 3 bundles. The first was tied with green ribbon and contained letters in her hand, all addressed to him, none apparently sent. The second was a portfolio of sketches and loose pages, floor plans, lists, maps, household notes, fragments of thought. The third was a stack of newspaper clippings and folded travel brochures, held together by a narrow black band. He stared at them. The room felt suddenly colder. Not because of any supernatural sensation. Because the drawer revealed preparation. Movement. A life turning outward. He took the newspaper clippings first. They were from various dates over several years. Articles on train routes. Announcements of lectures in York, Edinburgh, Bath, and London. An exhibition of maritime maps. A notice about women's property law reform. Another on a charitable society funding schools for sailors' daughters. A clipping on a conservatory restoration in Norfolk. A folded brochure for a hotel in Venice. Another for a pension in Geneva. Interleaved among them were notes in her hand. Could go alone. Too damp in March. Ask Mrs. Alden about train from York. No, not yet. Remember, staying is not loyalty if the life has already ended. His breathing slowed and deepened. She had not merely healed in place. She had considered leaving for years. Not in melodramatic flight. In increments. In maps and train times and practical annotations. He set the clippings aside and took up the portfolio. Inside were small charcoal sketches of rooms in the house. The drawing room with altered furniture. The north room from several angles. The glass house, cracked pane visible. The summer house at the edge of the woods. And one sketch of the boathouse below the eastern rocks, done with unusual pressure, the graphite dark and worked over until the water around it seemed almost storm black. On the back of that sketch was written, "Not the day I thought." He frowned. Not the day I thought. What day? He turned to another page. It was a household inventory in progress, linens, silver, books, furniture to keep, things to store, things to give away. Certain items were marked with initials. Beside several rooms were brief instructions. West room, air weekly. His room, keep closed for now. Dust is kinder than argument. North room, mine. Drawing room piano. Fresh flowers in winter if possible. It sounds different otherwise. Glass house, repair the north pane before frost. Her presence rose from every line, practical and observant and unwilling to separate feeling from management because life never grants that luxury for long. Then he took up the green ribbon letters. There were many. More than he expected. Some sealed. Some not. The earliest bore no dates on the front. Later ones had month and year penciled in the corner in Mrs. Alden's hand, perhaps catalogued later for cents. He untied the ribbon, then stopped. He was not ready. He knew that in the body, not the mind. The journal had already broken too much open too quickly. To move immediately into unsent letters felt like striking the bruise with a hammer. Necessary perhaps, but not yet. He retied the bundle loosely and set it aside. The last item in the drawer was a flat cedar box no bigger than a book. It had been hidden under the portfolio. He drew it out and opened it. Inside lay photographs. Not many. A dozen perhaps. He went through them one by one. Celia in the garden with pruning shears, glaring at the photographer as if caught committing a private crime against roses. Celia at the piano, looking down, hair unpinned, lamp beside her. The glass house in spring, empty chair at the center. The cove in winter. Mrs. Alden at the kitchen table pretending not to smile. A blurred photograph of Elias himself on the cliff path, hat in hand, head thrown back in laughter at something unseen. He stopped there. He had forgotten that version of his own face. Open. Unarmed. No calculation in it. He stared at the photograph for a long time, feeling something close to grief not only for losing her but for losing access to the man he had once been before fear refined his vanity into habit. Beneath the photograph was one final image. Not a photograph this time. A page torn from a notebook in her hand. What he mistakes for freedom. Distance, motion, admiration, doors not yet chosen. What he fears. Being known in weather, repetition, tenderness after disappointment, becoming ordinary in the eyes of one person and still remaining loved. He sat down on the edge of the bed because his knees no longer trusted the floor. That page. That damned page. It was not a guess. It was diagnosis of a ruthless kind. She had understood him. Perhaps not completely. No one is understood completely by another. But enough. More than enough. She had seen the mechanism years before he had language for it himself. What he mistakes for freedom, distance, motion, admiration, doors not yet chosen. What he fears, being known in weather, repetition, tenderness after disappointment, becoming ordinary in the eyes of one person and still remaining loved. The truth he ignored. There it was. Not merely that he hurt her. That he fled the precise form of love that would have required him to let himself be ordinary and beloved at once. He had preferred the admiration of possibility to the quieter test of daily presence. Not because daily presence was lesser. Because it was greater, and he had known that instinctively enough to fear it. Rain thickened at the windows until the sea disappeared entirely. He sat with the page in his hand and let the house close around him. Hours seemed to gather without moving. The lamp burned steadily. Somewhere below, the noon bell from the village church reached the house in a soft and distant clang. The sound traveled through stone and faded. He read more from the journal after that, not in order but by instinct, following entries marked by ribbons or pressed leaves or slightly bent page corners. From a later year. August 27th. The house no longer asks. I woke this morning and realized that for several days I have moved through the rooms without sensing his absence as an addressed silence. There is no vacancy shaped like him leaning in doorways. There are only rooms. Mine, Mrs. Alden's, the libraries, the kitchens, the long corridors. The house has become itself again instead of an argument conducted in architecture. I did not know to be grateful for this until it arrived. And another. October 9th. There are forms of peace one cannot access while still hoping to be seen by the wrong person. And another, from much later. February 2nd. A letter from Vienna, forwarded through London, unopened. He does not understand that writing without returning is only another form of absence dressed for dinner. He stared at that line until the lamp halo seemed to blur around it. Writing without returning is only another form of absence dressed for dinner. He nearly laughed then, not from humor but from the devastating elegance of the sentence. How many of his letters had tried to do precisely that, arrive in thoughtful clothes, bearing culture and reflection and careful regret, while leaving the central cowardice untouched. He turned pages farther, into the last journal on the shelf, dated 2 years ago. The later entries were fewer, more irregular. The handwriting remained calm, but the pressure changed occasionally, as if the hand had become either more tired or more decisive. June 14th. Booked passage. Only those 2 words at first. Then below. I expected this to feel triumphant. It does not. Only correct. There is a difference between escape and departure. It has taken me too long to learn it. July 1st. Walked through every room and wrote down what remains, what goes, what is only wood and fabric, what has become witness and therefore cannot be lightly discarded. How strange that houses ask to be interpreted when one leaves them. Perhaps all inhabited places do. If he ever returns, I do not want him entering a museum of old injury. I want him faced with the fact that life continued here with intelligence. He stopped. There. Not sentiment. Not revenge. Intelligence. Everything in the room, everything in the house, every note and instruction and preserved object was arranged not to keep pain alive but to prevent his ignorance from flattening the past into romance. He read on. July 12th. Mrs. Alden says I should tell him where I am not because he deserves to know, but because secrets eventually spoil into theater. She may be right. I have not decided. If he comes back before understanding, I will not see him. If he comes back after, I may still not. But I no longer want his ignorance living in the world as if it were my final form. He lowered the journal slowly. The rain had softened now. Gray afternoon pooled in the windows, brighter than before but somehow lonelier. The sea began to emerge again in fragments, slate under cloud, veined with a dull pewter light. He rose and crossed to the shelf, replacing the journal carefully. On the mantel, the dried hydrangeas stood in their faded beauty like preserved weather. The shawl on the chair kept its patient fold. The hairbrush on the dressing table still held dark strands. This room was not waiting. It was instructing. He moved to the window seat and sat there with the page diagnosing his fear still in hand. From here he could see the path leading down toward the summer house through the lower stand of beech trees. Wet branches shivered in the wind. Beyond them, on the far edge of the grounds, something pale moved between the trunks. He went still. A figure. Tall. White or light gray against the darker wood. It passed between 2 trees and vanished. Elias rose at once. He watched, breathing shallowly. For several seconds there was nothing. Then, farther downslope, the figure appeared again, only a glimpse of fabric, or perhaps a coat, then gone behind the bend in the path leading toward the summer house. He was at the door before he fully chose to move. Down the corridor, down the stairs, through the entrance hall where the clock swung its grave little kingdom of seconds, across the drawing room, through the French doors onto the terrace slick with rain. Cold struck him immediately. The garden smelled of wet earth and roses gone heavy with water. He crossed the terrace and followed the lower path toward the beech trees, his shoes sinking slightly into softened ground. Branches shook droplets onto his shoulders as he passed beneath them. The path narrowed and darkened, bordered by ferns and moss-black stones. No one. He went on. The summer house stood at the edge of the trees where the ground sloped toward the eastern cliff. It was a small octagonal structure painted years ago in pale blue, now weathered almost to gray. Ivy had claimed part of one side. The windows were clouded. Rain ticked softly on its roof. The door stood ajar. His pulse quickened. He crossed the last stretch and pushed it open wider. Inside, the air smelled of damp wood, old paper, and something faintly floral beneath both. The bench running along the curved wall remained as he remembered it. A small round table stood at the center. There were books on the shelf, 2 lanterns, a folded blanket, and on the table, a fresh white camellia. Fresh. Rain still jeweled its petals. No one was there. He looked around once, twice, sharply. No second exit. Only windows clouded with moisture and the one door through which he had entered. Then he saw the envelope beneath the camellia. His name. Again in her hand. He stood over it for a long moment before touching it. The paper was dry despite the damp air, as if placed very recently. He opened it. Inside was a single folded sheet. You still follow traces instead of meanings. Sit down. Read this where the sea cannot interrupt you. He stared. Then, despite the strangeness of obeying a voice not physically present, he sat on the bench and unfolded the page. This time the writing was longer. Elias. You always believed the central injury was that you left. That is true only in the most obvious sense. People leave one another for reasons noble and shameful and confused every day. Departure alone is not rare enough to ruin a life. The greater injury was that you insisted on not knowing what your leaving meant while still reserving the right to be mourned beautifully. You mistook feeling for integrity. You mistook longing for devotion. You mistook the possibility of return for innocence. You were not cruel in a simple way. That made you more dangerous, not less. I could have hated you more easily if you had loved me less. Outside, rain whispered against the summerhouse roof. He read the lines again, each one cutting with such clean exactness that resistance became pointless. You mistook feeling for integrity. He had. God, he had. He had believed that because his love felt real, his failures around it could not be too severe. As if sincerity of emotion compensated for absence of courage. As if longing afterward retroactively dignified cowardice beforehand. He continued reading. If you are reading this, then Mrs. Alden has judged you at least somewhat less intolerable than before, which suggests time has not been entirely wasted. Good. Now hear the truth you ignored. I was never asking you to give up your life. I was asking whether I was allowed to exist inside it as a reality instead of an interruption. When you left, you did not merely choose work or travel or solitude. You chose the version of yourself that remained most legible to your own vanity. You chose the man who was always about to become something, because that man never had to endure being fully seen as he was. I loved you then. I grieved you after. But what I could not survive was being turned into the test you kept postponing. The room blurred. He lowered the page, pressed one hand to his eyes, then forced himself to continue. If this sounds severe, understand that severity was one of the few kindnesses left to me. Softness would only have fed your talent for tragic self-forgiveness. The day I understood this clearly was not the day you left, nor the day at the station, nor the day I found the ring box. It was the day your second letter arrived and I realized, with a calm almost frightening in its completeness, that you intended to go on writing from a safe distance while asking me to remain morally available to your eventual return. That was the day waiting became knowledge. I knew then that if you ever came back, you must not be allowed to step into the old story unchanged. He sat very still. The summerhouse seemed to hold its breath with him. Through the clouded glass one window gave a blurred impression of the sea beyond the trees, moving but distant. The day your second letter arrived. So that was the hinge. Not merely his leaving. Not even the station. The second letter. The moment at which she understood pattern. Understood that he was capable of sustaining a relationship to his own remorse without changing the behavior that created it. He finished the page. If you want to understand what you lost, do not ask only what became of me. Ask what use your regret was while it remained only yours. And when you are done asking that, go to the boathouse. Not yet to find me. To find the last thing you refused to see. See. The page trembled once in his hand before becoming still again. Rain moved across the roof in a slow gathering sheet. The boathouse. He knew it well. Or thought he did. Low and weatherdark near the eastern rocks, reached by a narrow descending path slick even in good weather. A place of ropes, oars, salt rot, and forgotten summer gear. She had marked it on the map too. Boathouse, where decision became departure. What last thing had he refused to see there? Or about it? He folded the letter carefully. This one he placed inside his coat, near the inner pocket, as though proximity to the body mattered. For a long minute he remained seated in the summer house, listening to the rain and the trees and the softened thunder of the sea beyond both. The truth he ignored. It had deepened again. He had not merely fled love. He had chosen a version of himself maintained by perpetual imminence. The man almost becoming. The man not yet fixed by ordinary tenderness. The man whose future could always redeem the present because the future remained untested. And she, seeing it with terrible clarity, had refused to be turned into the emotional holding pattern of that self. He rose. On the table the white camellia gleamed against the worn wood, fresh enough that a drop of water still gathered at the edge of one petal. Someone had placed it there very recently. Someone had known he would come. He looked toward the door. No figure stood beyond it. Still, the sensation remained, not haunting, not madness exactly, but orchestration. The living aftermath of intention moving through place after the person herself had gone. When he stepped back into the wet afternoon, the rain had lessened to mist. The grounds of Blackwater House shone dark and saturated. Down toward the east the cliff path dipped toward the rocks where the boathouse crouched near the waterline. He did not go there immediately. Instead he stood beneath the trees and looked back up at the house. From here the north windows were visible through branches, pale in the gloom. One curtain stirred. The stone face of the house looked neither welcoming nor severe. Only patient. As if it had known from the beginning that he would have to be dismantled room by room. He returned slowly through the garden and entered by the terrace doors. In the drawing room, the fire had been rebuilt. Mrs. Alden must have done it while he was out. Flames moved low and steady in the grate. The camellias on the piano had been replaced. These were fresher than the earlier ones, their petals cool white against the dark wood. On the piano stool lay no note this time. Only silence. He crossed to the hearth and stood before it, warming his damp hands. His reflection moved faintly in the black glass of the windows. Behind him the room held its familiar arrangement. Chairs angled toward intimacy, shelves of books, the shawl folded on the sofa, the lamp with its cream shade sending out its low, calm circle. He could almost see the older life here. Almost hear her saying that flowers improved the acoustics of winter rooms. The ache of that nearly vision was so deep that he had to close his eyes. From the doorway, Mrs. Alden said, "Well?" He turned. She stood with one hand on the frame, her posture as upright as ever, her face unreadable in the firelight. "She wrote to me," he said. "Yes." She said the second letter was the turning point. Mrs. Alden nodded once. Yes. You knew that too. I knew enough. He let out a slow breath. She wants me to go to the boathouse. At that, something passed over Mrs. Alden's face. Not fear exactly. A tightening, perhaps. Or memory. Yes, she said. What is there? Mrs. Alden looked toward the sea-facing windows. Truth, she replied. That answer is beginning to exhaust me. Good, she said. Your appetite for easier answers was the original trouble. He had no reply to that. She came farther into the room. Her eyes moved over him once, taking in the damp coat, the mud at the hem of his trousers, the letter no doubt hidden but not invisible in its effect. Not today, she said. What? Do not go to the boathouse today. Why not? Because weather matters. He almost protested, then stopped. Her tone was not symbolic. It was practical. The path is dangerous when the tide turns in rain, she said. You can go tomorrow morning. He looked toward the windows. The sea beyond them had darkened again, and now he could hear, even through the glass, the heavier crash of water against rock below the eastern side. The tide, then, was climbing fast. Did she ever? He stopped. Mrs. Alden waited. Did she ever go there often? Yes. Alone? Usually. Why? Mrs. Alden's gaze returned to him. Because some decisions need the sound of water near them, she said. And though he did not yet understand the full meaning of that answer, he felt its gravity. Evening approached slowly after that. He returned once more to the north room, not to read but to sit. The lamp burned on the desk. The rain passed. Dusk gathered. At some point a servant, one of the village women perhaps, hired in recent years for day work, must have come and gone downstairs, for he heard unfamiliar footsteps briefly in the hall and then the front door shut again. The house settled into evening as old houses do, incrementally, through small softenings. Curtains drawn. Fires banked. Lamps lowered. The world outside receding until only the nearest motions remained, the branch against glass, the cry of one gull late over the water, the thud and hush of waves in the dark. He did not open another journal. The day had given him enough to live with for the moment. Instead he sat in the window seat holding the unsent letter from the summer house and thinking about the sentence that had lodged deepest. I was asking whether I was allowed to exist inside it as a reality instead of an interruption. There were some truths one could think about for years without actually receiving. They moved around the mind abstractly, perhaps even eloquently, never entering the places where change would be required. Then one day they arrived in plain language and turned the previous decade into evidence of evasion. That sentence had done precisely that. He had treated her, not consciously but consistently, as a beloved complication to be integrated later, once he had become sufficient to himself. Never saying so. Never meaning it crudely. But living as though her full reality could wait while his unfolding remained primary. No wonder her severity had become kindness. Anything softer would have let him continue mistaking himself for tragic rather than selfish. By the time Mrs. Alden called him down to dinner, darkness had fully taken the windows. The meal was simple, fish stew for her, though he noticed she had instructed the kitchen to make him a separate broth without it, remembering or honoring his tastes from years ago in ways he did not deserve. Bread, onions roasted soft, a tart of apples and rosemary. The conversation, when there was any, remained practical. She asked whether he needed dry boots for the boathouse path in the morning. He said yes. She said a pair would be left by the door. No sentiment. No questions about how he felt. It was another form of mercy. After dinner he wandered into the library and found, on the reading table by the lamp, a single page set out as if waiting. This time the handwriting was not hers. It was his. Or rather, a fragment copied from one of his own letters, transcribed in her hand beneath which she had written only, "Here." The copied line read, "What I need most at present is motion. Stillness has become impossible to think inside." Beneath it, in her hand. Here was the lie. He stared. Stillness has become impossible to think inside. Yes. There. Exactly there. He saw it now with humiliating clarity. Motion had not been what he needed. It had been what spared him from thought deep enough to alter him. Travel, work, admiration, cities, assignments, trains, ships, foreign rooms, the whole machinery of outward life had given him somewhere to direct feeling without surrendering self-image. Stillness, by contrast, would have required him to remain long enough in one place for truth to stop moving with him decorously and sit down opposite him. He took the page and folded it into his pocket with the others. The house was teaching him by arrangement. By curation. By the exact placement of his own past phrases where they could no longer masquerade as wisdom. Later, when he finally went to the west room to sleep, wind had risen again. It moved around the corners of Blackwater House in low sustained currents. The sea below answered heavily. His boots stood drying by the hearth. The letter from the summer house lay on the table beside the bed. So did the copied line from his old correspondence. He undressed slowly. Before extinguishing the lamp, he crossed to the window and looked out. Nothing was visible at first beyond his own reflection and the wavering gold of the room behind him. Then, as his eyes adjusted, he saw the faint line of the eastern path and, far below, a single intermittent light near the rocks. The boathouse. A lantern perhaps. Or reflection. Or imagination. He stood watching until the light vanished. When he lay down, sleep did not come quickly. The mattress beneath him was narrow and old-fashioned. The sheets smelled faintly of lavender starch. The house creaked now and then, not ominously but with the honest sounds of age shifting itself against wind. He thought of the boathouse. Of the map. Boathouse, where decision became departure. Not the day I thought. The phrases circled him in the dark. Something had happened there. Not dramatic perhaps, but definitive. Some last thing refused to be seen. And tomorrow he would go down to the water and meet it. Long after midnight, when the wind had eased and the sea entered one of its quieter breathing phases, Elias drifted into a shallow uneasy sleep. He dreamed, not of her directly, but of rooms filling slowly with seawater. Not flooding violently. Rising inch by inch. Lamps reflected in it. Books darkening at the edges. Chairs standing half submerged in calm cold depths. In the dream he moved from room to room trying to decide what to save first, but the strange thing was that nothing seemed ruined. Only changed. Suspended in another element where its usual use no longer applied. He woke before dawn with the dream still around him. Gray light had begun at the edges of the curtains. Somewhere below, a door closed softly. He sat up, breathing once, deeply. The boathouse waited. And with it, perhaps, the last uncorrected lie. He dressed before full morning, the air in the room still carrying the damp chill of the sea. On the chair by the hearth Mrs. Alden had indeed left sturdier boots, waxed and practical, along with a heavy oilskin coat that had once belonged to the house's previous owner or perhaps some fisherman relative long dead. He put them on without argument. The day outside would not reward elegance. In the entrance hall the clock showed not yet 6. A lantern, lit and trimmed, waited on the console. Beside it lay one final note. No envelope this time. Only a folded slip. He opened it. When the path divides, take the lower steps. Do not trust the upper ledge in wet weather. And when you find it, do not say aloud that you understand. You probably won't. Not yet. M.A. For the first time, Mrs. Alden had signed her initials. He looked toward the dining room where a faint light glowed beneath the door, but did not go in. Instead he took the lantern, slipped the note into his pocket beside all the others, and opened the front door. The air outside was cold enough to sting. Dawn had barely begun. The sea was a great dark body beyond the cliffs, muscled with pale bands where the first light found it. The garden shone wet. The roses along the wall hung heavy with droplets. Somewhere to the east, beyond the trees and rocks, the boathouse waited in the hour before day had fully made it answerable. He stepped out, closed the door behind him, and turned toward the path. What he had lost was already clearer than before. What he had ignored was beginning to show its full structure. And now, with the house at his back and the sea ahead, he went to meet whatever truth the water had kept. Chapter 6: Why He Left. Dawn along the eastern path came slowly, as though the world itself were reluctant to expose what night had held in confidence. Elias descended from Blackwater House with the lantern in one hand and Mrs. Alden's note in his pocket, the oilskin coat heavy on his shoulders, the borrowed boots unfamiliar but steady beneath him. The garden behind the house was dark with rain. Water clung to every surface, the hedge leaves, the white roses, the stone lip of the terrace. Beyond the garden wall the land dropped in rough folds toward the rocks, and farther still the sea moved under the half-light like something immense and thinking. The path forked where the beech trees thinned. He paused there, lantern flame wavering in the damp wind, and looked from one route to the other. The upper ledge was the shorter way, though narrower, a path of chalk and stone that ran along the cliff face before curving sharply downward. He remembered taking it once in summer with Celia, who had laughed at the severity with which he watched her footing. "If I slip," she had said, holding her skirts in one hand, "you may try catching me. But do not look so grave. The cliff will think you're applying for employment." The lower steps were older and less visible, cut roughly into the slope between outcrops of dark rock. Moss grew between them. Bramble had reached across their edges in thin thorn fingers. They descended more gradually toward the cove and the eastern shelf where the boathouse stood crouched above the tidal-line. When the path divides, take the lower steps. He did. The boots slipped once on wet stone and then found their rhythm. The lantern cast a shifting amber circle that struck roots, ferns, and slick patches of black mud into brief existence before letting them go again. The air down here smelled stronger of salt. The cry of gulls came from below, though the birds themselves were still mostly hidden in the pale gloom. Somewhere beyond the rocks water struck in long deliberate intervals, slower than a storm tide, heavier than calm. The boathouse appeared gradually, not all at once. First the roofline, low and dark against the paling sea. Then the angle of one wall. Then the whole structure, hunched where land and water negotiated with one another. Weather-dark timber, stone footings sunk into uneven rock, a narrow door banded in rusting iron, one small window on the seaward side glazed in cloudy panes that reflected nothing clearly. It looked older than Elias remembered. Or perhaps he was seeing it now with the added age of regret. He had thought of it before only as one of the outbuildings of the house, a place for oars, coils of rope, tarred canvas, old lanterns, summer chairs too battered for the main terrace. A practical room near the water. Something peripheral. Now, after the map and the journal and the note from the summer house, it seemed to draw gravity from the rocks themselves. Boathouse, where decision became departure. Not the day I thought. He stopped a short distance away and listened. The wind came off the sea cold and wet, bringing the smell of kelp and stone and tidewater locked briefly in rock pools before release. The lantern flame bent and recovered. The horizon was still only an idea, a seam of lighter dark behind the waves. No movement showed in the window. No second light. Only the boathouse, quiet and waiting. He mounted the last few slick stones toward the door and found, to his surprise, that it was unlocked. The latch lifted easily beneath his fingers. The hinges complained softly as he opened it. The smell inside reached him first. Salt. Old wood. Tar. Rope gone damp. And beneath those, a scent far more intimate and disorienting. Faint violet water, almost vanished, preserved somehow in cedar and closed air. He stood on the threshold while dawn, still weak, entered around him. The interior was larger than memory allowed. Long and narrow, with beams low enough in one corner that he had to duck slightly to pass. Shelves lined the back wall. Oars hung overhead. Nets, neatly folded, rested on pegs. 2 small rowing boats were stored here once, but now only one remained, turned on its side against braces along the eastern wall. A work table stood beneath the clouded window, and beside it an old sea chest banded in brass. Near the door, a bench held boots, a folded oilcloth, a coil of rope, and a lantern whose glass had been recently cleaned. Recently. He noticed that at once. This was no abandoned storage room. Dust had not settled thickly anywhere. The bench had been wiped. The window, though clouded by age and salt, had been cleaned from the inside within the limits of its old glass. One hook on the wall held a woman's blue scarf, faded but carefully folded over the peg rather than tossed. He set his lantern on the table. The sound seemed louder than it should have. Somewhere under the boards or in the rocks below, water moved. Not crashing now, but pushing and withdrawing through the narrow channels beneath the structure's foundation with a hollow gliding sound, as if the sea itself were passing under the floor and listening. He turned slowly. On the work table lay a ledger-sized notebook, a pencil, and beside them a ceramic cup with a hairline cracked down one side. Inside the cup were 3 dead stems of rosemary, brittle now, long dried. He touched the notebook. The cover was warped slightly by damp. No title. No lock. He opened it. Not a diary this time. Lists. Measurements. Dates. Tide charts copied in a precise hand. Annotations in Celia's script. He frowned and turned pages more quickly. High tide 5:42, too dangerous after rain. Rock shelf exposed 2 hours before full ebb. Lower chain loose, tell Whitcomb. Lantern trim before dusk. Do not trust the eastern rung in storm weather. It read like the working notes of someone using the boathouse regularly. Not sentimentally visiting it, but inhabiting its practical conditions. Learning tides. Noting repairs. Measuring safety against weather. He flipped ahead. A rough sketch of the cove. Another of the path from the house. Then, on a page farther in. Learned at last, water does not ask for certainty before carrying what you entrust to it. He stopped. The sentence had no date. It stood alone in the middle of the page, between two tide tables, as if thought had interrupted practical record and then withdrawn again. He looked around the boathouse once more. What exactly had she done here? And why had this place, of all the places on the grounds, become the site where decision became departure? On the far wall hung a ring of keys. Beneath them, another envelope. Of course. He almost smiled at the severe patience of it. His name again, though this time the ink looked older, slightly faded at the edges where salt air must have touched it over time. He opened it carefully. Inside was a folded page, and behind it, a photograph. The photograph first. He held it nearer the lantern. It had been taken here, inside the boathouse, though years earlier by the look of the light and the less weathered walls. Celia stood by the table, sleeves rolled up, one hand on a lantern, looking at someone beyond the camera with a half-amused expression he knew too well. The sea behind the window was bright summer blue. On the back, in her hand. The day he said he hated small boats because they proved how little control men have over water. He stared. The memory returned almost at once. A summer afternoon. Heat on the rocks. The ridiculous argument he had made about the indignity of rowing when currents ignored intention. Her laughter when he insisted that the sea, unlike books, refused to be corrected by intelligence. You dislike boats, she had said then, for the same reason you dislike being loved closely. Too much balance required, and the elements always know more than you. He had called that unfair. She had laughed harder. He set the photograph down and unfolded the letter. Elias. You have come to the place where I finally understood why you left. Not in the superficial sense. Not ambition. Not scholarship. Not restlessness. Those were real, but they were only the respectable garments. I mean the older reason. The quieter one. The reason that made all the others persuasive. You left because departure preserved possibility. Staying would have required incarnation. You would have had to become an actual man in an actual life, not merely the promising outline of one. Here, in this room, I understood it. Because this is where you were happiest in your honesty. The letter slipped slightly in his hand. He read the line again. Because this is where you were happiest in your honesty. He continued. When we came here in earlier years, before things soured, you were least guarded near water. Perhaps because the sea had no interest in admiring you. Perhaps because weather makes every person practical. Perhaps because boats require either balance or drowning, and vanity serves neither. You once said in this room, while mending a rope badly and pretending not to resent instruction, that what frightened you most about marriage was not fidelity, nor boredom, nor sacrifice, but becoming definite. You laughed after saying it, so I did not force the conversation. That was my error. I thought time would make you braver where love had already made you sincere. It did not. Elias lowered the page. Becoming definite. The phrase moved through him with a sickening familiarity. He had said it. He knew he had. Half joking, half serious, in the boathouse perhaps with wet rope in his hands and the smell of salt around them. The sort of sentence one offers lightly in the hope that its truth will pass as wit. Becoming definite. Yes. That was it. Not all of it, but enough of the center. He sat down on the bench because the room had begun to feel as though it were moving. The sea sounded beneath the boards again, a low channeling rush. He continued reading. You live then, as many gifted and frightened people do, by preserving alternate selves. The scholar who might go abroad. The husband who might ask properly. The man who might settle. The man who might remain free. The one admired from a distance. The one known up close. You believed choosing one life meant murdering all the others, and because you lacked the courage to grieve unrealized selves, you postponed becoming real in any single one. I mistook this for complexity. It was fear. The words remained before him long after his eyes stopped moving. He could not deny them. And what made denial impossible was not that they were wholly condemning. It was that they were almost unbearably exact. He had lived by alternate selves. Had treasured them, even. The man he might become in Alexandria. In Vienna. In London. In scholarship. In marriage. In solitude. Each possibility preserved, each one lending glamour to the others so long as none was chosen wholly enough to exclude the rest. To choose, truly choose, was to let the unlived lives die. He had not known then how to survive that grief. So he had called the refusal of choice freedom. He read on. The day at the station was not the first time you left me. It was only the first time you did it visibly enough that neither of us could continue pretending otherwise. That sentence seemed to alter the temperature of the room. He looked up toward the clouded window. Outside, dawn had strengthened. The sky above the water had become a harder pearl, streaked with low bars of silver beneath the clouds. The tide, now withdrawing, left black rock exposed in gleaming ledges below. The day at the station was not the first time you left me. Of course. She had said something like it once already. You always speak of leaving, even while still in the room. But here in the boathouse, with salt in the air and tide charts under his hand, the truth grew roots. Visible departure had only completed a habit of inward retreat. He had been practicing absence in advance. In arguments. In postponements. In all the clever distances by which one avoids becoming definite. He finished the letter. I brought your letters here when they began arriving from abroad because the sea is honest company for unopened things. If you want the rest of the answer, open the sea chest. But before you do, say to yourself plainly, not beautifully, not sadly, not with the style you always preferred over surrender. Why you left. If you cannot do that here, there is no point going farther. See. Elias sat motionless for a long time. The sea chest stood at the far side of the room, dark with age, its brass bands dimmed green in places by salt. It looked like any other chest one might use for sails or tools or spare lines. Only now it seemed to occupy the room with the patience of an awaiting witness. But before you do, say to yourself plainly, why you left. The instructions should have been simple. It was not. He had words, many words. Entire continents of them. Explanations, contextualizations, refined regrets. Ambition. Fear. Youth. Restlessness. Opportunity. Pride. The terror of limitation. The seduction of becoming. The arrogance of believing time infinite. The vanity of thinking love would keep. The inability to reconcile devotion with freedom because he had misdefined both. All true. None plain enough. He looked down at his hands. Older hands now. More marked. One pale scar crossing the knuckles from some trivial accident in Trieste. Ink long gone from their habitual stains. Hands that had touched many cities and too little that mattered. He spoke aloud because the room required it. I left, he said, and stopped. The sea moved under the floor. He tried again. I left because I was afraid. Not enough. I left because I wanted the life I imagined for myself more than the life that was real. Closer. He looked at the chest. No. The room, the sea, the years in between, all seemed to insist on greater honesty. He breathed in the salt-cold air and let the sentence arrive without ornament. I left because being loved by her required me to become a man instead of a possibility. The words entered the room and did not vanish. He felt them remain there, stern and exact. And then, because truth rarely arrives singly once invited, more followed. I left because I thought possibility was freedom. He swallowed. I left because I did not want to lose the other versions of myself. The lantern flame bent slightly in a draft. I left because I believed I could return later without becoming answerable to what I had done. Silence afterward. Not approval. Not absolution. Only a silence different from the one before, as if the boathouse had ceased resisting his presence quite so much. He stood. Crossed the room. Knelt before the sea chest. Its latch was not locked. Only stiff. He lifted it, and the metal gave with a soft salt-bitten click. Inside, arranged with care, lay bundles of letters tied by year, each one unopened. His letters. All of them. From Prague, Marseille, Florence, Vienna, Geneva. The envelopes had yellowed slightly. Some corners were softened by damp air, but the seals remained unbroken. Between the bundles were sheets of wax paper and small sachets of dried lavender to keep them from mildew. He stared. He had known, from the blue box in the north room, that some had gone unread. He had not known there were so many. So many attempts at presence without return. So many performances of thoughtfulness sent from safe distances. He lifted one bundle. His own handwriting addressed to her over and over, years traveling across the fronts of envelopes like a gradual confession of uselessness. Beneath the letters lay something else, a stack of unsent drafts in her hand, folded and dated. Not tied with ribbon, not curated for beauty. Simply stacked. Working pages. Some crossed out violently. Others calm and nearly fair copied. The private conversation she had mentioned in the journals. He touched the top page and hesitated. Then he read. June 3rd. You are not homesick, Elias. You are consequence sick, which is a far more selfish affliction. He shut his eyes. Opened them again. Another draft beneath it. October 11th. I do not know what is crueler. That you believe your letters generous, or that some part of you truly thinks I should be grateful for the proof that you remain capable of feeling from abroad. He set that down. A third. No date. I keep trying to write to the best version of you, which is ridiculous because the best version of you would have come home before requiring correspondence as character evidence. He breathed out slowly, almost laughing from the terrible justice of it. These were not the polished letters of a mournful heroine. They were sharper. Rawer. often funny in a way that left blood behind. Written not for him but against confusion. Against the temptation to soften what had happened into something more flattering to his image. Further down he found quieter pages. January 5th. Today the sea is iron gray and the house smells of apples and smoke. It is unbearable that beauty continues to occur in rooms from which one person is absent and another has been made foolish. March 1st. There should be a name for the stage after grief when anger has become intelligent but not yet exhausted. April 27th. I no longer want you back in the form I miss. This line he read 3 times. I no longer want you back in the form I miss. What extraordinary precision. To separate the remembered beloved from the actual man. To know that longing itself could preserve an image unworthy of return. He kept reading. July 8th. If you came to the gate tomorrow and said all the beautiful damaged things men say when time has educated their loneliness but not their character, I think I would close the door. Not because I would feel nothing. Because I would finally understand enough to protect what remains. He sat back on his heels. This, then, was why the house had been arranged as it was. Why Mrs. Alden moved him through it in stages. Why every note corrected, deepened, sharpened. She had feared not only his arrival, but the possibility that he might arrive with eloquent regret and mistake that eloquence for change. At the very bottom of the chest lay a narrow wooden box, wrapped in plain cloth. He took it out and unwrapped it. Inside were objects. A railway ticket stub. A brass button from one of his old coats. A small piece of torn paper, water damaged at the edges. A hotel brochure from Venice. A tiny shell with a spiral ear-like curl. And under these, a sealed envelope heavier than the others. On the front, in Celia's hand. To be opened only when he finally knows it was never ambition I feared. His hand stilled. He understood already, perhaps. Or almost. Still he opened it. Inside was a longer letter, written on thick cream paper. The handwriting was slower than in the earlier notes, more deliberate, as if composed after long revision. Elias. It was never ambition I feared in you. Had it only been ambition, we might have survived. Ambitious people can still love well if they are willing to let achievement become part of a life rather than the excuse for postponing one. What frightened me was your devotion to self-continuation. You always needed to remain interpretable to yourself as unfinished, because unfinished people can still believe in their own future nobility. Completion terrified you. Not because you despised love. Because you suspected love would reveal there was no grander self waiting to emerge later, only the ordinary one, already here, asking to be lived honestly. I would have loved that man. The ordinary one. The tired one, the uncertain one, the one disappointed in his own work, the one vain on bad days, the one quiet in winter, the one whose hands smelled of paper and rain and smoke. But you were not yet capable of believing such a man could be enough. So you left in search of a self more worthy of returning. That was the tragedy. Because there was never another self. Only the one who needed to stay and be known. Elias lowered the letter slowly. His vision had blurred. Not with sudden tears exactly, though something close pressed behind his eyes. More with the strange unsteadiness that comes when a long-protected illusion is removed and the world, though unchanged, must be seen again without it. There was never another self. Only the one who needed to stay and be known. He sat on the boathouse floor with the chest open before him and the sea moving beneath the boards, and understood with brutal clarity the nature of the life he had built after leaving. City after city. Work after work. Admiration, invitations, rooms with high windows and unfamiliar ceilings, long tables of clever men discussing archives and war routes and empires dissolved into paper. Occasional women he almost loved and then withdrew from the moment their gaze sharpened beyond charm into recognition. Friendships maintained at the precise depth that allowed him to be valued without being answerable. Letters home to no one in particular. Meals alone. Trains. Steamships. The constant moral vanity of imagining himself still in process, still preparing, still not yet at the final exam of intimacy. He had called this a life. It had been, in part, only an elaborate postponement of definiteness. And all the while she, in the house above the sea, had been undergoing the harsher education, turning private hurt into knowledge, then knowledge into structure, then structure into the strength to depart without turning her life into a museum of him. He reread the line. I would have loved that man. The ordinary one. He believed her. That was what made it so devastating. Not because it promised some fantasy of perfect acceptance. She was too exacting for that. She would have argued with him. Seen through him. Laughed when he was pompous. Refused him easy self-deceptions. But she would have loved the ordinary man beneath the performance of becoming, if only he had trusted that ordinariness was survivable under love. The sea struck harder under the eastern wall. The tide, changing again. He gathered the letters carefully back into the chest, but kept the last one in his hand. When he rose, his knees complained from the damp floor. He crossed to the window. Outside, full morning had finally arrived. The sea was no calmer for it. Gray water ran in long muscular bands under the cloud-heavy sky. The rock shelf below shone black. Foam gathered in white seams where waves broke and pulled away. On the far side of the cove, halfway up the slope leading back toward the house, stood a figure. Elias went rigid. A woman. Dark coat. Bare head. Still as the stone beside her. Too far to distinguish the face. He stared. The figure did not move. For one impossible second hope rose in him so fiercely it felt like illness. Then the gulls swept across the line of sight, and when they passed, the figure was gone. He stepped back from the window. His pulse beat hard in his throat. No footsteps sounded outside. No door opened. Only the boathouse, the sea, the open chest, and the letter in his hand. Imagination, he thought. Or someone from the village on the upper path. Or not. The uncertainty remained. He closed the chest and reset the cloth over the narrow box. On impulse, he took one of the unopened bundles of his letters and held it for a moment before putting it back. The gesture felt like standing before one's own grave marker with no right to move the stone. At the door he paused and looked around the room once more. The bench. The scarf. The tide charts. The rosemary stems. This had been one of the places where she understood him best. Not because it was romantic. Because it was elemental. Salt, rope, weather, wood, danger measured practically, nothing softened by interior ornament. Here he had spoken half-true things without realizing they would outlive the moment. Here she had watched him become most himself in candor. And perhaps that was why this room held the answer to why he left. Not because she invented meaning for it later. Because the evidence had been here all along, in the sentences he let slip when not posing as a man in command. When he stepped outside, the air had sharpened. The clouds were lifting in places, allowing brief colder shafts of light onto the water. He closed the door behind him and began the climb back toward the house. The path seemed steeper now. Or perhaps his understanding had weight. As he climbed, he found his mind returning not to Celia first but to himself at 29, to that younger man in the boathouse laughing about becoming definite, joking where he should have stopped and listened. How lightly people sometimes announce their deepest terror, trusting wit to disguise confession. Had she known even then? Probably. At least enough to mark it. Enough to remember. Enough, eventually, to understand that love would not cure it without his cooperation. Halfway up the lower steps he stopped to catch breath and looked back. The boathouse had already diminished into part of the rocks, almost hidden from this angle. Only the roofline showed. The sea beyond it went on moving with indifferent grandeur. Water neither remembered nor forgot, it only bore, eroded, returned. A thought came to him then, unwelcome and exact. If she had remained with him. If he had not left when he did, would he have done worse later? Not by cruelty of spectacle. By attrition. By becoming one of those men who live beside a woman while secretly resenting the very intimacy they depend on. Men who say all the correct things and still keep one inward hand on the door. Men whose half-presence turns love into labor for the one who remains. Perhaps that was why her letters felt so severe. Because she understood that what had happened, awful as it was, had at least clarified the wound. There are injuries cleaner than the marriages that survive them. The house came into view through the wet branches. Tall, gray, sea-facing, withholding and familiar. As he approached the terrace, the front door opened and Mrs. Alden stood there, dark dress and white apron stark against the hallway gloom behind her. She did not call out. Only waited. He came up the steps more slowly than he had descended them. "Well?" she said when he reached the threshold. He removed the lantern from the crook of his arm and set it by the door. The last letter remained in his hand. "She knew," he said. Mrs. Alden's eyes moved once to the paper, then to his face. "Yes. She knew why before I did. Yes. And she wrote it all down." She was not a woman who enjoyed letting truth go undocumented. He almost smiled at that. Almost. He stepped inside. Warmth met him from the hall fire. The clock marked the quarter hour. Somewhere in the house, a window rattled briefly in the wind and went still again. Mrs. Alden closed the door. "What did you find?" she asked. Elias looked at the staircase rising above them, at the hall table, at the long exact order of the house. "My letters," he said. "Unopened." "All of them?" "Yes." "She kept them in the boathouse?" "Yes." "Why there?" Mrs. Alden considered. "Because the sea is a decent witness," she said. "And because she wanted your words somewhere they could remain outside the house proper until they earned entry." The sentence entered him slowly. Outside the house proper until they earned entry. Even his letters had been refused domestic intimacy. Not destroyed. Not denied existence. Simply kept by the water, where truth had to stand without upholstered consolation. "She wrote that I mistook feeling for integrity," he said. Mrs. Alden nodded as if he had remarked on the weather. "She was right." "Yes." He stood very still. Then, because it felt necessary to say aloud to someone who had watched all of it unfold, I left because I was afraid to become ordinary in the life I wanted. Mrs. Alden's face altered, but only slightly. At length she said, yes. Not surprise. Not praise. Only confirmation. The simplicity of it nearly undid him more than anything else. He looked away first. Tea, she said after a moment. Then upstairs. Why upstairs? There is one room left before the next truth. He looked back at her. What room? The room you never entered after you left. His pulse shifted. At once he knew. Not his old room. Not the north room. The room Celia had occupied before moving north. The one across the landing from his, the one whose door had shone light beneath it the night before he fled, the one he had stood outside and failed to knock upon properly, the one locked in memory at the edge of morning. The room he had never entered after he left. Even now he could not picture its interior clearly. Only the threshold. The line of light. His own cowardice standing outside it like a second person. Mrs. Alden had already turned toward the breakfast room. He followed, slow with knowledge. The house, it seemed, was not finished with teaching him the stages of his departure. Why he left had taken form now, not as noble conflict, not as grand incompatibility, but as the old simple terror of becoming definite under love. But there was still more. There was always more. Because understanding why one leaves does not yet reveal all the rooms one abandoned on the way out. And somewhere above them, behind another closed door and beneath years of dust and silence and the weathered intelligence of a woman who refused false stories, waited the next answer. Chapter 7, What She Felt. Tea was waiting in the breakfast room, but Elias barely tasted it. The cup warmed his hands. That was all. Warmth without comfort. Form without relief. Mrs. Alden sat opposite him in her usual composed severity, the morning paper folded at her elbow though unread, a plate of toast untouched between them. The ordinary things of the table seemed almost unreal now, as if they belonged to another scale of living. One in which broth, bread, polished silver, folded linens, and weather could still matter in their own right and not merely as scenery for revelation. Yet perhaps that, too, was part of the lesson. Celia's life after him had not been made only of epiphanies and wounds. It had been made of practical mornings. Of trains noted and not taken. Of lamps moved. Of letters refused. Of apple tarts, poor weather, village gossip, cracked panes, unwatered plants, and the discipline of going on. His error had been to imagine feeling as sovereign. Hers had been to survive by refusing its sovereignty. He set the cup down carefully. The room across the landing, he said. Mrs. Alden inclined her head once. Yes. She stayed there after I left. At first. Yes. And I never went in. No. He watched the thin curl of steam fade above the teapot. There are certain sentences that sound simple only until one speaks them in the correct house. I never went in. That meant. He never crossed the threshold of the room where she had grieved him before grief became structure. Never saw the first architecture of the damage. Never entered the chamber where his absence had still been raw enough to expect sounds in the corridor and interpret them briefly as return. The north room was where she became lucid. What, then, was the earlier room? What was left there? What will I find? He asked. Mrs. Alden tore a small piece of toast, though she did not eat it. What she felt, she said. He almost objected at once. The phrase sounded too broad, too omniscient, too impossible. No room could hold that. No letters, no objects, no preserved arrangement could fully contain the interior weather of another person's suffering. But then again, he thought, that had always been his coward's refuge, the argument that because one can never know another person completely, one need not know them precisely where it matters. So instead of objecting, he said, "Why that room before the unsent letters?" Mrs. Alden looked at him levelly. "Because you still think feeling is the same as sentiment." The sentence struck with quiet exactness. "And it isn't." "No," she said. "Sentiment flatters the observer. Feeling does not." A floorboard moved softly somewhere in the hall. The house was awake now. More fully than in the early dawn perhaps, though not with noise. Rather with presence. As if each room, having once been named, carried itself differently afterward. The drawing room was no longer merely familiar. The boathouse no longer merely functional. The summer house no longer merely charming. They had acquired moral weight. He drank the rest of the tea, though it had begun to cool. Outside, the clouds were thinning. Strands of pale light moved across the wet lawn and the rose hedge, then vanished behind the next bank of weather. It would be one of those coastal days in which brightness and storm took turns without ever settling the matter. Mrs. Alden rose first. "In 10 minutes, she said, "come upstairs." Then she left him. He sat alone a little longer than 10 minutes, not from defiance but from a reluctance he would once have called thoughtfulness and now knew to be fear taking on better manners. The room held its soft domestic order. He could hear the faint clink of china from the kitchen corridor, perhaps one of the village women rinsing dishes. Beyond the windows a gull landed on the low wall, shook rain from its wings, and lifted away again. At last he stood and went into the hall. The staircase rose before him in its old curved assurance. He placed one hand on the banister and felt the smoothness worn by years of use, not just his, not just hers, but generations. How many ascents in worry, in joy, in illness, in haste, in ordinary fatigue. Houses, he thought, outlive enough human weather that they must eventually become stern in what they witness. At the landing he found Mrs. Alden waiting near the corridor turn, a ring of smaller keys in one hand. The door stood farther down than he remembered. Not because it had moved, of course, but because memory compresses the distances we refuse to walk. It was painted the same muted cream as the others, though age had yellowed the lower panels. The brass handle had a narrow dark patina where fingers once touched it daily. There was no note pinned to it. No ribbon. No envelope. Just a closed door with the plain gravity of what had long been avoided. Mrs. Alden stopped before it. "This room was kept shut after she moved north," she said. "All these years?" "Yes." "Why?" "Because she wished it so. She chose a key and fitted it to the lock." The mechanism resisted slightly, then yielded. Mrs. Alden turned the handle, pushed the door inward, and stepped back. "I'll leave you to it," she said. He looked at her. "That's all?" "No," she replied. "Not all. But enough." Then, more quietly than usual, "Do not hurry in there. And do not confuse what is unbearable with what is unfair." She left him alone in the corridor. He stood at the threshold. The room beyond was dim because the curtains had been mostly drawn. Even in daylight it held the subdued air of preserved twilight. Yet there was no dust-thick abandonment here as in his old room. The air smelled of linen, faint lavender, cold ash, old paper, and the sealed hush of a place left intact not from neglect but from refusal. He entered slowly. At once he understood the difference between this room and the north one. The north room had been clarity. This room was impact. Not drama. Not collapse. But immediate aftermath, the private chamber in which emotion has not yet learned its later discipline. The room of first weather, before architecture. The bed stood near the inner wall, narrower than he expected, covered with a cream quilt worked in a pattern of climbing leaves. A shawl lay crumpled at one corner, not folded. A chair by the fireplace held a half-finished piece of needlework, the thread still caught in the cloth. On the bedside table sat a lamp, a closed book, and a water glass long evaporated dry, leaving a faint mineral ring at the bottom. At the window stood a small writing desk, unlike the one in the north room, lighter, less formal, with a drawer left open half an inch as though someone had abandoned the act of closing it. He closed the door behind him. The sound was soft. The room did not seem to like noise. He crossed first to the window and drew the curtain back slightly. Light entered in a cool strip, enough to show the grain of the floorboards and the muted green of the wallpaper, patterned with tiny vines and faded roses. This had been a gentler room once. Warmer. More inward. Not sea-facing like the north room, but turned partly toward the garden and partly toward the eastern path. From here, he realized, one could see the front steps. And the gate. A pressure gathered in his throat. Of course. This was the room from which one might hear an approach and look down. The room in which footsteps on gravel would matter. He let the curtain fall again. On the mantel stood no flowers, fresh or dried. Instead there was a small clock, stopped at some unknown hour, 2 shell-backed hair combs, and a photograph turned face down. He picked up the photograph and turned it over. It was not of her. It was of both of them. Taken in summer on the western lawn, years before he left. He sat in a wicker chair with a book half raised, pretending perhaps not to be photographed. Celia stood behind him, one hand on the chair back, laughing openly at the camera or at him. He was smiling too, though smaller, more guarded. The distance between their bodies was intimate in the old unconscious way of people not yet aware how much can later vanish. On the back, in her hand, were the words. Before explanation began ruining everything. He closed his eyes briefly. Before explanation began ruining everything. What a sentence. So much of what followed had indeed been explanation, his especially. Explanations refined into excuses, discomfort intellectualized until it resembled necessity, fear translated into philosophy. And perhaps before all that, there had been something simpler. A life not yet broken open by his compulsion to narrate himself into innocence. He placed the photograph back exactly as he had found it. Then he noticed that the fireplace grate held ash. Real ash. This room, then, had not merely been arranged and preserved once and shut. At some point after its abandonment, someone had cleaned but not wholly erased its traces. There were old burn marks along one brick at the back. A poker leaned in the stand. In the ash he saw the curled remains of something paper once, not wholly reduced. He crouched. Could that be the note he had pushed beneath her door? The one she wrote about burning? He almost reached in. Then stopped. Not because it felt sacred, but because touching it would grant the gesture too much drama. The point had already been made. Paper turned to warmth. Absence fed to fire. A practical act, not a relic hunt. He rose. The bed next. On the quilt near the pillow lay an indentation barely visible in the fabric, as if some object had rested there long enough to mark it and then been removed. He traced the edge of the depression with his eyes. A book? A letter case? Something rectangular. The bedside table held the closed book. He opened it. Not poetry. Not philosophy. A natural history of coastal birds, with marginal notes in pencil beside several passages. One note read, entirely too dramatic about gulls. Another, he would have liked this description and then pretended not to. The latter struck him with such intimate accuracy that he had to sit on the edge of the bed. Here, then, was feeling not as spectacle but as infiltration. He in the margins of a book about birds. He in the placement of a lamp, the handling of thread, the timing of a curtain, the note beside a sentence about migration. He turned the page farther. A pressed rose petal fell into his lap. He stared at it. White once, now gone faint tan at the edges with time. Folded into the petal was the narrow strip of a torn envelope. His own handwriting. Just enough remained to show her name and part of the house address. He held it still between finger and thumb. Not one of the unopened later letters from abroad, then. An earlier one. Perhaps from London during a shorter absence before the final leaving. A letter once opened, later torn, then kept inside a book on gulls. What she felt. Not martyrdom. Not pure ache. Something much stranger and truer, the way a person remains present in fragments of daily life even while being rejected in the larger shape of things. A note in a margin. A torn address. The memory of what he would have liked and denied liking. He closed the book carefully. At the writing desk he found the drawer indeed partly open. Inside lay stationery, sealing wax, a box of nibs, a small paper knife, and beneath them a packet tied not with ribbon but with ordinary gray thread. He lifted it. The packet contained pages torn from a notebook, not formal letters. Observations. Fragments. Sentences without greeting or signature. Some had dates. Some did not. The top one read. I keep hearing the carriage turn at the gravel even when there is no carriage. The body is so humiliating in its loyalty. He set that down and took the next. No date. Today I wanted to tell him about the bird that struck the library window and recovered, and there was nowhere for the wanting to go. Another. October 31st. I despise the tenderness of habit. I folded his napkin at dinner before remembering he is not at dinner. Another. November 2nd. I wish grief were grander. It is mostly administrative. One must choose what to do with cups, books, rooms, names, hours before sleep, hours after waking, all the tiny governments of a shared life gone lopsided. He read that one twice. Mostly administrative. There was no end to how thoroughly she dismantled the false romance of abandonment. Even grief, in her keeping, had to submit to exact language and household detail. He continued. November 5th. Anger is cleaner when no one sees it. I threw the blue vase and missed the wall entirely. It landed in the laundry basket and survived. This seems in character for both me and the vase. He did smile then, despite everything. Only briefly. The next page removed it. November 7th. I keep rehearsing the morning at the gate and hating different versions of myself in rotation. The one who asked. The one who believed hesitation meant uncertainty rather than refusal. The one who still loves him enough to translate. The one who knows translation is over. He stood motionless. Here it was. Not merely sorrow. Self-division. The private cruelty by which the injured person turns fragments of the event over and over, not only accusing the absent beloved but distributing blame through all the earlier selves who hoped, asked, waited, explained. He read more quickly now, drawn and wounded both. November 9th. Mrs. Alden says I am not to apologize for being affected by what affects me. This is useful because I have begun to feel embarrassed in my own solitude, which is a ridiculous but apparently available humiliation. November 11th. He will write. Of course he will. Men who leave without clarity often develop a great respect for correspondence. That line forced a short, bleak laugh from him. She had known even then. Knew the pattern before it unfolded. Knew the moral vanity of letters sent from abroad by a man unwilling to return in person. A floorboard shifted behind him. He turned sharply. Nothing. The room remained dim and still. The door closed. The curtain barely stirring. Yet the sensation had been precise enough to raise every nerve along his arms. Not imagination exactly. Or if imagination, then one sharpened by the house into a form nearly indistinguishable from presence. He waited. No further sound came. At length he looked back down and found, beneath the loose pages, a small notebook bound in blue cloth. Unlike the journals in the north room, this one was unmarked and much worn along the spine. It opened not to dates but to sections, as if she had made categories for what could not otherwise be endured. The first section was titled, Things I Miss Against My Will. He stared. Then read. His tread in the hall when he is trying not to wake anyone and failing. The way he disapproves of gulls as if they have chosen insolence. His absurd seriousness about rose canes. The look he gets before admitting something lovely exists. How warm the library becomes when he is reading in it, though this may be physics rather than character. His hand on the back of my neck in crowds. His silence when it is not defensive but peaceful. The version of him that appears only near water. He shut the notebook and pressed it against the desk with both hands. A long time passed before he opened it again. The next section was titled, Things I Do Not Miss, no matter what some softer version of me claims. Being explained to by a frightened man wearing intelligence like formal dress. The way every difficult conversation became philosophy before it became truth. His talent for looking wounded when asked for plainness. The loneliness of being loved by someone always half in rehearsal for his future life. The peculiar exhaustion of waiting for courage he mistook for timing. Apologies that admire themselves. He read that last line aloud under his breath. Apologies that admire themselves. It was a perfect indictment. So perfect that he wanted at once to deny it and to kneel before it. How many apologies had he shaped in his mind not to restore her but to preserve his image as a man who suffered nobly for his own failures. Even now, perhaps, some reflex towards self-stylization survived, though the house was working steadily to strip it away. The third section stopped him entirely. What I felt, since no one will name it properly for me. Not abandonment alone. Not betrayal alone. Not heartbreak, though that too. Humiliation, certainly. Relief in flashes, which I resent. Pity, which I resent more. Anger that had to educate itself because rage was too simple. Embarrassment at missing someone who had chosen absence so thoroughly. Tenderness with nowhere safe to go. The insult of continuing to love a man who had made loving him such repetitive work. Fear that if he returned unchanged I would mistake pain for hope again. Fear that if he never returned I would have to invent a whole self from the ruins without witness. The strange growing pleasure of doing exactly that. Elias lowered himself into the chair. This, then, was why Mrs. Alden sent him here before the unsent letters. The room was not meant to sentimentalize her suffering. It was meant to complicate it beyond any available cliché. What she felt could not be reduced to a single noble heartbreak, because real feeling after a wound of this kind is crowded, contradictory, embarrassing, vivid, mean, intelligent, repetitive, and often startlingly practical. She missed him and resented missing him. Pitied him and resented that. Loved him and was insulted by the labor of that love. Feared both his return and his permanent absence. Began, amid all of it, to take pleasure in constructing a self beyond the wreck. That was feeling. Not an operatic posture. A weather system with many fronts at once. He turned the page. The handwriting changed slightly there, as if written later in one sitting when the earlier categories no longer sufficed. There is a vulgarity to the way stories are told about women after men leave them. One is meant to become either tragic or triumphant, either faithful and suffering or brilliantly recovered in a way that flatters everyone. I find both roles intolerable. I am not tragic. I am angry, sad, bored, vain, relieved, ashamed, still in love in stupid moments, entirely out of love in others, hungry at odd hours, unable to sleep, fascinated by weather, tired of being looked at with village sympathy, occasionally happy, and increasingly unwilling to let his indecision become the central aesthetic of my life. He read those lines with a kind of awe. There was no vanity in their intelligence. Or if there was, it had been made useful. She was writing not to impress but to free herself from the flattening narratives available to her. And perhaps, he thought, to preserve some record against exactly the version of events he later told himself. He turned another page. At the bottom, almost as an afterthought. What hurts most tonight is not that he left. It is that he made me feel briefly like an interruption in a life to which I had given real shape. He sat very still. There. Again. The same wound named in another form. Not merely that he went. That in going as he did, hesitating, postponing, writing instead of returning, he made her presence seem secondary, contingent, available for later integration rather than central and real. That was perhaps the deepest insult of all. To be loved, perhaps even deeply, and still treated as if one's full reality might wait while the beloved sorted out his internal architecture. He closed the blue notebook slowly. Then he rose and crossed to the wardrobe. Inside hung dresses covered in muslin and two heavier coats. On the lower shelf, beneath a folded blanket, stood a cardboard hat box. He lifted the lid. Inside were more pages, but also objects. A handkerchief embroidered with her initials, stained faintly brown at one corner where tears or blood or tea might once have marked it. The missing glove from the station, still rain-darkened in places where damp had left permanent discoloration. A dried sprig of rosemary tied with black thread. And beneath those, a small square box containing a lock of his hair wrapped absurdly in tissue. He stared at it in disbelief. Then, before his mind could turn the gesture into easy romance, he found the note tucked beneath it. Not because I am pathetic. Because the body is full of old animal habits and deserves one private absurdity. He laughed then, truly laughed, though the sound broke with grief almost at once. Of course she would write that. Of course she would refuse even her own relics the dignity of sentimental performance. He set the box down more carefully than such an object deserved. The station glove he touched next. Still stiff in one seam. She had kept it all these years. Not because the station was beautiful in memory. Not because it sanctified the wound. But perhaps because the glove had gone with her that morning when she still believed speech might alter action. And afterward, in the private practical aftermath, she had come home with one bare hand and one glove and kept the missing pair not as relic but as evidence of the body's unfinished errand. He returned to the desk. Under the chair, half hidden, was a wicker basket containing balls of yarn, mending, and one letter sealed in gray wax unlike the others. It bore no name on the front. He opened it. Inside was a page in Celia's hand addressed not to him but apparently to herself. Read this when you begin turning him into art. He felt a sudden tightness in his chest and read on. He was not magnificent in his failure. He was frightened, vain, intelligent, loving in places, absent in crucial ways, and terribly skilled at making delay sound like depth. Do not let your private suffering gild him beyond accuracy. He did not ruin your life. He interrupted one form of it. The rest is now your responsibility. Elias sat back slowly. This room, then, had not been only a chamber of grief. It had been a workshop in accuracy. A place where feeling was not allowed to drift upward into self-flattering myth. Not of him, not of her. Again and again she brought herself back down from image to fact. Not magnificent. Not ruined. Interrupted. Responsible. How many people, he wondered, ever perform such work honestly? How many are willing to surrender the consolations of both victimhood and romantic idealization at once? A light knock sounded at the door. He looked up. Mr. Vane? Mrs. Alden. Yes. May I come in? He hesitated, then crossed and opened the door. She stood in the corridor carrying a lamp, though daylight still lingered faintly in the room. Her gaze moved past him at once, taking in the open desk, the pages spread, the hat box on the bed, the slight disorder he had introduced into the preserved arrangement. Well, she said. She wrote everything. Not everything, said Mrs. Alden. Only enough. He stepped aside and let her in. She placed the lamp on the mantel and lit it. The room deepened at once into warmer shadow, the corners gentler, the pages on the desk more intimate under the glow. She catalogued herself, he said. Mrs. Alden adjusted the wick. No, she replied. She rescued herself from simplification. He looked at the blue notebook. She knew exactly what she felt. Eventually. And before that? Mrs. Alden's face softened by so little it might have been imagined. Before that, she said, she felt it. He let out a breath. There's a difference. Yes. Mrs. Alden glanced at the bed, at the glove, the handkerchief, the little box with the lock of hair. You found the absurdities. She called them that. She was right. He almost smiled. Then, after a pause, did she cry much? Mrs. Alden looked at him. Is that what you need? I don't know. No, Mrs. Alden said. Not much. More than she liked. Less than village women would have preferred for the story. He nodded. She was angrier than I understood. Yes. And more relieved. Yes. And ashamed of still loving me. Mrs. Alden lifted one shoulder slightly. Not ashamed of loving. Ashamed of the labor. That distinction pierced him. He sat again by the desk, and Mrs. Alden remained standing a little behind him, not reading over his shoulder, not prying, only present. She wrote that she felt like an interruption in a life she'd given real shape to. Yes. That was the worst of it. Mrs. Alden was silent long enough that he thought she might refuse. Then she said, it was among the worst. What was worse? That she still understood you. He turned in the chair. What do you mean? Mrs. Alden's eyes, pale and sharp in the lamplight, held his. I mean, she said, that ignorance would have protected her pride. It did not. She understood your fear. She saw what you were doing almost before you did. That made it harder, not easier. There is little comfort in being wounded by someone whose wound you can also name. The words settled into him with quiet force. Yes. Of course. To be hurt by a brute is simple enough in narrative. But to be hurt by someone complicated, frightened, loving in places, weak in others, to see the mechanism even while it harms you, that leaves fewer righteous refuges. No pure villainy. No clean innocence. Only the terrible labor of maintaining accuracy while still bleeding. He looked back at the notebook. Did she ever stop writing these? Yes. When? Mrs. Alden moved to the window and drew the curtain a little wider, letting in the late afternoon gray-blue light. When she no longer needed the room, she said. And then she moved north. Yes. Elias considered that. The room no longer needed. Not because nothing was felt. But because feeling had changed form and no longer required this particular chamber, this view of the gate, this bed where habit and hurt still shared the sheets. What happened in here? He asked quietly, the first weeks after I left. Mrs. Alden was very still. Then, because perhaps the room itself had earned plainness, she answered without parable. She stopped eating properly for a while. Then she resumed out of annoyance. She slept badly. She listened for the gate. She burned your note. She tore up 2 of your older letters and kept the address strip from one because she was furious with herself for not being able to throw the whole thing away. She sat on the floor by that bed with the ring box for most of an afternoon. She laughed once and frightened me. She talked in her sleep. She wrote at night and destroyed pages in the morning. She was kind to everyone in the village and very sharp with me because she knew I would stay. She wanted news of you and hated herself for wanting it. She refused your letters when they came. She looked out that window so often I nearly nailed the curtain shut. Elias listened without moving. No melodrama. No violin strings. Just the blunt physical weather of devastation. I see, he said at last, though his voice had changed. No, said Mrs. Alden gently, and that gentleness was almost unbearable. You are beginning to. They stood in silence for a time. The stopped clock on the mantel did not mark it. Outside, the weather shifted again. A pale blade of light traveled briefly across the garden and touched the wall opposite, then withdrew. At length Mrs. Alden said, "There is one more thing." He looked at her. She crossed to the bedside table, opened its lower drawer, and drew out a folded square of dark cloth. She placed it on the bed and unfolded it. Inside lay another notebook. This one smaller, bound in black leather, the edges worn. She did not leave this in the desk, Mrs. Alden said. She kept it under the bed for months. Then here. Elias touched the cover. What is it? The nights. He frowned. Mrs. Alden's voice remained quiet. Not dreams exactly. Not journals either. The things she wrote when sleep would not have her and language had not yet been tidied. He looked up. Why give it to me now? Because this chapter is called What She Felt, said Mrs. Alden. And what people feel at night is often less polite than what they allow themselves by morning. She left then, closing the door softly behind her. Elias stood with the black notebook in his hands. For a moment he did not open it. The room had already given him enough to wound him for a week. More perhaps. Yet the notebook seemed to hum with a different kind of intimacy, more dangerous than the categorized pages or the practical fragments in the desk. Untidied feeling. Not yet turned into structure. Night thought. Sleep hunger. Rawness before narrative. He sat on the bed and opened it. The first pages contained no dates. Only entries beginning sometimes in the middle of a thought, as if she had risen from the bed and written before the thought evaporated. I woke certain he was in the hall and hated the silence for teaching me otherwise. Another. Tonight I am furious that tenderness survives fact. Another. It is grotesque how the skin remembers. I turned in sleep looking for warmth that was no longer owed to me. He closed his eyes. Then forced himself onward. If he came back tomorrow and said my name in the old voice, I do not know whether I would strike him or forgive him or both in some humiliating order. Another. The body should not be allowed political opinions. Mine remains soft-hearted after midnight and more sensible by noon. Another. I keep wanting him to become braver somewhere far away, and then I remember that bravery outsourced is just another form of waiting. He pressed his thumb hard against the page edge. This was what she felt at night. The skin memory. The humiliating tenderness. The residual hope arguing with the daylight intelligence that had already judged it impossible. Not a clean grief but a nightly referendum in which the body and the mind kept voting differently. He turned more pages. Once, just once, I want to miss him without also having to educate myself about why. Another. The village would prefer me tragic. They would know what to do with tragic. A woman who is lonely, analytic, intermittently ridiculous, and not yet finished is much less convenient. Another. I dreamed we were already old and had survived this, which is a particularly vulgar trick of sleep. He laughed once through his nose at that and felt tears come unexpectedly with the laugh. Not dramatic tears, not even quite sobbing, only the body's brief acknowledgement that it can no longer remain entirely armored against what it understands. He wiped his face with his hand and kept reading. There were passages addressed to no one. Passages addressed to him. Passages addressed to her own future self. Do not let him back in merely because time has made his face more beautiful with sorrow. That one made him go still. Another. If he returns kind but not altered, send him away. Another. If he returns altered, you may still send him away. He read that twice. No reward system. No redemptive guarantee. Understanding was necessary, not sufficient. He should have known. Yet seeing it there in the dark private hand of a sleepless woman sharpened the point beyond anything Mrs. Alden could have said. He turned the final pages. The later entries were calmer. Still night writing, but less stormed. I woke and did not think of him first. The sentence stood alone on one page. on another. Dreamed of the sea instead. Much better company. And near the end. The room has grown too full of old weather. I think I will move north when the month turns. Then the last page, written in a hand so steady it hurt. What I felt was real. What I learned from it will remain. What he was to me is not what he will be allowed to remain as. He closed the notebook and sat for a long while without moving. The room around him had deepened into evening. The lamp on the mantel glowed softly. The curtain edge trembled once in the draught. Downstairs he could hear the house settling into that next phase of day when sounds grow farther apart. A door latched, a pan set down, the small resumed kingdom of clocks. What she felt. He could not claim fully to know it. That would be another arrogance. But he knew now enough to lose forever the sentimental version of her suffering he had once carried. No pale faithful figure draped in heartbreak. No frozen beloved waiting nobly in one room with his memory cupped like a candle. She had been vivid. Contradictory. Intelligent in anger. Humiliated and amused by her own humiliations. Tender against her will. Exhausted by his half-courage. Relieved in flashes. Capable of absurd keepsakes and ruthless notes. A woman building herself in real time out of weather, housework, wit, and refusal. He looked around the room again. It was not, he realized, merely the room where she first suffered him. It was the room in which she first refused to simplify him or herself. That was the true threshold. He stood and returned the black notebook to the bedside drawer, though not before resting one hand on the wood as if some acknowledgement were owed the small chamber that had held so much untidy life. Then he retied the packet on the desk, replaced the blue notebook beneath it, arranged the hat box contents with care, and drew the curtain a little more closed. Not to hide anything. To restore the room's own preferred light. At the door he looked back. The bed. The shawl. The desk. The photograph face down once more. The closed book on birds. The stopped clock. A first chamber of grief. A first workshop of accuracy. A room that had taught a woman not how to stop feeling, but how not to let feeling be narrated for her by other people's easier stories. He closed the door. Mrs. Alden waited at the end of the corridor. The lamplight from the landing touched one side of her face. "Well?" she asked. Elias came toward her more slowly than he meant to. He stopped. Mrs. Alden said nothing. He tried again. She was much more alive than I allowed. Mrs. Alden nodded once. Yes. And much angrier. Yes. And funnier. That, unexpectedly, drew the ghost of an expression from Mrs. Alden. Not quite a smile. Something older and sadder. Yes, she said. That too. He stood before her in the dim corridor. I thought I had wronged her by leaving. You had. No, he shook his head. I mean, I thought that was the whole shape of it. But I wronged her afterward too. In how I remembered her. Mrs. Alden's eyes rested on him. Yes. There was no comfort in the answer. Only truth. And yet truth, he was learning, had its own kind of severe steadiness. No bomb. But structure. He looked toward the stair. What now? Mrs. Alden folded her hands. Now, she said, you begin to understand the life without you. He felt something tighten in him at once. The life without him. Not merely her feelings after the wound. Her actual life in the years following. The work, the rooms, the departures, the choices, the other people perhaps, the habits formed in his absence, the freedoms she took, the places she went. A new dread entered him then, not the dread of being condemned, but of finding the world had properly gone on. That she had. Perhaps that was the deepest fear of all for those who leave and return late, not that they will discover endless suffering, but that they will discover a life coherent without them. Mrs. Alden turned toward the staircase. "Come downstairs," she said. He followed. The house received them into evening, each room lit now by lamps and small fires. The drawing room glowed amber. The hall clock resumed its authority. In the dining room a single candle had been lit though dinner was not yet laid, perhaps only because dusk on the coast often required acknowledgement. Through the windows, the sea was no longer visible, only its movement guessed in darkness beyond the glass. As they crossed the hall, Elias glanced toward the front door. For one impossible instant he had the sensation that someone stood just outside on the terrace. Just beyond the reach of the hall lamp, in the place where reflection and night crossed. He stopped. "What is it?" asked Mrs. Alden. He looked more closely. Nothing. Only his own reflection faint in the glass inset of the door and the dark shape of the rose hedge beyond. "Nothing," he said. Mrs. Alden's gaze lingered on him a moment longer than necessary. Then she went on. In the drawing room she paused beside the piano. Her hand moved once over the polished lid, not touching, merely near. "You may sit here a while," she said. "I need to see to supper." He nodded. She left by the service door. He stood alone among the low lamps and the fire and the camellias, every object now carrying more history than the room could politely contain. On the piano stool lay a small folded page. No envelope. He sat and opened it. This time only one line. "Do not mistake being remembered for being wanted." He read it again. And again. A colder line than the others perhaps. Or simply more corrective. A necessary antidote to the sentimental fever that rooms and relics can produce in a returning man. Yes, she had remembered. Measured. Written. Preserved. Instructed. But memory was not invitation. Understanding was not summons. The existence of these traces did not mean the life they pointed toward remained open to him as if time were reversible. He folded the page and placed it in his pocket. Then, because the house had become unbearable in one register and strangely clarifying in another, he lifted the piano lid and touched the keys. Only once. A single note. It rang softly through the room and faded. Not Schubert. Not any remembered phrase. Just a note. A real sound in real air, made by a real hand in a room where too much had been preserved in thought. He sat there in the fading resonance and understood that this chapter, too, had not been given to him for self-punishment alone. It was instruction. Feeling without simplification. Love without glamour. Pain without myth. A woman's interior life restored from every flattening story he, the village, and perhaps even time itself might have tried to impose upon it. And somewhere beyond this evening, beyond this room, beyond the next turn in the house's stern education, waited the life she built after the weather of him. Chapter 8, The Life Without Him. The note stayed in Elias's pocket all through supper. Do not mistake being remembered for being wanted. It seemed to alter the weight of everything else he had found. The rooms, the letters, the preserved objects, the instructions placed with such deliberate intelligence through Blackwater House, all of them could easily be misread by a man starved enough for significance. A flower left on a table. A room kept in order. A photograph turned face down instead of thrown away. Such things could tempt the late returning heart into old vanities. She remembered me. Therefore I still matter in the old way. Therefore the story remains open. But the note cut through that possibility with beautiful severity. Remembered was not wanted. Known was not welcomed. Understood was not absolved. And so, by the time the meal ended and Mrs. Alden rose to instruct the kitchen girl about tomorrow's bread, Elias had lost even the smallest remaining luxury of imagining himself at the center of whatever came next. That, he suspected, was precisely why the next chapter awaited him. The life without him. He remained alone in the dining room for some minutes after Mrs. Alden withdrew. The candles burned low and steady in their silver sticks. Their light made the table seem longer than it was, and the empty places opposite him more definite. Outside the dark had thickened beyond the windows into something nearly abstract. One could not see the sea, only the occasional slick flash of reflected lamplight in wet stone near the terrace, and beyond that a blackness deeper than garden or lawn. The house was quiet again. Not dead quiet. A lived quiet. The small aftersounds of domestic order. A distant cupboard. Water poured into a basin. Footsteps softened by rugs. The old clock in the hall gathering each second as if time were a real substance stored in its case. He wondered then, more sharply than before, what those years had actually looked like once she stopped orienting herself around his absence. He had seen the first room of impact. The north room of lucidity. The summer house, the boathouse, the journals and the practical notes, the trains, the maps, the lists, the unsent letters sharpened against self-deception. He had seen the making of space. The refusal of old stories. The education of anger. But what then? Who did she become once the labor of removing him from centrality was sufficiently complete? Who visited? Where did she travel? What work occupied her thoughts? Did she laugh often? Did she host? Read? Teach? Go to York alone and then again with pleasure? Did other names pass through these rooms where his had once been a wound? Did the villagers continue watching from the edge of things until they grew bored and let her become simply herself again? He dreaded the answers. Not because he wished her emptier, though some primitive selfish part of him perhaps still would have preferred it. No, the dread came from something more exact, that every detail of her continued life would stand as evidence against the fantasy that he had remained singular in the shaping of her world. It is one thing to know abstractly that another life went on. It is another to confront its furniture. He rose at last and went into the drawing room. The fire had settled low, red at the center. The camellias on the piano glowed pale in the lamp's halo. Across the room, on the long table beneath the windows, something had been placed since he last stood there. A portfolio. Dark green leather, old but well kept, secured by two narrow straps. He stopped. Of course. The house did not leave him much time to wonder what came next before presenting it. He crossed to the table and touched the leather. Dry. Cool. A slip of paper rested beneath one strap. He pulled it free. This one was in Mrs. Alden's hand. Not tonight in fragments. Take the whole first. A practical instruction. Almost kind. He carried the portfolio to the sofa nearest the fire and sat. The room around him seemed to hush further as he unfastened the straps and opened it. Inside lay documents arranged with such care that the collection itself formed a narrative. Letters. Photographs. Lecture programs. Travel receipts. Lists. Several train tickets folded into envelopes. A small notebook labeled accounts. And beneath them, centered almost ceremonially, a sheet of cream paper on which Celia had written. The life without him is not a revenge. It is simply a life. Read accordingly. He stared at that line for a long time. Read accordingly. How many stories, he wondered, are misread because the returning party seeks either punishment or consolation and cannot accept the plain dignity of continuation? He set the note aside and began. The first section held a sequence of letters from friends, relatives, and associates. Not intimate love letters, at least not at first glance, but correspondence addressed to Celia over several years in voices he did not know or only faintly remembered. He read the earliest. My dear Celia. Your thoughts on the maritime holdings were discussed at the York meeting with more enthusiasm than the bishop's remarks, which I assure you is high praise in that room. If you are still willing, we should very much like you to prepare a short paper for the autumn assembly. He read the signature. Margaret Fenley. The name meant nothing to him. He opened another. Miss Ashbourne. The restored map has arrived safely and looks finer than the trustees deserve. I continue to believe the committee would collapse into decorative incompetence without your hand on it. Come in November if you can. The rooms are drafty but the company less so. Another. Celia. You were entirely right about the school accounts and I have had the secretary amend the ledgers accordingly. Also, you left your gloves behind and Mr. Lorimer insists they prove that civilization visited us briefly and then withdrew. Return soon and restore our standards. He looked up from the letters and stared into the fire. There it was already. Not tragedy. Not convalescence. Participation. She had become involved in things, committees, archives, trustees, accounts, gatherings, schools. Practical institutions. People who relied on her judgment. Not because she was the abandoned woman from the house on the cliff, but because she was intelligent and exact and useful. He turned to another paper. A printed lecture program from York Historical Society, 3 years after he left. Third speaker, Miss Celia Ashbourne, notes on coastal trade records and domestic storage archives in North Riding Estates. His chest tightened strangely. He had never heard her speak publicly. Of course he had not. In those years, though he admired her mind, some quiet arrogance in him had assumed her intelligence would remain local to their private life unless he facilitated its entrance elsewhere. Yet here was proof, not dramatic, not confrontational, only factual, that she had entered scholarly and administrative worlds of her own without needing his permission, guidance, or witness. He read a second program. Bath Assembly Rooms, Winter Lecture Series. On Informal Histories, Household Ledgers, and Women's Unarchived Knowledge. Speaker, Miss Celia Ashbourne. Unarchived Knowledge. He almost laughed from the perfection of it. Of course that would be her subject. The life without him, he began to see, had not narrowed in his absence. It had altered direction. She had taken precisely those forms of attention long dismissed as domestic or minor, ledgers, inventories, practical records, women's notes, household remnants, and made from them a body of seriousness. A way of reading lives otherwise lost to official history. He thought of her line in the journal. If scholars were honest, they would spend less time cataloging empires and more time studying the stubborn afterlives of private foolishness. Perhaps she had gone on to do something almost like that. He continued through the portfolio. Photographs came next. Not many, but enough. Celia standing with a group of women outside a stone building in York, all in coats and hats, wind lifting the ends of scarves. She was not centered in the photograph and did not appear to care. One hand held rolled papers. Her expression was alert, slightly amused, very much engaged in whatever had just been said before the camera interrupted. Another, indoors, a long table with documents spread across it, men and women seated together under gaslight. She leaned forward listening, one finger holding a place in a ledger. Beside the photograph, in Mrs. Alden's later hand, was written, "First committee in which they underestimated her and then did not." He smiled despite the ache. Another photograph. A riverside walk somewhere unfamiliar, perhaps York or Durham. Celia in profile, laughing openly at something beyond the frame. Beside her stood a man older than she was, bearded, scholarly looking, hands clasped behind his back. They did not stand too near. Nothing in the image suggested romance. Still, Elias stared at it longer than the others. Jealousy arrived not as pain exactly, but as embarrassment. He had no right. Which, as so often in late regret, did not prevent the sensation. He turned the photograph over. Dr. Fenley, after losing the argument about shipping manifests and refusing lunch on principle. He let out breath and set it down. Not a lover then. Or perhaps merely not evidenced as one. The jealousy remained foolish either way. There were more photographs. Celia at a desk in some temporary lodging, books stacked on the floor, curtains open to a city street beyond. Celia on a train platform, not arriving or departing dramatically but turning as if someone had called her name and she had half a mind not to answer. Celia near a garden wall with Mrs. Alden beside her, both unsmiling because the photographer had likely interrupted more interesting business. Celia in Venice. That one stopped him. He picked it up with a steadiness he did not feel. She stood by a canal beneath weathered stone arches, hat pinned low, gloves in one hand, face turned not to the water but upward as if listening to bells or voices from a window above. The city behind her was unmistakable in its pale brightness and worn beauty. Venice. The brochure from the wardrobe drawer. The hotel receipt. She had gone. Not merely dreamed of departure. Not merely taken trains to York and Bath and committee rooms. She had crossed water. He turned the photograph over. Terrible coffee. Excellent air. Do not trust anyone who says cities of water are romantic. They are logistical and therefore honest. Even in Venice, she refused cliché. He laughed once. Then sat very still with the photograph in his hand. He had written to her from Venice, once. A letter full of architecture and regret dressed in fine phrasing. She had likely left it unopened in the boathouse while later standing in the city herself, making her own account of it without him. The thought humiliated him and, in a way he did not expect, relieved him too. She had not lived in the shadow of his experiences. She had gone into the world and made her own weather there. The portfolio continued. Travel receipts from York, Bath, Durham, London, Venice, Geneva. Geneva too. He remembered the brochure from the drawer. A folded note clipped to the receipts read, in her hand. Places are less medicinal than people claim, but trains help by requiring motion at specific times. Then a list. What travel teaches that grief cannot. How to eat alone without drama. How to become briefly unremarkable. How to trust one's own arrangements. How little anyone in another city cares whom one once loved. How freeing this can be. Elias read that list twice. How little anyone in another city cares whom one once loved. There was a terrible and wonderful liberty in that, he supposed. In going somewhere one's old role had no witnesses. No village memory. No sympathetic glances over the grocer's apples. Only the fact of a woman booking her room, eating her dinner, attending her work, walking by a river or through a foreign square, becoming by repetition the person who no longer required the old narrative to orient herself. He found the accounts notebook next. At first glance it seemed dull: columns, figures, expenses, reimbursements, donations, travel costs. Then gradually the detail became intimate. Funds given to a sailor's daughter's school. Books purchased for a reading room. Repairs paid on behalf of some committee. Travel fares. Lodging. Postage. Stationery. Honoraria received for lectures, then partly redirected into other work. One entry, underlined lightly. Received fee in York. Sent half to Mrs. Alden for roof repairs before she notices and refuses. Another. Lantern oil for archive room. Tea for volunteers. Gloves lost in bath. Annoying. Another, years later. Donation anonymous, though everyone knows no one else would have argued that fiercely over ledgers unless it were me. The life without him had money in it too, not wealth exactly, but management. Agency. Decisions. Enough income or inheritance or fees to move, contribute, choose. She was not waiting in inherited stillness. She was directing resources, paying for travel, supporting repairs, shaping institutions in practical increments. He closed the accounts book slowly. To know someone's life through their money is in some ways indecent. Yet to ignore it is also to sentimentalize them into unreality. She had lived in receipts and reimbursements, roof repairs and train fares, anonymous donations and lost gloves. A life made actual in columns as much as in tears. He turned to a packet tied with green silk. This one contained letters from Mrs. Alden to Celia during journeys away from Blackwater House. My dear girl. The west chimney behaves badly in rain and I continue to suspect the mason of optimism rather than competence. The roses have overreached again. I have let them. Your lecture book remains on the hall table where you forgot it, because moving it would imply confidence in your memory and I am not yet prepared for that. And another. You will be pleased to know that Mr. Vale attempted to ask after you, casually, and I replied that anyone interested in your whereabouts may first improve his own accounts. This ended the matter. And another. The sea was terrible yesterday and therefore beautiful. I stood in the north room for a little while because it looked too empty of witness. Do not worry, I moved nothing. Elias swallowed. The life without him had witness in it after all. Not him. Not the lover who left. But Mrs. Alden, stern and faithful, preserving not pain but continuity. Riding across distances. Watching chimneys, roses, forgotten books. Standing in the north room because it looked too empty of witness. Such a line might have tipped into sentiment from another hand. From Mrs. Alden's it remained exact and devastating. Then he found a group of letters from one correspondent, often signed M.F. Margaret Fenley, he thought. He read them in order. Celia. You are mistaken if you believe committee work will save you from larger ambition. It is only the vice by which intelligent women prepare themselves to do what men have already presumed impossible for them. A later one. Your paper on domestic inventories has caused mild outrage among the older members, which means it is probably correct. And later still. Come north in March. There is a room for you and far too much work. Also, Lorimer says your absence has improved no one's character. These letters carried affection. Not romantic perhaps, but alive with intellectual companionship, teasing, esteem. Elias felt their presence like a change in weather. She had not merely traveled through other people's institutions. She had formed loyalties there. Arguments, collaborations, habits of correspondence, invitations that assumed return. A life. Simply a life. Read accordingly. He leaned back on the sofa. The fire had burned lower. Shadows climbed the walls of the drawing room. The camellias on the piano were now almost luminous in the dimness. What had he thought he would find in this chapter? Endless solitude nobly endured? A few gestures toward occupation to soften the wound? No. This was denser. Fuller. More difficult in its ordinary abundance. She had built work, friendships, usefulness, movement, even humor into the years after him. And yet nothing in the portfolio felt staged to wound him by contrast. That, too, was part of the correction. The life without him was not presented as proof that she had triumphed spectacularly over his absence. Only that she had lived. He went on. At the bottom of the portfolio lay another small notebook, this one labeled Places. Inside were lists, not prose. York, rain, ledgers, Margaret's impossible tea, first evening I forgot to be lonely until after dessert. Bath, too much confidence in ornament, useful archives, one excellent afternoon by the window reading alone. London. Noise cures self-importance briefly. Venice, logistics, bells, damp paper, no one here knows my old life and this is both awful and marvelous. Geneva, cleaner sorrow, less useful coffee. Home, still home, but no longer built around his return. He stopped at that last line. Home, still home, but no longer built around his return. Blackwater House itself had changed under her life without him. Not into another house entirely, but into a place relieved of the old architecture of expectation. He had sensed it in the journals. The house no longer asks. Now here it was again. Home, but not built around his return. Perhaps that was why the rooms felt both inhabited and withheld. He was inside them now, but not as the axis they once anticipated. A loose page slipped from the notebook and fell to the rug. He picked it up. A seating plan for what looked like a dinner in York, names arranged around a long table and firm pencil, some crossed out and rewritten. At the margin, in her hand. Do not seat Dr. Fenley near the bishop unless chaos is desired. He laughed aloud then, the sound startling in the quiet room. There was such life in that margin note. Such practical amused attention. Such evidence of evenings not defined by sorrow at all, but by committee politics, seating dilemmas, personalities to be managed, arguments to be prevented or enjoyed strategically. He looked around the drawing room. What would she have thought, to know him seated here years later laughing softly over her seating plan? Probably that it was absurd. Probably that absurdity had a place in justice. He heard Mrs. Alden in the hall then, not entering yet, only passing through, perhaps allowing him the illusion of solitude while making sure he did not drown in it. He turned back to the portfolio. One final packet remained. This one heavier, tied with black ribbon. No label. He untied it and found letters from men. His body went still before his mind had any right to comment. Not love letters, at least not obviously. Professional correspondence at first. Invitations. Disagreements. Notes of thanks. One from Dr. Fenley again. One from a Mr. Lorimer, witty and slightly overfamiliar. One from a rector in Bath. One from a publisher in London asking permission to print part of her lecture series in pamphlet form. He read faster. Then slower. Nothing openly intimate. Nothing confessional. Nothing claiming her. And yet through the courtesy and arguments and collegial warmth of the letters there ran another discomforting truth. She had been seen. Not by him, not in the old way. But by others. Heard, answered, invited, relied upon, sparred with, perhaps admired. The world had not merely allowed her passage, it had responded. He found, near the end, a short note on thick blue paper. Celia. If I have overstepped in asking whether you might remain an extra week, blame the evening by the river and the fact that your company has become inconveniently preferable to my own. I will not press the matter if refusal is easier. But I wished not to be cowardly in silence. J. L. He stared. The note was undated, though probably years after his leaving. Not a declaration exactly. But something near enough to honest interest that the blood rose hot and foolishly at the back of his neck. He turned the note over. On the back, in Celia's hand. He is kind, and this is not nothing. But kindness without recognition of weather would not be enough now. He let out the breath he had been holding. Not because the jealousy vanished. It did not. But because the answer, once again, refused melodrama. She had been approached. Perhaps courted in some mild intelligent way. She had measured the offer not against old romance, but against what she had learned. Recognition of weather. A person capable of living through days, moods, seasons, ordinary temperaments, not merely admiring her in select atmospheres. The life without him included possibilities of other attachment too. Not necessarily fulfilled. But real enough to be evaluated and refused or perhaps entertained in part. That knowledge shook him. Not because he believed she should have remained untouched. Because some remnant of his younger arrogance had silently imagined himself still incomparable, even in absence. The portfolio dismantled that too. She had compared. Considered. Measured. Not him against no one, but him against life as it had taught her to require it. At the very bottom of the packet lay a single sealed envelope. He knew at once it was meant for him. His name on the front. No flourish. Just Elias. He opened it with care. Inside was a longer letter than the others, and from the first lines he understood it had been written later, after much of the life documented in the portfolio had already unfolded. Elias. If you have come this far, then you have seen enough to know that my life did not remain kneeling where you left it. Good. It was important to me that if you ever returned, you should not encounter me only in the rooms where I first suffered you, or even in the rooms where I learned to outgrow the centrality of that suffering. You needed to know that I went on to think, travel, work, argue, contribute, laugh, tire myself on trains, lose gloves, dislike bad coffee in foreign cities, bore people about ledgers, be bored by them in return, and build attachments that did not ask your permission. Not because this is a triumph over you. Because this is what life does when one stops narrating oneself as abandoned and resumes being alive. He looked up from the page. The room swayed almost imperceptibly, not literally, but in the inward way that happens when something undeniable rearranges all the furniture of your self-understanding. He kept reading. I know there is a temptation in men like you to believe that if the woman they hurt lives fully afterward, then the original injury was somehow less grave. Resist that temptation. My life after you does not retroactively ennoble what you did. But neither does what you did own all that followed. This was one of the great freedoms, realizing that I did not have to choose between admitting your importance and rejecting your authorship of my future. Perhaps that is the whole lesson of this chapter. You mattered. You were not sovereign. He closed his eyes. You mattered. You were not sovereign. How many people, he wondered, ever receive corrections so perfectly suited to the exact form of their distortion? Not denial. Not dismissal. Not the convenient cruelty of saying you meant nothing. No, something far sterner. You mattered. But you were not sovereign. He continued. The life without you was not pure. Not healed in a straight line. Not free of nights in which old grief returned wearing weather, music, or a smell from some harbor town. But it was mine. Increasingly, blessedly mine. Do not romanticize that either. Ownership is mostly repetition. One train. Then another. One lecture. One ledger. One dinner where someone says something idiotic and one answers more sharply than politeness prefers. One room booked alone. One room left. One city entered without fanfare. One morning waking and realizing one has become legible to oneself again. That was the life without you. He lowered the letter and stared into the fire until its coals blurred. Legible to oneself again. Yes. That, too, was what these objects had shown him all along, though he only now had words for it. After him, she had not merely healed. She had become readable to herself again, not through love returned, but through action repeated until identity ceased to depend on the old wound for contrast. He read the rest. If any part of you still imagines that to find me would be to recover what was, put that part down gently and leave it here. If you do find me, it will not be as the center of my interrupted life, but as a man who once wounded it and may now, perhaps, be able to understand the shape of that wound without insisting upon entry. This distinction matters. So many men return wanting not the woman herself, but the restoration of a self who once believed himself beloved there. Do not be that man if you can help it. She ended without signature, but none was needed. He held the letter for a long time. Then he folded it carefully and put it with the others in his inner pocket. The drawing room had darkened almost fully now. The fire needed tending. The lamps had gone from evening soft to night definite. The piano sat under its bowl of camellias like some patient witness too old to be impressed by human revelations. Mrs. Alden entered at last without comment, carrying a coal scuttle. She knelt by the hearth with practiced movements and added 2 pieces of coal to the low red center. Sparks lifted briefly and the room breathed brighter. You read it, she said, not looking up. Yes. And? He considered before answering. She had colleagues. Work. Travel. Friends. Yes. She lectured. Yes. She went to Venice. Yes. Mrs. Alden rose, dusted a bit of coal from her fingers onto a cloth, and looked at him. "You sound offended by geography." "I'm not." "Good." He almost smiled. Then, because the question had been pressing at him ever since the blue note from Mr. Lorimer, he asked, "Did she ever?" Mrs. Alden waited. He disliked the boyishness of the question even before finishing it. "Did she ever love anyone else?" Mrs. Alden's face did not alter much, but something in it sharpened. "That," she said, "is not the first question permitted to you." He looked away. "Of course not." "You are still trying to measure yourself," she said. "And this chapter was not given to you for that." He rubbed his thumb over the fold of the letter in his pocket. "I know." "No," said Mrs. Alden. "You know a little." The house held still around them. At length she sat opposite him in the armchair near the piano, not with the stiffness of a housekeeper taking rest but with the authority of someone who had been waiting years for this exact portion of a conversation. When she began traveling more regularly, Mrs. Alden said, the village stopped treating her as a paused thing. He looked up. "A paused thing?" "Yes," Mrs. Alden replied. "At first they watched her as one watches weather after a shipwreck, expecting further spectacle. But routine is the enemy of gossip. Once a woman takes trains often enough, keeps committees running, argues about accounts, and returns only to leave again, people become bored by the old story. This was good for everyone." He nodded slowly. "She wanted that." "Yes." "To be bored by the village?" Mrs. Alden's mouth almost moved toward a smile. "No. To become uninteresting in the correct ways." The phrase struck him as precisely hers. Uninteresting in the correct ways. That too was part of a life reclaimed, not dazzling recovery, but the restoration of ordinary complexity, the point at which others stopped simplifying you into event and returned you to the wider category of person. "She was happy?" he asked. Mrs. Alden took her time. "Sometimes," she said. He appreciated that answer more than false certainty. "Was she lonely?" "Sometimes." "Did she?" Mrs. Alden cut him off with a look. "I will tell you one thing because it matters, and no more because you have not yet earned the rest." He waited. "She became more herself than she had been before you left." The sentence landed with immense, unshowy force. Not despite the hurt. Not in decorative revenge against it. Through surviving it accurately enough. "More herself," he repeated. "Yes." Mrs. Alden looked toward the fire. "She became harder in some places. Better in others. Less forgiving of vague men. More patient with weather and train delays. More impatient with committees when they grew stupid. Funnier, I think, though sometimes in ways that worried me. She learned to carry silence better. She learned that work done with exactness could save a day from vanity. She became, in short, an adult in ways you had postponed." He sat very still. That last line was almost too clean. An adult in ways you had postponed. Yes. The life without him had not only freed her from waiting. It had matured her. While he, traveling through cities and letters and admired unfinished selves, had perhaps remained suspended longer than he ever admitted. Mrs. Alden rose again. "It is late," she said. "Do not read more tonight." "There's more?" She gave him the sort of look reserved for men who ask foolish questions in old houses. "Of course." She moved toward the door. "Tomorrow," she said, "you begin with regret." He stood. "Regret?" Yes. That sounds like repetition. No, she paused at the doorway and looked back. Until now, you have been learning what happened. Regret is what begins when knowledge is no longer decorative. Then she left. He remained standing by the sofa, the portfolio open before him, the life without him spread in papers and photographs and train tickets and committee notes and small practical witness. The room felt less haunted now than instructed. And perhaps that was its own kind of haunting. He gathered the contents carefully, restoring them in their order. Programs. Letters. Receipts. Lists. The note from Mr. Lorimer with its inconvenient honesty. The photographs from York and Venice and train platforms and archive tables. The accounts book. The place's notebook. The final letter. When he closed the portfolio and fastened the straps, he felt not completion but threshold. The chapter had ended in one sense. In another, it had only established the scale by which the next must be judged. He carried the portfolio to the long table beneath the window and set it there. Then he crossed to the piano and stood for a moment with one hand resting on the closed lid. Her life without him. Not a revenge. Not a monument. Simply a life. He thought again of the line. You mattered. You were not sovereign. Perhaps all mature love required learning some version of that truth. During love, after love, despite love. The refusal to make another person into either one's complete salvation or one's permanent ruin. To matter, deeply perhaps, and still not own the shape of another soul's future. He turned away. The west room upstairs waited with its narrow bed and lavender sheets and wind at the window. He went up slowly. At the landing he paused before the north room door, now locked again. Beyond it the sea-facing lucidity of her later self. Across the hall, the first room with its stopped clock and glove from the station and night notebook under the drawer. Farther down, his own old room preserved in dust. The house had become a map of temporal selves, each chamber holding a stage not only of her change but of his belated education. In the west room, Mrs. Alden had left a lamp burning low and a carafe of water on the table. Beside it lay one more note. He opened it. Regret is not sorrow about the past. It is the moral shape of finally understanding your own part in it. Sleep if you can. M.A. He set the note down. Undressed. Stood at the window. The night outside was clearer than before. Clouds still moved, but faster now, opening and closing over a pale moon. The garden shone in broken silver. The sea farther out flashed white along a few shifting lines and then disappeared again into dark. For a moment he thought he saw movement near the rose hedge. A woman's shape perhaps. Or only moonlight breaking on the marble figure at the edge of the garden. He did not go downstairs. Whatever moved through this house and its grounds, memory, intention, actual footsteps, design not yet fully explained, had earned at least this much from him now, patience. He lay down and listened to the wind. The life without him did not soothe him. It should not have. But neither did it only wound. There was something sternly consoling in it too, though not for him in the old narcissistic way. Rather in the broader sense that lives damaged by love need not remain organized around damage. That one can be interrupted without being authored by the interruption. That one can become more oneself not by erasing the wound but by refusing its false sovereignty. Somewhere between waking and sleep he thought of Venice again. Of her standing under those arches, hat pinned low, evaluating the city by coffee and logistics instead of romance. He smiled once in the dark at that. Then sleep took him. And in sleep, for the first time since his return, he did not dream of doors. He dreamed of trains. Not missing them. Not chasing them. Only sitting by the window while the landscape changed beyond the glass, fields, rivers, cities, coastlines, dark tunnels, then light again. In the dream he understood with unusual calm that each station passed was not an accusation but a fact. One could have boarded earlier. One had not. Still the line continued, carrying forward all the same. When he woke, dawn had not yet come. The room was blue dark. The wind had dropped. And down in the house below, before any servant stirred and before the clock struck the hour, he heard something soft and unmistakable. The piano, touched once. As if one key had answered another in the dark. Chapter 9, The Regret. The note Mrs. Alden left beside the carafe remained in Elias's mind long after he set it down. Regret is not sorrow about the past. It is the moral shape of finally understanding your own part in it. He had read it twice before extinguishing the lamp. Then the room had gone blue dark, the sea breathing below the cliff in slow heavy intervals, and sometime in the deepest part of the night he had heard the piano touched once from the floor below. One note, no more, clear enough to wake him fully and then disappear so completely he could not be sure whether the sound had been made in the house or only in memory. Yet the waking after it felt different. Not frightened. Not comforted. Called. He lay still a long time after the note had sounded, listening to the silence that followed. The old wood of the house expanded and cooled in small unseen movements. Wind worked gently at some distant seam in the stone. A branch brushed once against the wall and drew back. The sea went on, immense and patient, below the darkness. Regret. He had thought himself acquainted with regret for years. How could he not? It had followed him through cities, through rooms borrowed and relinquished, through winter railway stations and summer porticos and university halls full of men who spoke too proudly about the dead while mismanaging the living. It had sat beside him at dinners. Walked with him over bridges in foreign capitals. Looked out at rivers and harbors through his own eyes while he admired architecture, scholarship, weather, women whose names he forgot because he had no right to remember them, and the carefully arranged independence he once mistook for depth. He had lived with regret, he thought. Or what he called regret. But perhaps Mrs. Alden was right. Perhaps what he had lived with until now was only sorrow shaped in ways flattering to the person who carried it. Sorrow, self-pity, longing, self-accusation even, but not yet regret in its severe form. Not yet the moral shape of understanding his own part plainly enough that no style remained to hide behind. That thought kept sleep shallow. When morning came, it did not come cleanly. He woke before dawn, drifted, woke again to the first gray filter of light at the curtains, and lay for a while watching the room emerge. The washstand became a pale geometry. The chair by the hearth took shape. The low fire Mrs. Alden had banked before bed had died entirely, leaving only ash the color of old paper. The house below remained still. No footsteps yet. No clatter from the kitchen. Only that immense held pause before a home resumes its practical motions. He rose and dressed in the dimness, moving carefully as if noise itself might disturb something not entirely visible. When he opened the door of the west room, the corridor beyond held the thin, uncertain light of early dawn. The wallpaper seemed colorless at this hour. The runner along the floor drank sound. At the far end, The sea-facing window showed a sky not yet morning but no longer night, the horizon a pale bruised silver behind the black line of the water. He stood in the corridor and looked first toward the north room, then toward the closed door of the earlier room across the landing, then farther still toward his own old room with its dust and locked drawer and preserved coat. The house was becoming less a building and more a sequence of consciences. He went downstairs. In the entrance hall the tall clock showed a little after 5. The pendulum swung with grave indifference. The lamp on the console had burned low but not out. Near the hearth in the drawing room, visible through the half-open door, embers held a red interior under gray ash. He crossed the hall quietly and entered. The piano stood where it always had. Its lid was closed. The camellias in the bowl above it had opened further in the night, their white petals curving outward with a softness almost indecent in the half-light. The stool stood slightly askew. He stopped. He had not left it so. He knew that with the certainty of a trivial fact one remembers because there was no reason to mark it. Yesterday evening, after reading the portfolio of her life without him, he had stood at the piano and touched one note. Then he had walked away. The stool then had sat straight to the keys. Now it had shifted a few inches, one leg no longer aligned with the rug's border. He approached slowly. There was nothing on the stool. No note. No envelope. No rose petal or key or strip of ribbon. Only the slight, impossible evidence of use. He lowered one hand to the polished edge of the piano lid. Cold. Then to the stool. Also cold. Of course. What had he expected? Warmth preserved from some impossible nocturnal visitor. The house had taught him enough by now that even his more irrational anticipations came dressed in modest practical skepticism. Still, the changed angle of the stool remained. He looked toward the service door and the paneling, then toward the hall. No one. The piano note in the night. The moved stool in the dawn. The continuing sense, never dramatic, never cinematic, that memory in this house had intention enough to alter objects by subtler means than haunting. He turned away only when footsteps sounded faintly from the rear corridor. Mrs. Alden entered carrying a tray with tea and bread as if nothing in the world had shifted half an inch during the night. "You're up early," she said. "So are you." "I always am." She set the tray on the low table and glanced at the piano without visible surprise. "You heard it," she said. He looked at her sharply. "You know about that." Mrs. Alden poured tea. "Mr. Vane," she said, "this house has had a piano for 40 years. I am not in the habit of mistaking when it speaks." He watched her. "Was it you?" "No." "Did anyone come in here during the night?" Mrs. Alden handed him a cup before answering. "If someone did, they were not obliged to report it to me." That answer did not satisfy him, which she plainly knew and equally plainly did not care. He took the tea. The first heat of it steadied him. "Today is regret," he said. "Yes." "What does that mean in practice?" Mrs. Alden sat opposite him. "It means," she said, "that until now you have been learning facts severe enough to correct your sentiment. Regret begins when correction enters the body." He said nothing. Because he knew, already, what she meant. Correction had entered him yesterday in stages. In the boathouse where he admitted aloud why he left. In the room across the landing where he found what she felt in the first raw weather of impact. In the portfolio proving the existence of her continued life. But those had still possessed something archival about them. structured, readable. Devastating, yes, but held at enough remove that he could still imagine himself a student of the past rather than its moral subject. Regret, he suspected, would abolish some of that distance. Mrs. Alden set down her cup. There is one part of the house you have not yet seen properly. The library, he said, because the thought came at once. She nodded. The library, she repeated. And after that, if needed, the desk in the study. He frowned. My study? The room you used as one. Why now? Mrs. Alden looked toward the drawing-room windows where dawn had begun to gather faintly beyond the glass. Because regret, she said, is where your version of events finally loses ownership of the record. That sentence followed him all the way to the library. The room lay at the back of the house on the eastern side, longer than the drawing-room and less elegant, though not less beautiful for it. Tall shelves climbed 2 walls. The third held windows overlooking the lower garden and, beyond that, the first sloped down toward the cove. In daylight it was a room of work rather than ornament. Broad tables, reading lamps, ladders on brass rails, cabinets of maps and folios, a coal fire usually lit by mid-morning in winter and often left to ash at night by those too deep in reading to notice the cold until it had already entered their hands. He had loved it once. Or believed he did. Now, standing at the threshold while Mrs. Alden opened the shutters to admit the reluctant morning, he wondered how much of what he loved in earlier years had been possession rather than attention. The room had been part of the life he assumed would continue to receive him. That assumption, perhaps, had made his love lazier than he knew. The library smelled of leather, paper, dust, beeswax, and faint coal. The long central table held 3 neat stacks of books and a writing stand. On the far cabinet lay 2 rolled maps, tied. Beside the hearth, on the smaller reading table where once he had spent winter evenings annotating articles and pretending not to watch Celia read by the low lamp, stood a box file with its lid open. Mrs. Alden saw where his gaze fell. There, she said. What is it? Your absence, she replied, and left him. He might have objected once to such theatrical phrasing. Now he understood that in Blackwater House, where documents and rooms and corrections had all become part of one intelligence, the phrase was probably exact. He crossed to the box file. Inside were folders labeled in Celia's hand. His letters. Accounts after departure. Books moved/books kept. Archival notes for paper on domestic inventories. Items to store if house is closed. Things I do not intend to become. He stared. Then, almost unwillingly, he reached first for the last. Things I do not intend to become. Inside were pages, some typed, some handwritten, some cut from newspapers and pinned to notes. Not essays. Fragments of refusal. Self-governance by document. A woman who waits so elegantly that people mistake her stillness for character. A cautionary tale told over tea. The loyal ruin in another person's masculine education. A collector of old injuries preserved for atmosphere. The sort of hostess who arranges flowers around a silence and calls it peace. A person who mistakes intelligence for immunity. A woman grateful for crumbs of explanation from abroad. Anyone's unfinished business. He stood motionless long enough that the sounds of the house receded entirely. These were not merely refusals of pain. They were refusals of social form. The roles available to women after being left, especially by men considered brilliant or difficult or somehow destined, had been listed and denied one by one. There was almost humor in parts of it, but the humor had the clean cold edge of disciplined survival. A cautionary tale told over tea. He could see it perfectly. Village parlors. Lowered voices. The bright-faced avidity with which communities consume other people's private collapses while calling it concern. And she had ridden against that fate with the same seriousness she gave to inventories and committees and travel accounts. Anyone's unfinished business. He closed the folder carefully and chose another. Books moved/books kept. This was exactly what it sounded like, a record of his old volumes relocated after he left, with marginal notes explaining some choices. Maritime Histories moved downstairs March 2nd. Italian verse retained briefly out of irritation, then removed April 10th. Greek lexicon left where it was because no one deserves to carry that weight twice. Coastal geology volume kept in library. It belongs to the house more than to him. Notebook on Venetian trade routes stored in East Cabinet unopened. His editions of Donne and Browning packed away. If ever returned, do not let them go straight back on visible shelves. A note at the bottom. Books are dangerous because they preserve the illusion that the absent mind remains companionable. He looked around the library as if the books themselves might now have altered under that sentence. How many years had she spent here reordering not just shelves but moral geography? Deciding what belonged to the house, what belonged to him, what belonged to neither and only to memory, what could remain visible without falsifying the room, what had to be stored to protect the integrity of daily life. He opened the next folder. Accounts after departure. At first it contained only practical ledgers. Household expenses adjusted after his leaving, reduced firewood for one room, increased library coal in one winter, roof repairs delayed, then paid, wages changed after one footman left and was not replaced. But among the figures were short notes again. No more imported tobacco after November. Stationery expense down for 3 months, then sharply up. Travel allocation to begin in spring if courage holds. Dining room candles reduced, no need to pretend at company. Library use increased. Either work or avoidance, difficult to say. He almost smiled at the last, then did not. No need to pretend at company. Regret began to enter the body there, not as abstract guilt, but through these humiliatingly practical economies. Candles reduced. Tobacco ceased. Firewood shifted. Rooms heated differently because one person had left. Budgets altered. The life of the house mathematically changed around his absence. The moral shape of understanding your own part in it. Yes. Not only grief and philosophy. Candles. He found the folder of his letters next, but did not open it immediately. His eye had gone instead to the label archival notes for paper on domestic inventories. He drew that one out. The pages inside were lecture notes, drafts perhaps from the talks in York and Bath. Headings. Subpoints. Quotations copied from estate ledgers and household lists. But scattered throughout were lines of original thought in her hand, more polished than the private notebooks and yet no less alive. Official histories tend to preserve decision and erase maintenance. Domestic records reveal who bore the burden of continuity after event. The aftermath of rupture is often archived only in altered quantities: candles, linen, coal, sugar, train fares. One can reconstruct emotional weather from administrative change if one reads honestly enough. He sat down at the reading table. Administrative change. Again. She had made method of what she lived. Not by exploiting her pain in some vulgar way, but by allowing its education to sharpen her reading of the world. She understood that after event, war, death, marriage, abandonment, migration, the true evidence often survived not in grand declarations but in the changed counts of ordinary things. Coal, sugar, lamp oil, stationery. Who moved rooms? Which door ceased to open? Which journeys began appearing in accounts that once recorded only groceries and firewood? And here, in the library, her work and his regret crossed. Because now he could read the house itself as she had taught others to read estates and archives, through the stubborn afterlives of private event encoded in maintenance. His chest tightened. Regret, then, was not merely, I hurt her. Regret was, I changed the quantities of her life. I altered heat, candles, budgets, routes, rooms, habits, inventories. I made work where tenderness should have been. I turned living into administration for another person. He put the lecture pages down and finally opened the folder labeled his letters. Inside lay copies. Not his original letters, which remained unopened in the boathouse, but extracts she had transcribed or summarized after reading the outer envelopes, dates, and sometimes perhaps the visible beginnings through the fold where paper had shifted. Or perhaps from memory of earlier ones she had actually opened before she stopped. It did not matter. What mattered was how she had catalogued them. January, wrote from Prague about weather, work, and distance offering perspective. No return date. March, wrote from Marseille about the sea being bluer there, as if this were information. August, apology with too much architecture in it. November, speaks of understanding more each season, while remaining elsewhere. April, Vienna. Beautiful language, no action. September, loneliness dressed as reflection. December, asks after Mrs. Alden before asking after me. Cowardly tactic disguised as kindness. May, says, I often think of the house. Of course he does. The house asks nothing. Undated draft, never sent. Mentions Venice. Likely unbearable. Elias put the folder down as though it had become hot. Beautiful language, no action. Loneliness dressed as reflection. The house asks nothing. He sat back and shut his eyes. There was no malice in the lines. Or rather, there was a kind of disciplined sharpness, but not spite. She was categorizing his absence with the same intelligence she brought to inventories and train accounts. What had his letters materially been? Weather, architecture, reflection, beauty, no action. The moral taxonomy of the absent man. He opened his eyes again and reached for the final small stack beneath the folders. Not labeled. Loose pages. These were in Mrs. Alden's hand. House observations during her first years away. He frowned and read. North room aired weekly per instructions. West chimney remains temperamental in heavy rain. Village questions decreasing. Rose wall left wild by her request. Library table often in use during visits home. More trunks each year, fewer hesitations. The house is easiest in spring when no one expects anything from it. Her returns shorter now, but calmer. She no longer pauses at the gate unless weather requires it. Once stood in his old room doorway for less than a minute, then laughed and left. Never reopened the drawer in the room across the landing after final closure. He read each line as if it had been etched. House observations. As though even Mrs. Alden, severe guardian and witness, had become part archivist under Celia's influence. tracking the house not sentimentally but as a living structure altered by human truth. More trunks each year, fewer hesitations. There it was. The life without him not only continuing but gradually reweighting the house itself. More trunks. More departures and returns. Fewer hesitations at the gate. Fewer pauses in old charged places. The house learning, through repeated fact, not to lean toward his absence anymore. He rose and crossed to the windows. Outside, morning had fully entered now, though the sun remained behind cloud. The lower garden shone wet. A woman from the village crossed the far path carrying a basket toward the kitchen entrance, her skirt dark at the hem from dew. Ordinary life. Bread, eggs, washing, weather, work. The house did not suspend all that for revelation. He remained there until another sound in the library made him turn. A chair had shifted. Only slightly. The chair near the small reading table by the hearth, where no one sat. He stared. Not moved dramatically. Just the faintest change in angle, as though nudged by an unseen knee or habitually pushed back after use. The room stood empty. Yet his skin prickled. Enough, he said aloud. The word fell flatly among the shelves. Whether he addressed the house, memory, or his own increasingly frayed certainty, he could not say. No answer came. Only the distant thud of a door below and the muffled voices of the kitchen staff beginning the day. He gathered what he could carry mentally from the library and went next to the old study. It had once been a small morning room on the south side, but in his years here he had taken it over with books, papers, ink, maps, and the elaborate theatricality by which clever men transform convenient spaces into chambers of seriousness. After he left, the room had remained largely shut. Mrs. Alden had said he might need to see the desk there. The desk stood beneath the window as he remembered, though less grand than memory claimed. A walnut thing with too many drawers and a too conscious carved edge, chosen not by him but by some earlier householder. Once he had considered it a proper place for important work. Now it looked like a stage prop for youth's self-regard. Dust lay here, but not untouched dust. Disturbed in places. The chair pushed improperly. The blotter removed. Most of the shelves cleared. He crossed to the desk. One drawer stood open by a finger's breadth. Again. Always these half-open invitations, as if the house knew he would never have found the center of things if made to open them all blind. He pulled the drawer out. Inside lay 3 objects. A sealed envelope. A torn page in his own handwriting. And the ring box, empty now, though he had already seen its twin or perhaps the same one moved later into the blue box in the north room. He frowned, then realized this must be not the box itself, but its receipt from a jeweler in York, folded small and preserved beneath. He took up the torn page first. His handwriting, yes, but not from a letter. A draft, perhaps never sent. The lines ran. No life can be equal to the one I still imagine for myself if I remain too long in expectation of domestic certainty. The sentence broke off where the page had been torn. He stared. Expectation of domestic certainty. Even now the phrase disgusted him. It was not only pompous. It was revealing in the ugliest way. Domestic certainty, as if the life she represented were primarily a closure rather than a reality. As if intimacy itself were some narrowing structure imposed upon the more interesting and important work of becoming. He remembered writing drafts like this. Never sending them, perhaps. private formulations by which he rehearsed permission to leave. To discover one preserved here meant she had found it later in the desk, or Mrs. Alden had, and kept it because it exposed too much. He took the sealed envelope next. On the front, in Celia's hand. For when he is ready to see what he sounded like when no one was listening. He opened it. Inside were several copied fragments from his notebooks and drafts, all in her hand, likely transcribed from papers found in this desk after he left. 1. I cannot tell whether what I feel is love or merely proximity intensified by habit and intellect. He shut his eyes briefly. Another. She makes stillness too persuasive. This may become dangerous. Another. There is a version of my life I see here that both attracts and repels me with equal force. Another. If I marry, let it not be because the room is warm and the weather cruel and one mistakes shelter for fate. He dropped his hand to the desk edge and gripped it. The cruelty of copied private thoughts was undeniable. But so was their relevance. What he sounded like when no one was listening. Not his letters polished for effect. Not his retrospective sorrow. His actual private language while still in the house, still loved, still uncertain in the meanest ways. Stillness too persuasive. Shelter for fate. He was reading the anatomy of his own leaving before it occurred. No wonder Mrs. Alden had said regret begins when your version of events loses ownership of the record. Until now he had possessed, however shakily, the authority of his own interpretation. Here in the study, even that was gone. She had found the scraps he had not meant anyone to see and made from them not scandal but evidence. At the bottom of the copied pages she had written only. You were always telling on yourself. I was simply rude enough to notice. He laughed once, painfully. Then he looked at the jeweler's receipt beneath the ringbox paper. A modest sum. York. Date, 6 weeks before he left. He held it gently by the corners. There it was again, that unbearable almost future. Not imaginary. Not embellished by guilt. Material. Purchased. Planned in some formless frightened way. He had stood within 6 weeks of asking, then spent the interval educating himself out of courage and into flight. Regret entered the body there too, not as romance but as nausea. He sat in the chair before the desk. The study window looked south toward the lane leading to the village, not toward the sea. He had always liked that about the room. It made him feel oriented toward the world of motion, arrival, departure, public life. Now he saw the preference differently. He had chosen the room that looked away from the ocean, away from the weather she loved, away from the house's deeper breath, toward roads and routes and elsewhere. He sat there until the road beyond the garden wall emerged fully in the morning. A cart went past. 2 boys in caps walking with satchels shouted something to one another and vanished beyond the hedge. The world, indecently enough, still contained schools and deliveries and errands. On the desk, beneath a blot of old wax, he noticed a final folded slip tucked almost flush against the wood. He pried it free. This one was in Mrs. Alden's hand, much later. I almost burned these. She said no. Let him hear himself someday, she said. Not because it will punish him. Because it may finally prevent him from turning memory into theater. Elias folded the slip back very slowly. Turning memory into theater. Yes. That had been one of his quiet talents all along. To arrange experience into versions that preserved complexity where plainness would have demanded repentance. To aestheticize his own sorrow. To prefer the tragic self to the culpable one because tragedy retains dignity while culpability must kneel. He rose from the desk at last feeling not lighter, not more complete, but more exact in his own weight. The library had shown him the administrative afterlife of his leaving. The study had shown him the private language that prepared it. Regret had indeed begun. He returned to the drawing room near noon. Mrs. Alden waited there beside the fire, though the day was not cold enough to justify much flame. Perhaps she too understood that certain conversations required visible heat, if only to remind the body it still occupied time and space and not only recollection. "Well?" she asked. He stood before the hearth. "I know now that I wanted to keep every possible self alive," he said. "And that I called this freedom." Mrs. Alden nodded once. "Yes. I know that I wrote beautifully and acted badly." "Yes. I know she had to reorganize candles and books and rooms and train fares and the very structure of the house because I left." "Yes. I know I had already begun leaving before I admitted it aloud." "Yes." He looked at her. "What do you want from me?" Her expression changed very little, but something in it sharpened and softened at once, like light turning on metal. "Nothing," she said. "This is not about me." "That isn't true. You've guarded all of it." "Yes." "For her." "Yes." "Then what do you want for her?" Mrs. Alden's eyes moved briefly to the piano, then to the windows, then back to him. "That depends what remains possible," she said. He drew in breath. "And what remains possible?" "Truth first," she said. "Then perhaps whatever truth leaves standing." The answer should have frustrated him. Instead it felt, like so many of her replies, both evasive and stricter than directness. He sat because suddenly he could not remain standing. The fire gave a soft small sound as one coal settled in on itself. After a while he said, "I regret it." Mrs. Alden did not move. Then, very quietly, "That is not enough." He almost smiled, because he knew now it was not cruelty but accuracy. "I know." "Do you?" "Yes." He looked at his hands. "I regret not only losing her. I regret making my fear her labor. I regret writing when I should have returned. I regret the arrogance of thinking time would preserve what I postponed. I regret every letter that asked her to keep moral space for me while I remained elsewhere. I regret how I remembered her. I regret how I remembered myself." The room held the words without ornament. Mrs. Alden sat opposite him, listening not as a judge but as someone measuring whether plainness could be trusted yet. At length she said, "Better." Not absolution. Not even approval. Only better. He accepted that. The afternoon passed strangely after that. Not slowly, not quickly. In its own coastal rhythm, weather and light moving across the house while inward things settled by increments too small to name. He did not read more. Mrs. Alden would not allow it and, truthfully, he could not have borne it. Instead he helped, at her instruction and to his own surprise, with small tasks. He carried in logs from the covered stack. He fetched the basket of kindling from the back hall. He stood on a short ladder in the library while Mrs. Alden directed him to return several volumes to the correct shelf because, "Your sense of order is still too military, but improvement may be possible." At one point he found himself polishing the silver candlesticks from the dining room because the kitchen girl had gone home early with a headache and Mrs. Alden refused to let work accumulate, simply because revelation is occurring. It was an absurdly useful afternoon. And in its usefulness something in regret shifted again. Not relieved. Grounded. The house did not permit him the vanity of endless inwardness. Coal must still be carried. Silver polished. Books shelved. Fire grates emptied. The same truth Celia had learned in her own way after he left now educated him from the opposite side. Feeling without maintenance rots into theater. By evening the sky had cleared entirely. After supper he went out onto the terrace alone. The air was cold and clean after rain, the western horizon washed pale gold under a band of departing cloud. The sea was visible again, dark steel veined with white far off where waves broke over unseen shelves. Gulls moved as little white strokes in the distance. The rose hedge along the wall smelled faintly sweet even this late in the year, its blooms thin but stubborn. He stood there until the first star appeared. Then he heard footsteps behind him and turned. Mrs. Alden stood in the doorway, a shawl around her shoulders. She asked me once, she said without preamble, whether regret can arrive too late to matter. He waited. I told her yes and no. What did you mean? Mrs. Alden stepped onto the terrace and closed the door behind her. The last light touched the edges of her silver hair. I meant that regret may arrive too late to undo harm. That much is obvious. But not too late to alter what kind of person stands in relation to the harm afterward. He looked toward the sea. And did she believe you? Eventually. He was quiet a long moment. Then, almost against his own caution, does she know I'm here? Mrs. Alden's face remained turned toward the water. Yes, she said. The world seemed to narrow. He turned sharply. Since when? Since yesterday. Why didn't you tell me? Because the fact would have made you perform. He almost protested, then stopped because the sentence was likely true. She knows. Yes. And? Mrs. Alden looked at him then. And she said nothing I can repeat yet. Not repeat yet. The phrasing was deliberate. He felt it at once. Yet? Mrs. Alden gathered the shawl more closely around herself. You are near the end, she said. That does not mean the end is kind. Then she went back inside, leaving him on the terrace with the evening and the sea and the knowledge that somewhere real, not merely in letters and rooms and preserved aftermath, Celia knew he had come back. He stood there until the cold entered his hands. When at last he returned to the house, a final note waited for him on the hall table. No name. Her hand. Tomorrow. Only that. No more. Tomorrow. He touched the paper once and slipped it into his pocket. Then he went upstairs through the darkening house, past the rooms that had remade him in stages, into the west chamber where the lamp already burned low and the bed waited turned down. Tomorrow. Too late, perhaps. And yet finally within time enough for whatever came next to be real. He undressed in silence. When he lay down, sleep came not easily but with a strange inevitability, as though the body, having been made answerable for so many days, had given up trying to stay ahead of what awaited. In the last waking minute before sleep took him, he thought again of Mrs. Alden's answer. Regret may arrive too late to undo harm. But not too late to alter what kind of person stands in relation to the harm afterward. Then the sea entered his dreams. Not flooding rooms this time. Only returning to shore again and again under moonlight, as if practicing the same long sentence until someone on land learned at last how to hear it. Chapter 10, Too Late. He woke before dawn and knew at once that the house had changed. Not in any visible way. The chair by the hearth remained where it had been left. The washstand held the folded towel, the porcelain basin, the small bar of soap with its clean chamfered edges. The lamp on the bedside table had burned nearly out, leaving the room in that blue-gray half-state where furniture seems to remember rather than fully appear. And yet something was different. The difference lay not in the room but in the silence. For days now Blackwater House had held silence the way deep water holds current, full, intentional, moving beneath the surface. Even at its stillest there had been the sense of withheld progression, of rooms waiting for him to reach the next understanding before releasing the next trace. A note. A key. A ledger. A room opened in stages. A voice made legible by curation. This morning the silence was of another order. Not withholding. Concluding. He lay still and listened. No wind touched the shutters. No branch brushed the outer stone. The sea, though present below the cliffs as always, seemed farther away, as if tide or weather had altered its relation to the house. Somewhere deep in the structure a board gave a small old sigh and then settled. That was all. He sat up. The note from the night before, tomorrow, still lay in his coat pocket on the chair by the hearth. He had checked it twice before sleeping, as if the word might alter by repetition. It had not. Tomorrow. Now it was today. He dressed slowly, not from reluctance exactly, nor from hope. Hope by now had been disciplined into something narrower and harder to sentimentalize. Not the hope that time had preserved some previous door. Only the knowledge that this final chapter, whatever shape it took, would not leave him where it found him. When he opened the west room door, the corridor beyond was touched by the faintest rise of dawn at the far window. The wallpaper's faded climbing vines emerged softly from the gloom. The runner muted his steps. At the turn of the stair he paused, looking toward the north room, then toward the closed earlier room across the landing, then down toward his own old room farther along the passage. He had entered all their truths now. Only one remained. Not a room. A meeting. He knew it before Mrs. Alden said it. Still, he went downstairs with the grave caution of a man who has learned not to trust even accurate anticipations too quickly. The entrance hall lay in cool shadow. One lamp burned low on the console beneath the mirror. The clock had not yet struck 6. Its pendulum moved with the same composed authority it had held on the first evening of his return, when he entered the house carrying only a case and a decade of postponed understanding. He stopped before the front door. Something pale lay on the hall table. A card. He picked it up. The handwriting was hers. Come to the glasshouse when the first sunlight reaches the upper roses. He read the line once, then again. No signature. None needed. His pulse moved once, hard and singular, through the quiet of him. Not because the note promised forgiveness. It promised nothing. Its very restraint forbade fantasy. But it was invitation of some kind. Deliberate. Specific. Time to light. He looked up at the staircase, half expecting Mrs. Alden to appear. Instead her voice came from the breakfast room doorway behind him. You're early. He turned. She stood in a dark dress with a shawl over her shoulders, one hand still on the doorframe, as if she had been watching long enough to know the exact second he found the note. She wrote again, he said. Yes. She wants me at the glass house. Yes. When did this come? Before dawn. How? Mrs. Alden's expression did not alter. You have asked enough of the mechanics of mystery in this house, she said. Attend to the meaning. He lowered his gaze to the card. Come to the glass house when the first sunlight reaches the upper roses. She's here, he said. Mrs. Alden was silent long enough that the hall clock seemed louder. Then, yes. The word entered him without drama and transformed everything. Not because he had not suspected it. Somewhere over the last day, especially after Mrs. Alden admitted Celia knew of his return, the possibility had become too real to ignore. But suspicion is vapor beside confirmation. This was not merely a trail of intelligence arranged in her wake. Not merely a house curated by the absent. She was here. Somewhere under this same roof of dawn and stone and old silence. Since when? He asked. She arrived in the night. He tightened his grip slightly on the card. And you said nothing. I am saying it now. That is not an answer. It is the only one you need. He almost protested, then stopped. Because of course she was right. Timing was part of the structure. He had already been taught that truth badly timed can become theater, and theater was the original trouble. She slept here? No. Where? Mrs. Alden's gaze sharpened. Do not begin this day by asking questions whose answers you imagine will soothe or wound you appropriately. He looked away. Again, she was right. The old habits remained alive enough to tempt him, to map the night, to imagine rooms, to infer from distances some emotional geometry that might flatter his fear or justify it. But this was not the morning for inference. When the first sunlight reaches the upper roses, he said quietly. How long? Mrs. Alden glanced toward the windows. Not long. She stepped farther into the hall and came close enough to take the untouched card from his hand, read it once, then give it back. You will go alone, she said. I assumed so. And you will not speak first if you can help it. He looked at her. Why? Because for 10 years, said Mrs. Alden, you have already had too many rehearsed openings. He almost smiled at that, though it never fully became one. All right. She studied him for a moment. Then, more quietly than before, whatever happens, do not ask her to return you to the old story. The sentence landed with more force than anything else said that morning. I wouldn't. Mrs. Alden held his gaze. No, she said. You wouldn't mean to. But people often ask most urgently for what they know they've lost, and then call it love. He nodded once. The hall brightened by almost nothing. Dawn had advanced. A faint cool wash of silver moved higher across the tiles near the front door. Somewhere beyond the walls a gull cried once over the sea and was answered by another farther off. Mrs. Alden turned toward the breakfast room. Eat something first. I can't. You can. He followed because disobeying would have been childish and because the body, he now knew, must be kept answerable if truth is to remain plain. Tea, bread, a boiled egg, half a pear saved late into the season by some miracle of the pantry. He ate what he could. Mrs. Alden said little. The room slowly filled with morning until the silver on the table reflected a cleaner light and the windows stopped acting like mirrors. Then, at last, she stood and crossed to the east-facing pane. The roses, she said. He rose at once. From the window he could see the upper wall of the rose garden just beyond the terrace. The white blooms there, sparse but stubborn, had begun catching the first narrow reach of sunlight where it came over the low hill inland before touching the rest of the grounds. Not warmth yet. Only illumination. Their upper petals glowed briefly while the lower leaves remained in shadow. The appointed light. He went into the hall. At the door, Mrs. Alden said, "Elias." He turned. Her face in the morning light looked older than when he arrived, or perhaps only truer. "This is the last thing I'll say before you see her." He waited. Do not offer guilt where she requires presence. Then she gave a very small nod toward the garden. He opened the door. The air outside was cold enough to sharpen everything. Not bitter. Only exact. The grass along the path was silvered with dew. The roses held their small white flames of light. Beyond the garden wall the sea lay immense and pale under the growing day, its surface not yet blue, not yet gray, only some moving metal between. He crossed the terrace and took the lower path toward the glasshouse. Every sound seemed magnified: gravel under his shoes, a drip from the eaves, the distant turning hush of water below the cliff, the wings of some unseen bird moving from hedge to tree. The glasshouse stood ahead, its old panes washed pale by dawn, the cracked one catching the light differently from the rest. Mist still hung low among the hedges around it, making the iron framework seem partly formed of vapor. The door stood open. He stopped 3 paces short of it. For a moment he could not move farther. Not from fear of seeing her. From the recognition that once he crossed this threshold, the entire architecture of return would change. No more notes, no more instructed rooms, no more curated distances. Presence would replace interpretation. Whatever remained of self-deception would have nowhere to sit. He entered. The air inside was cool and green with damp earth. Rows of old terracotta pots lined the benches. The lemon tree in the far corner caught the new light on its leaves. Water droplets clung to the interior panes and turned the growing dawn outside into something softly diffused. And there, near the center table where once a key had waited, stood Celia. She had her back partly turned to him. One hand rested on the edge of the table, the other held loosely at her side. She wore a dark coat and no hat. Her hair, gathered at the nape, had loosened slightly in the damp air, one strand lying against her neck in a way so familiar it nearly unsteadied him. For a few seconds he could not make the image become time. His mind knew instantly that she was older. Of course she was older. So was he. 10 years did not pass over one face and politely skip another. Yet the recognition arrived in layers. The line of her shoulders, still unmistakably hers. The carriage of her head. The stillness before turning. And then, within that sameness, change, some new gravity in posture, some economy of gesture learned from years of answering only to what mattered. She turned. And there she was. No photograph had prepared him. No preserved handwriting, no room, no flower, no kept glove or marginal note had carried the force of the living face. Celia. Older, yes. The smoothness at the corners of her eyes no longer absolute. The mouth more composed even at rest. The gaze clearer somehow, as if years had stripped from it any need to request what it could simply observe. But the face remained hers so entirely that the intervening decades seemed for one impossible second both vast and fragile, like glass under sudden weather. She looked at him without speaking. No visible shock. No softness arranged for mercy. Only attention. And because Mrs. Alden had warned him not to speak first, because for once restraint was not cowardice but obedience to the moral order of the moment. He held still and let the silence stand between them. At length she said, "You came." Her voice. Older too, perhaps, lower at the edges, less quick to rise into lightness. But still her voice, with that same exact measure that made even simple words feel as though they had already been tested before release. Yes. The single syllable felt almost inadequate. Yet anything more would have broken into one of the rehearsed openings Mrs. Alden had rightly feared. Celia's gaze moved over him once, not greedily, not shyly. Taking account. "You look tired," she said. He gave a short breath that was not quite a laugh. "I am." "Yes," she replied. "I thought you might be." The light strengthened incrementally through the glass. It touched one side of her face, then the table, then the line of small terracotta pots behind her. Somewhere outside a robin landed on the roof and moved, tiny claws making almost inaudible ticks overhead. He wanted to say her name again. Not as greeting, not as plea. Simply because hearing it in his own mouth while she stood there seemed necessary to the world becoming real. "Celia." This time she did not answer at once. Something moved through her expression, pain perhaps, or memory, or only the fact of being named by someone who had once used her name as if it were a private country and later abandoned the map. "Yes," she said quietly. Silence again. It was not empty. Everything they had not yet said lived in it. The gate. The station. The letters unopened by the sea. The blue notebooks, the rooms, the lectures, the cities, the old self he had preserved too long, the new self she had built with exacting labor beyond him. At last he said, "Mrs. Alden told me not to offer guilt where you require presence." The faintest change crossed her face then. Not surprise. Recognition of the old woman's influence perhaps. "That was wise," Celia said. "I'm trying to be wiser." "Yes," she said. "I see that. Not forgiveness. Only acknowledgement." He took a breath. "I have read what you left." "I know." "All of it?" "No," her mouth moved slightly, not a smile. "No one should be forced through all of it at once." He almost smiled in spite of himself. Then it vanished under the weight of what still had to be said. "I understand more than I did." "Of course. I understand why I left." She looked at him steadily. "Do you?" It was not a question seeking information. It was a test of whether he would begin explaining. He did not. "I left," he said, "because I thought possibility was freedom. Because being loved by you required me to become definite, and I was afraid of that. I wanted to remain every self I imagined I might become. I thought choosing a life with you meant killing all the others, and I was too vain and frightened to grieve them properly. So I postponed. And I made that postponement your labor." He stopped there. The words remained in the damp, cool air of the glasshouse, stripped of style, bare enough to stand or fail on their own. Celia said nothing for a long moment. Then, softly, "Yes." The word broke through him more deeply than any condemnation might have. Because it meant not approval, not absolution, but accuracy met. He looked away first, toward the lemon tree, the misted panes, the small spiderwork of condensation at one corner of the roof. "I'm sorry," he said. Her answer came with such quiet swiftness that it seemed she had known the sentence would arrive and already judged its insufficiency. "I know." He looked back. She had not moved. The years between them did not close merely because apology entered the room. I don't say it to be forgiven. No. No. Why then? He held her gaze. Because it's true. Something in her face shifted then, not much, but enough to reveal that the question mattered. She had perhaps expected performance still, however disciplined. Expected sorrow artfully offered, regret admired for its depth. Instead she got only the fact of it. True, and inadequate. Both at once. That is better, she said. The glasshouse brightened another degree. Sunlight now touched the table fully. A faint scent of damp rosemary rose from some pot along the bench. He looked at her hands. Bare. No ring. The old instinct to read meaning into such absence rose, and with it, thankfully, Mrs. Alden's warning. Do not ask questions whose answers you imagine will soothe or wound you appropriately. He did not ask. Celia saw the flicker anyway. Her eyes sharpened very slightly. You've read enough by now, she said, to know I dislike being measured against your hunger. He flushed. Yes. And I'm not asking. Good. He almost laughed, because even now she was precisely herself. Refusing him the sentimental shelters of awkward tenderness, forcing the exchange into clearer air where whatever remained of truth had to work without cushions. She moved then, not away from him exactly, but to the other side of the table where the light shifted differently. In that small motion he saw the years again, not distance, but the practiced self-possession of someone accustomed to her own boundaries. She did not fidget. Did not soften the room with unnecessary gesture. She was present entirely and on her own terms. I came back too late, he said. Yes. The plainness of her answer hurt and steadied him at once. I know that too. Do you know what it means? He considered before replying. It means I cannot ask to be restored. Yes. It means whatever I feel now doesn't alter the life you had to build. Yes. It means regret is mine to carry even if you understand it. Yes. Anne. He stopped, because the next truth was harder to speak than the apology had been. It means I may have come back only in time to witness that I'm too late. Celia's gaze did not leave his face. Yes, she said again. Then, after a pause, but witnessing is not nothing. He felt that sentence in the center of him. Not nothing. No promise inside it. Yet not nullity either. Only the severe gift of refusing false extremes. He took one careful breath. Why did you want me here, then? This time she looked away first, but only toward the glass where the garden beyond had fully emerged into morning. The upper roses still held sun. The rest of the grounds remained in cooler shadow. Because I did not want my life reduced to your misunderstanding, she said. He waited. When Mrs. Alden wrote that she believed you might finally be capable of reading what happened without turning yourself into the tragic center of it, I told her to let you come. So this was education. One word for it. And now? Celia rested both hands lightly on the table. Now I wanted to see whether understanding had entered your face or only your language. The sentence might once have wounded his vanity. Now it felt just. And? A very slight almost smile touched her mouth and vanished. It has entered something, she said. We may leave taxonomy for later. He did laugh then, softly, because her refusal even now to grant easy solemnity was one of the things he had loved best and least deserved. The laugh faded quickly. There was still too much between them. She studied him for a moment longer. Then said, "Come outside." He followed her from the glasshouse into the garden. The morning had fully arrived by now, though the day retained that clear washed quality that follows a night of rain. The grass shone. Water clung to the lower rose leaves. From the cliff edge the sea spread wide and steel-bright beneath the lifting sky. The world seemed almost indecent in its beauty. They walked without touching. Down the narrow path between the hedges. Past the herb beds behind the kitchen wall. Toward the low stone bench overlooking the eastern slope where the path to the boathouse began. Here they stopped. For a while neither sat. The wind moved her coat lightly at the hem. A gull crossed the cove. At length Celia said, "You read what I felt." "Yes." "And what I built." "Yes." "And what you were, in some of your worst private language." He flinched despite himself. "Yes." She nodded. "Good." Then she sat on the bench. He remained standing until she looked up and said, "Please don't loom. It gives sorrow the wrong proportions." He sat beside her, not too near. The sea moved below them in long pale bands. "I thought about what I would say if you ever came back," she said. "Many versions?" "An offensive number." "I'm sorry. Don't apologize for my imagination. It does useful work." He accepted that. After a moment she continued. "At first, years ago, I imagined I would say something merciless and elegant. Then later I thought perhaps I would say very little and simply let you see what had become of me. Then later still I hoped you might never come at all, because the whole matter had ceased to interest my future sufficiently. And now? Now you are here," she said. "Which tends to make hypotheticals untidy." He looked at his hands. "I don't know what I'm allowed to ask." That is for once a sensible uncertainty. He almost smiled. The pause that followed held not awkwardness exactly, but recalibration. They were two people with an old vocabulary and no permission to use it lazily. Every sentence had to be chosen from a new moral position, not from the habits of former intimacy. At last he said, "Did you ever hate me?" Celia considered the sea before answering. "Yes." He nodded once. "I deserved that. That has never been the interesting part." He let the answer stand. "Did you stop loving me?" She turned then and looked directly at him. "That is the wrong question." "Why?" "Because you still want love to be a singular substance measured by presence or absence, yes or no, kept or lost. And it isn't." "No," she looked back toward the water. "I stopped loving you in some ways and kept loving you in others. Then I stopped loving the versions of you I had invented to survive your absence. Then I missed a man who no longer existed even while becoming increasingly unwilling to admit him back if he returned unchanged. Then, over years, what remained ceased to be useful in the old language." He listened without moving. "The truth," she said, "is that love was never the only thing at issue. Respect was. Reality was. Whether I could exist inside your life as a person rather than a postponed moral demand. Once those things failed, love by itself became insufficiently intelligent." He looked at her. "Insufficiently intelligent?" "Yes." "Is that what remains now?" She gave him the smallest tilt of the head. "You are very eager to name things before they have fully stood up. It was an old accusation, and hearing it now almost undid him. He looked away. "I'm trying not to." "Try better." He laughed once under his breath and then, against his will, tears came, not dramatic, not convulsive, only the sudden sharp overflow of a body too long disciplined. He turned his face away at once, ashamed of the timing, afraid even now of appearing to admire his own sorrow. Celia saw anyway. She said nothing for several moments. Then, quietly, "I do not mind that you are sad." He wiped his face with the heel of his hand. "That isn't what this is." "No? No," he drew breath. "It's that you're real. And I made you into memory for so long because memory was easier to bear than the fact of what I'd done to an actual person." The words seemed to surprise even him by their plainness. Celia's expression altered. Not softened. Opened, perhaps, by one careful degree. "Yes," she said. "That is closer." He sat with that. The sun climbed higher. More of the garden warmed. The upper windows of the house caught pale light and gave it back. After a while she asked, "What do you want now?" He might once have mistaken that question for invitation. Now he heard its danger. He answered slowly. "I want." Then stopped, because the older answer, some shape of forgiveness, some chance, some place in her present, rose too quickly and therefore could not be trusted. He began again. "I want not to lie to you." She waited. "I want to say that I came back first because I thought understanding might hurt less than uncertainty. Then because I realized uncertainty had been a coward's refuge. And now," he looked at the sea. "Now I want whatever truth remains possible, even if it leaves me with nothing I would once have called hope." She absorbed that in silence. "Then, that is better too." He breathed out. The phrase "better" had become in this house a greater mercy than approval. They sat a while longer. The conversation did not rush. Neither of them seemed willing to let it become a flood in which easy statements could float unchallenged. Instead it moved by exact increments, like someone crossing stones in water known to be cold. At last Celia said, "There is something you should know." He turned toward her. "I do not live here now." He felt the truth of that before the meaning completed itself. "I thought," he stopped. "Yes," she said. "That I returned for this. Or remained hidden nearby. Or never fully left." "I know. Where do you live?" She regarded him for a moment, and he almost apologized for the question. Then she answered. "In York, mostly." Mostly. The word held its own whole life. "And here sometimes," she added. "When the house requires me. When Mrs. Alden threatens the roof with righteous supervision. When papers need sorting. When weather becomes impossible to ignore." He almost smiled. "And you came now because..." "Because she wrote to me after you arrived." Mrs. Alden, then. The watcher and curator had called the living subject back into the final chapter. "And because I decided," Celia continued, "that if you had finally done the work of seeing, I preferred not to let the last word belong entirely to rooms." He took that in slowly. "Thank you," he said. She looked at him sidelong. "I'm not sure gratitude is the correct register." "No," he admitted. "But it's true." They fell quiet again. Then she said, "I am leaving this afternoon." He had known, perhaps. Or should have. Still the word struck with a small clean pain. "Back to York." "Yes." And that's... She saved him. Yes, she said, one meaning of too late. He bowed his head briefly. I understand. Do you? Yes. Say it, then. He looked up. She was not cruel. Only exact. You are not waiting here for me, he said. You have a life elsewhere. A real one. Work. People. Rooms that aren't arranged around my regret. And I cannot arrive after 10 years and imagine this meeting exists to reopen what I failed to inhabit when it was mine to choose. Celia watched him closely. At length she nodded. Yes. The yes hurt. The yes steadied. He looked out toward the sea because not looking at her for a moment was necessary. Somewhere below, water broke over rock and withdrew. A cart sounded faintly on the village road beyond the east wall. The ordinary world went on making its indifferent small noises around the end of extraordinary things. When he spoke next, his voice had altered. Then why does this not feel like an ending? Celia considered that a long time. Because endings are rarely clean where there has been real love, she said. And because understanding is not a door. It is weather. It changes what is possible to live inside. He turned those words over silently. Weather. Yes. Always weather with her. Not because she was poetic in a lazy way, but because weather was exact, shifting, real, impossible to command, felt by the body before fully named by the mind. She rose then. So did he. The movement brought them briefly closer than they had been since the station 10 years before. Close enough that he could see the tiny silver threads at one temple in her hair, the line the years had made beside her mouth when she held herself back from saying too much, the familiar scent beneath coat wool and morning air, not the old violet water alone, but something altered by time, cleaner, less sweet. For one impossible heartbeat he thought she might touch him. She did not. Instead she said, "Walk me back to the house." He did. The path upward seemed shorter than the path down. Or perhaps time, now that its true work had been done, had ceased stretching itself around their steps. At the terrace she stopped. Mrs. Alden waited in the open doorway, composed as a magistrate and about as merciful. Celia looked from the house to Elias and back again. There are two ways this can become ugly, she said. One is if you ask me for a promise I have not offered. The other is if you turn noble and refuse to say anything at all because restraint flatters your sorrow. He nearly laughed from the clean brutality of the sentence. That sounds like something I would do. Yes. He held her gaze. Then I'll say only this. He took one breath, and because everything false had by now been burned out of the morning, the words came almost quietly. I loved you badly. I see that now. I would not ask you to trust me with your life because seeing too late does not make me safe. But I am grateful beyond language that you let me see you as real again before I died with the easier version. For the first time, unmistakably, something in her face softened. Not into forgiveness. Into sorrow perhaps. Or into the brief shared tenderness possible between two people who have finally stopped lying about the structure of their damage. That, she said, is almost worthy of being remembered. He bowed his head once, because it was all he could do. Celia turned then to Mrs. Alden. You were right, she said. Mrs. Alden sniffed faintly, which in another person might have meant nothing and in her meant depths. I frequently am. A shadow of laughter moved between all three of them and vanished. Then Celia stepped into the doorway, stopped once more, and looked back at Elias. "I don't know what becomes of regret in a person after this," she said. "That part is yours to learn without making it anyone else's labor." "Yes." "And Elias." He lifted his head. "Do not disappear into style again." The words entered him like a final key finding its lock. "I won't," he said. She held his gaze one moment longer, as if judging whether even now the sentence admired itself. Then she nodded and went inside. Mrs. Alden remained at the doorway a second after her. To him she said only, "Wait here." Then she too disappeared into the house. He stood alone on the terrace in the widening day. The sea shone beyond the garden wall. The roses breathed their thin late sweetness. Somewhere above, a window opened briefly and shut. A gull cried over the cliff edge. The world did not split. No music rose. No storm broke. No miracle of reversal came to restore the old terms. Too late. The title had been true from the beginning. And yet, standing there with the cold stone under his feet and the morning brightening over Blackwater House, Elias understood that too late was not the same as meaningless. Not the same as void. Not the same as nothing can be learned, or faced, or altered in the one who remains answerable to what he has done. After some minutes the front door opened again. Mrs. Alden stepped out alone. "She has gone to pack," she said. He nodded. "And you?" "I leave after luncheon." "For Vienna?" He looked out toward the sea. "No." Mrs. Alden studied him. "Where then?" "I don't know yet." He considered. "Not away. Just, not into disappearance." That seemed to satisfy her as much as any grand declaration might have satisfied a lesser witness. She stepped onto the terrace beside him. For a while they stood in silence. Then she said, "You may write to her." He turned sharply. Mrs. Alden continued before he could speak. "You may write." Not because she owes reply. Not because the old story resumes by post. But because silence after truth can become another vanity in certain men, and I won't have that either. He almost smiled through the ache. That sounds like permission and threat at once. Yes. Will she read it? That is not your question. No. It wasn't. His question, if honestly phrased, was whether he could write without turning language again into theater. Whether words, after so many years of beauty without action, could become plain enough to deserve existence even unanswered. "I understand," he said. Mrs. Alden nodded. "Do you?" He almost laughed. "Yes," he said. "A little. That is more than when you arrived." They watched the sea. In the upper garden the sunlight had now reached all the white roses, not just the highest blooms. What had begun as a narrow line of illumination on the topmost petals had spread downward, leaf by leaf, thorn by thorn, until the whole wall held a quiet lucid brightness. At noon Celia came down with a single case. Not the large trunks of long residence. Not the hurried bag of one fleeing emotion. Only one case, well packed, carried by a village lad Mrs. Alden had sent for. She wore the same dark coat. Her hair was pinned more firmly now. Travel had entered her bearing before she even crossed the hall. Not escape. Practice. They met again by the front steps. No audience this time but Mrs. Alden in the doorway and the boy by the gate pretending not to hear. Celia put on her gloves. For a moment neither spoke. Then she said, "Take care of the house before you go." "I will." Not sentimentally. "No." "Good." He wanted, absurdly, to say that he would remember the exact way she said good when it meant both enough and not enough. He did not say it. Instead, "Safe journey." She regarded him for a brief second that held something like gratitude and something like old grief and something beyond both. "And you," she said. Then she went down the path. Not quickly. Not slowly. The boy lifted the case and followed. At the gate she did not turn at once. She paused with one hand on the latch, looked out toward the road and the sea beyond the rise, then back once over her shoulder. Not a promise. Not an invitation. Only witness. Then she opened the gate and was gone. Elias stood where he was until the path beyond the hedge held no motion at all. Too late. Yes. And yet the world still possessed gates one could cross without lying. The afternoon passed in a clarity almost painful after so many days of emotional weather. He helped Mrs. Alden close the north room properly. He returned the portfolio to the long table in the drawing room. He carried 2 boxes of books from the library to the east cabinet where they belonged. He stood for a while in the boathouse again, not reading now, only listening to the tide move under the boards as if the sea itself were finishing the sentence it began years ago. Before evening he went to the study one final time. At the desk he took out plain paper. No embossed stationery. No foreign hotel heading. No style. Just paper, ink, and the fading light from the south window. He wrote. Not long. Not beautifully. He wrote that he would not thank her for pain as if pain were a gift. That he would not ask for reply. That he understood now, better than before, that understanding itself owed labor afterward. That he meant to do that labor without converting it into performance. That Blackwater House had shown him more accurately than any exile had. That he wished her weather honest, her work exact, her coffee improved whenever possible. At the end he wrote only. You mattered. You were not sovereign. I understand that now about you. I am learning it about myself. Elias. He read the page once. It did not admire itself. At least not much. He folded it, sealed it, and left it on the hall table for Mrs. Alden to send or burn according to her own severe wisdom. When evening came, he packed his case. The west room looked smaller now than on his first night, though perhaps only because he no longer filled it with anticipations. The lavender scent in the linen. The chair by the hearth. The curtain cord worn smooth where hands had drawn it for years. Such details no longer seemed like stage dressing in a narrative of return. They were simply the texture of a house that had held more truth than he deserved and given it anyway. Before leaving the room he looked once in the mirror above the washstand. His face looked older than when he arrived. Not transformed. Nothing so theatrical. Only less arranged. That would have to do. At the front door Mrs. Alden waited with his coat over one arm. You'll miss the evening train if you dawdle, she said. He took the coat. Will you be all right here? Mrs. Alden gave him a look fit for lesser men. I was all right here before you remembered we exist. He bowed his head slightly. Yes. At the threshold he stopped. There were many things he might have said to her then. Gratitude. Apology. Some admission of the extent to which her unsparing stewardship had altered him. In the end, because she would have despised sentiment and because truth by now had become plainer in his mouth, he said only, "You kept faith with reality." Mrs. Alden considered him. Then, to his surprise, she touched once, very lightly, the sleeve of his coat. "Someone had to," she said. He stepped out into the evening. The sea below the cliffs was darkening under the first violet blue of dusk. The roses along the wall held a last pale light. The path to the gate lay before him exactly as it had on the first day, and exactly not. He walked it slowly. At the gate he turned back. Blackwater House stood above him, its windows beginning to gather lamplight one by one. Not a haunted mansion. Not a shrine. A house. Full of rooms that had once instructed a woman in survival and, much later, instructed the man who failed her in the cost of becoming real too late. He touched the latch, then he left. The road down toward the village bent along the cliff line before dipping inland. Evening mist had begun to rise from the lower fields. Somewhere in the distance a dog barked, then another. Smoke lifted from chimneys. The ordinary world, as ever, received him without ceremony. At the station he bought a ticket without deciding much beyond departure itself. The platform was nearly empty. A porter wheeled trunks past. A woman with a child waited under the awning. The smell of coal smoke and damp iron folded time strangely for a moment, and he saw, layered over the present, another morning, another self, a woman in a dark coat asking once and not again. He did not look away this time. The train arrived. He boarded. As it pulled from the station and the small town began sliding backward into evening, Elias rested one hand on the window ledge and watched the coast recede. Blackwater House was not visible from this stretch, only the faint darker rise of the headland and, beyond it, the sea holding the last light. Too late. Yes. But the line went on. He sat with that as the landscape changed, as hedges and fields gave way to villages, then opened dark, then the first distant lamps of another town. His reflection in the window floated over the moving night, superimposed on everything passing. Not yet someone absolved. Not someone restored. Only a man who had finally lost the easier version of his own life and would now have to learn what remained once style no longer protected him from truth. Somewhere in York, perhaps that very night, Celia would unpack one case in a room already hers. Somewhere behind him, Mrs. Alden would bank the fires, latch the doors, and move through Blackwater House with the same exact authority she had always possessed. And the sea, below the cliffs, would go on teaching Stone the long patient lesson of weather. He closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, the train had already entered full darkness. The future did not look redemptive. It looked real. And for the first time in many years. That was enough. The end.